Chapter 696. Different from qi cultivation, the progress of body refinement to the law phase realm didn't cause a huge commotion. But only Li Fuchen knew that within his body, there was already an earth-shattering transformation. Inside his heart, there was a grain-sized essence blood crystal floating there. In normal situations, it was impossible to condense essence blood crystals at the initial level of law phase realm, but Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen cultivated the Hand of God body refinement technique, even though he had only reached the second rank, the Hand of Force. The Hand of Force was equivalent to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. But in terms of quality, it was definitely far superior to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. Right now, Li Fuchen felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Furthermore, this power wasn't normal power, it was power that was countless times concentrated. He had a feeling that if he were to drip a single drop of blood, he would be able to blast a half-emperor or even a combat emperor to death. Apart from that, he could clearly feel that his qi blood source had strengthened by more than 10 times. The qi blood source was a person's source of life. With a stronger qi blood source, not only would the lifespan increase, but the recovery speed would also increase. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen's physical defense was already terrifying and he wouldn't be injured easily. Even if he was injured, his qi blood source would be able to recover quickly and he didn't even need to consume elixirs. I wonder what is my lifespan now and how many years can I live for? Li Fuchen found out from Yan Qingwu. The body refinement and qi cultivation could be stacked together in terms of lifespan. Primary Sea Realm monarchs could live for 1,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 2,000 years. Law Phase Realm emperors could live for 2,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 5,000 years. That's right, the further one cultivated, the better the stacking effect. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the Law Phase realm, but his qi cultivation was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm. If the two were to be stacked together, it should be 3,000 years, but not more than 4,000 years. Li Fuchen took out a sharp sword and forcefully sliced his arm. There was a teeth-aching sound. Li Fuchen's arm felt like it was covered with a layer of membrane and the sword wasn't able to cut it. As expected, the basic structure of the body has changed. This is the law field. Every time one's body refinement cultivation broke through a level, the structure of one's body would change once. Otherwise, how could one rely solely on the structure of an ordinary human body to support such vast and powerful energy? When advancing from the Primary Sea Realm to the Law Phase Realm, the transformation was especially intense. Li Fuchen believed that his current physical toughness wasn't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier equipment. But that was not important. More importantly, his body was covered by a layer of law force field. This law force field should be the combination of body refinement law and vitality magnetic field. It was equivalent to a natural layer of protection. If Li Fuchen was to go against the White Bone Devil Emperor, he didn't even need Yan Qingwu's help and was confident he could suppress the White Bone Devil Emperor. Your body refinement cultivation has broken through. Yan Qingwu flew over. Since they were both in the Qingfeng mountain, how could she not feel that aura just now? Li Fuchen nodded. It is rare for dual cultivation of qi and body to reach your level in the Saint Spirit continent. In normal situations, the body refinement Dao is used as a support. When the qi cultivation Dao reaches a bottleneck, some people would cultivate the body refinement Dao to increase their lifespan and survivability. But there are very few people who can cultivate the body refinement Dao to the Law Phase realm. Only saints are commonly body refinement emperors. Yan Qingwu knew clearly what it meant to cultivate the body refinement Dao to the Law Phase realm so early. It could be said that Li Fuchen was almost at the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. One had to know that there weren't even 1 in 10 saints who could reach the saint's body refinement Dao. At least, in the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't anyone who was a qi cultivation saint and a body refinement saint. Resources were one of the reasons. Most importantly, there wasn't a corresponding body refinement technique. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the Law Phase realm, a Heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique would be required. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the Saint's level, a Heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique would be required. Heaven-class high-tier body refinement techniques were too hard to obtain, even saints would have a hard time obtaining them. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a more detailed understanding of his body refinement strength. Right now, his body refinement strength was much stronger than his sword Dao strength. After all, when he was at the peak level of primary Sea realm, his body refinement strength was already comparable to his sword Dao strength. It was at most a few times weaker. As his body refinement broke through to the law phase realm, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength naturally surpassed his sword Dao strength. This was also because his sword Dao strength was supported by the sword heart. Otherwise, his sword Dao strength wouldn't be able to catch up to his body refinement strength. Just as Li Fuchen was familiarizing himself with his body refinement strength, outside the Long Wind Mountains, there was an indistinct skeleton shadow. A mere Yang clan. If it isn't for the Heaven Fire Guild's protection, I can easily eliminate them. The eyes flashed with murderous intent as the skeleton shadow entered the Long Wind Mountains silently. It was unbelievable. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to rely on the sword shift to break through a Class 8 array silently. It would definitely cause a ripple. And this ripple was enough to attract attention. The skeleton shadow was searching for something in the sky above the Yang clan. Soon enough, the skeleton shadow found the Clear Wind Mountain. Both of them are here. I can kill them all at once. The skeleton shadow grinned and suddenly expanded by 1,000 times. It turned into a skeleton that was even taller than the Clear Wind Mountain and clawed at the Clear Wind Mountain. What is this? Li Fuchen had already sensed a trace of danger. The skeleton's appearance might have surprised him, but it wasn't enough to catch him off guard. It is most likely the White Bone Devil Emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't think of anyone else apart from the White Bone Devil Emperor that he had offended in the Heaven Pillar continent. From the looks of it, it was obviously targeting Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu's true spirit was comparable with a great emperor, therefore, her reaction wasn't much slower than Li Fuchen. When she saw the giant skeleton's claw attack, the black saber was unsheathed and slashed. The void was split apart like a wave. The saber light expanded to half the size of the Clear Wind Mountain and clashed with the skeleton's claw. Crackle crackle. The indestructible saber light was instantly shattered upon contact. Even if this skeleton's strength wasn't at the Great Emperor level, it wasn't too far off. Such power! Yan Qingwu took a few steps back with a grave expression. He, die! The skeleton felt as though it could see the entire Clear Wind Mountain exploding and the two of them dying miserably. White Bone Devil Emperor, why are you hiding? Come out and meet me. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and grabbed at the skeleton with his right hand. A shocking scene unfolded. A palm that was several times larger than the skeleton appeared out of thin air, grabbing the skeleton with one hand. What? The skeleton's body tensed up and couldn't struggle free. Grow! The skeleton's body continued to grow, 10 times, a few dozen times. In the blink of the eye, the skeleton's body was 1,000 miles tall and the clouds were lingering around its calves. Chapter 697. The skeleton struggled desperately and its body was even burning with grayish-black flames as it wanted to melt the palm. But this palm was terrifyingly solid and the grayish-black flames were barely able to burn the skin of the palm. It wasn't something that could be done within a short period of time. The palm was getting tighter and tighter. The skeleton suddenly expanded and quickly shrunk. As its body shrunk, the skeleton's body turned from solid to void and broke free from Li Fuchen's control. Such an incredible cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen praised silently. This cardinal artifact didn't just greatly increase the White Bone Devil Emperor's strength, it also had the effect of void transformation. The effect of void transformation was similar to the invisibility incantation, but it was obvious that Li Fuchen's invisibility incantation was inferior to this cardinal artifact's effect of void transformation. A few dozen miles away, the skeleton that was the size of a human was floating in the air. Among them, the White Bone Devil Emperor had an awful expression and said, "How did he become so strong? Isn't he a sword Dao cultivator? How did he become a body refinement cultivator?" If Li Fuchen was still using his sword Dao strength to fight with him, the White Bone Devil Emperor was confident he could suppress the duo and capture them within a short period of time. But now, he couldn't even suppress Li Fuchen. How was he going to fight? "If I knew this would happen, I would have borrowed the skull bracelet too." The White Bone Devil Emperor was silently regretting. The skeleton cardinal artifact was an entire set of cardinal artifacts that included the skull cloak, skull necklace, and skull bracelet. With a set of cardinal artifacts, any high-level emperor or peak-level emperor would have the strength of a great emperor. Furthermore, they didn't have any shortcomings. Back then, the skeleton cardinal artifact was the Skull Great Emperor's weapon. Later on, the Skull Great Emperor obtained an even better cardinal artifact, hence, he placed the skeleton cardinal artifact in the borrowing artifact pavilion and abandoned it. Of course, if one wanted to borrow 2 skeleton cardinal artifacts, the price would be different. Borrowing one would cost 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 2 would cost 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 3 would cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that the borrowing period was very long and one could use it freely within a year. If someone came to borrow, the White Bone Devil Emperor could collect the corresponding high-grade spirit stones to make up for his losses. It was useless to regret, but he wasn't willing to let the White Bone Devil Emperor leave just like that. Skeleton Divine Flame. The White Bone Devil Emperor's body enlarged again as he controlled the skeleton to shoot a black flame at the clear wind mountain that Li Fuchen was at. The black flames were not ordinary flames, but true heavenly flames. Flames were generally divided into 3 levels: mortal flames, earth flames, and heavenly flames. 3 types of flames, each more powerful than the last. A peak-grade earth fire was already able to kill Law Phase Realm Emperors. As for the heaven fire, it should be able to burn any Law Phase Realm Emperors to death. The black flame was like a black dragon, surging forward. Everywhere it passed, space distorted from the burning, and tiny cracks appeared. Li Fuchen frowned and countered with a palm strike. Rumble. The hand of force and the black flames clashed. Visible to the naked eye, the hand of force showed signs of melting, like a thick piece of wax coming into contact with fire. Puff! Finally, the black flames still burned through the hand of force. The remaining flames were like a small snake that coiled towards Li Fuchen. Interesting. I wonder how many mouthfuls of flames you can spit out. Li Fuchen's hands turned into phantoms and in an instant, it was unknown how many palm strikes he had executed. Translucent giant hands blasted at the skeleton. As for the little flame snake, it had already been destroyed. So many. Inside the skeleton, the White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes widened. A cardinal artifact was ultimately a cardinal artifact and it wasn't his own strength. When using it, there were many restrictions and it wasn't as flexible. Huff 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 huff, the White Bone Devil Emperor controlled the skeleton to spit out over a dozen mouthfuls of flames. In a split second, the flames filled the sky and drowned the translucent giant hands. While panting, the White Bone Devil Emperor stared at the flames intently. Boom! The translucent giant hands pierced through the flames and blasted at the skeleton. There were too many translucent giant hands and some of them might have been destroyed by the flames, but there were still plenty of them. Boom 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 boom. It was unknown how many palm strikes the skeleton suffered and it was in a daze. Its skeleton was about to fall apart. Damn it, damn it. The White Bone Devil Emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and exited the skeleton state. White Bone Devil Emperor, don't do it a 3rd time. Otherwise, even if the Skull Great Emperor is supporting you, I will still kill you. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from a distance. You think you can kill me? The White Bone Devil Emperor was displeased. Even great emperors didn't dare to say they could kill him easily. Those that could kill him easily were only top-class great emperors. What was Li Fuchen? Do you want to try? Li Fuchen clapped his hands in front of him. Two translucent giant hands that were a few dozen miles in size sandwiched the white bone devil emperor in the middle. Grind! Li Fuchen rubbed his palms and the two translucent giant hands were like millstones grinding beans. In an instant, the white bone devil emperor was turned into dust. But the white bone devil emperor was proficient in the white bone rebirth secret technique and instantly gathered the dust. Before the white bone devil emperor could react, the translucent giant hands turned him into dust again. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. After 5 times, the white bone devil emperor couldn't take it anymore. His white bone rebirth secret technique wasn't limitless. After a certain number of times, he wouldn't be able to rebirth anymore. Stop, hurry up and stop! The white bone devil emperor roared out. Li Fuchen didn't stop. 6th time, 7th time, little bastard, my skull cult is absolutely irreconcilable with you. You are dead. I, white bone devil emperor, have lost. Young hero, please spare my life. After grinding the white bone devil emperor for 10 times, Li Fuchen finally stopped. This time, the white bone devil emperor took a while to successfully rebirth. His chi presence was dispirited and he looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were filled with hatred and resentment, fear, and apprehension. Get lost! Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent the white bone devil emperor flying. He didn't kill the white bone devil emperor mainly because he was worried about the skull great emperor. According to Yang Deng, the skull great emperor was a top-class great emperor and there were only 1 or 2 individuals that were comparable with him in the Heaven Pillar continent. The skull great emperor probably wouldn't make a move after injuring the white bone devil emperor. After all, the Yang clan was backed by the Heaven Fire Guild and the Heaven Fire Doyen was also a great emperor. But if Li Fuchen killed the white bone devil emperor, he would be offending the skull cult and the skull great emperor. For now, Li Fuchen wasn't prepared to fight with a great emperor. The Yang clan was in an uproar. The battle between Li Fuchen and the white bone devil emperor was too horrifying to them. That white bone devil emperor suddenly became more than 1,000 miles tall, and the majestic mountain peak of the Yang clan only reached his ankles. Clouds were lingering around his calves, and he was just like a devil god that was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. But the stronger the white bone devil emperor was, the more unfathomable Li Fuchen was. This was a peak-class emperor and he was actually begging for mercy in the hands of Li Fuchen. If this news got out, it would shake the entire Heaven Pillar continent. Young hero Li's innate talent is exceptional. I wonder which continent did you come from? Yang Deng and Yang Long stood together and asked. This world was too huge and there were definitely continents that were stronger than the Heaven Pillar continent and there were definitely plenty of them. After repelling the white bone devil emperor, Li Fuchen was a little worried. He didn't think that the white bone devil emperor was an upright person. After all, evil Dao members were crafty, making them hard to predict. Li Fuchen reckoned that the white bone devil emperor would think of other ways to deal with him. Li Fuchen didn't kill the white bone devil emperor this time mainly because he was trying to stall for more time. What he lacked right now was time. If I have herbs that can increase the Dantian limit, my chi cultivation will be able to instantly reach the first level of Law Phase realm. It will depend on the Yang clan now. Li Fuchen found Yang Deng and Yang Long herbs that can increase the Dantian limit. Yang Deng and Yang Long looked at each other. From the looks of it, they were still underestimating Li Fuchen. Only those who progressed rapidly would require herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. In normal situations, only Law Phase realm emperors would occasionally use such herbs. There are some such herbs in the Heaven Pillar continent, but they aren't cheap. If it is the top-notch ones, the price will be higher and we might not be able to obtain them. Yang Deng said. Li Fuchen said, then we will purchase them at a premium. Here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and some heaven-class herbs. Do as you see fit. Li Fuchen had a total of around 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if he converted all the other resources into high-grade spirit stones, his net worth would be at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. During these years, Li Fuchen had ventured into plenty of dangerous places and each time, he would have a significant harvest. After killing plenty of formidable foes, his harvest was similarly great. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the number of heaven-class herbs he had could be counted in the hundreds. Alright, we will do our best. Yang Dang and Yang Long knew that their Yang clan was already tied to the same rope as Li Fuchen. They would prosper together and suffer together. Time elapsed quickly, and after disregarding everything, the Yang clan still managed to obtain some herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. It was a pity that these herbs' grades weren't high and the effects were minimal. Li Fuchen required herbs that were like the 10,000-year rootless flower. Even if he didn't have such a grade of herb, he would at least need enough 1,000-year rootless flowers. The Heaven Pillar continent had a total of 10 major factions. There were 6 righteous factions and 4 evil Dao factions. Among the 4 evil Dao factions, apart from the Skull Cult, there were also the Evil Emperor Valley, Zombie Guild, and Poison Dragon Palace. Among them, the Zombie Guild specialized in body cultivation. But their body cultivation was still different from body refinement cultivators. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of the earth, the myriad of poisonous qi, and at the same time, human blood. Especially the blood of body refinement cultivators. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the blood of a body refinement emperor was enough for a zombie guild emperor to increase the toughness of the body. Even the zombie great emperor was probably very interested in the blood of a body refinement emperor. Zombie region, Flying Corpse Mountain. The Flying Corpse Emperor was one of the 2 P-class emperors under the zombie great emperor. His strength was much stronger than the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor might be able to exchange a few moves with regular Great Emperors before fleeing. If the Flying Corpse Emperor encountered regular Great Emperors, he wouldn't even need to flee. Their bodies were too tough and regular Great Emperors wouldn't be able to break their defenses. The Flying Corpse Emperor could only send them flying again and again. A few dozen years ago, the Flying Corpse Emperor had once fought with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor of the 6 righteous factions for an entire day and night. The Flying Corpse Emperor was only slightly injured, and it caused the Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation to soar. Everyone even treated him as a great emperor with weaker attack power. Chapter 698. The White Bone Devil Emperor didn't believe that the Flying Corpse Emperor wasn't interested in a body refinement emperor. As long as the Flying Corpse Emperor was interested, Li Fuchen's death date would be here. White Bone Devil Emperor, why are you here at my Flying Corpse Mountain? There was a sound that sounded like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. The White Bone Devil Emperor's heart was beating faster as he said, Flying Corpse Emperor, I have a fortune to give you. Fortune? What fortune? Do I need you to give me a fortune? If you are here to make fun of me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Flying Corpse Emperor spoke in an unfriendly tone. The White Bone Devil Emperor said, a body refinement emperor. I wonder if you are interested. Which body refinement emperor in the Heaven Pillar continent doesn't have a background? If they don't have a background, I would have already sucked their blood dry. The Flying Corpse Emperor's voice was getting more horrifying, and he seemed to be a little impatient. The White Bone Devil Emperor continued, this body refinement emperor doesn't have any background because he isn't a body refinement emperor of my Heaven Pillar continent. What? There was a flash of a fishy smell, and a stalwart figure with pale greenish-black skin appeared in front of the White Bone Devil Emperor. If you are lying to me, I will kill you. The Flying Corpse Emperor stared at the White Bone Devil Emperor intently. The White Bone Devil Emperor cupped his fist and said, how would I dare to lie to you? Alright, bring me there. Once the matter is over, I will owe you a favor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was impatient. If he sucked the blood of a body refinement emperor, he might be able to reach the Great Emperor level. By then, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be able to deal with him. The White Bone Devil Emperor said, just a favor. I will be at a disadvantage. It might be his wish to eliminate Li Fuchen, but he wasn't going to give the Flying Corpse Emperor benefits for free. Then what do you want? 500,000 upper spirit stones, and you have to pay 200,000 up front. Are you crazy? Do you want me to give you all my wealth? The White Bone Devil Emperor said indifferently, is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones a lot? A body refinement emperor might be able to help you reach the great emperor level. By then, a few million high-grade spirit stones will be nothing to you. After considering for a long time, the Flying Corpse Emperor nodded and said, 500,000 it is. As compared to a body refinement emperor, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing. Not to mention 500,000, even if it was 5 million, he would still gather it. Li Fuchen didn't place all his hopes on purchasing herbs. At the current stage, most of his attention was placed on the hand of God. God's hand had a total of 7 levels. The first layer was the hand of blood, and the second layer was the hand of force. These 2 levels were equivalent to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. The third layer was the hand of star, the fourth layer was the hand of moon, and the fifth layer was the hand of Sunday. These 3 levels were equivalent to heaven-class high-tier body refinement techniques. The 6th level was the hand of tribulation, which was equivalent to a heaven-tier body refining technique. The 7th level of God's hand, this had already surpassed the scope of heaven-tier martial arts, reaching a whole new level. Currently, Li Fuchen was at the peak state of the 2nd-rank hand of force and was just a step away from the 3rd-rank hand of star. Once Li Fuchen stepped into the hand of star, his strength wouldn't just increase by 10 times, it would at least be a few dozen times. After all, God's hand was a body refinement art. It contained both body refinement cultivation arts and body refinement martial arts. It was not as simple as a body refining martial art. It was a pity that the 3rd-rank hand of star was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. Li Fuchen felt that he was still lacking something. Perhaps it was because he wasn't able to observe the rotation of stars at a close distance, or because he wasn't able to deeply feel the boundless chi prowess of the stars. It was just like how one had to comprehend the sword Dao law. But one had never touched a sword before and didn't even know what a sword was. How was one going to comprehend the sword Dao law? It was useless no matter how high one's perception was. I need an opportunity to cultivate the hand of star. Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and suddenly soared into the sky. The sky was very high and it was much higher than Li Fuchen imagined. 100,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1 million meters. The astral winds howled and were like blades. At this altitude, regular primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be able to survive. Because the wind here was concentrated wind Dao Qi and it was mixed with steel wire like radiance. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this was the essence of the wind Dao Qi and the density wasn't inferior to the Qi of a law phase realm emperor. However, the wind Dao Qi in the sky might be very concentrated, but it was too violent. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to absorb and refine. 2 million meters. 5 million meters. TSS. It felt as though there were countless spatial blade threads slicing at Li Fuchen while the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was fluctuating. The wind here was more than 50% wind Dao Qi essence and Li Fuchen was starting to feel strenuous. 8 million meters. 10 million meters. TFFF. There was a crack on the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent. A wisp of wind Dao Qi essence formed a blade thread and sliced at Li Fuchen's body. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body was covered with an invisible membrane. This membrane was a law field that was formed by the combination of body refinement law and vitality field. Its defense was even stronger than the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent, therefore, Li Fuchen wasn't injured. It is all wind Dao Qi essence. This is truly terrifying. Li Fuchen continued to ascend. Below him, there might be stars at night, but they were actually projections of the stars. Furthermore, there weren't any details and one could only see specks of light. This wasn't helpful for cultivating the hand of star. 15 million meters. 20 million meters. Creak creak creak. Li Fuchen's Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was already gone and was only supported by the law field. But at this moment, the law field wasn't able to hold on and was constantly distorting. Bang! A resplendent electric snake suddenly scuttled over and blasted on Li Fuchen's law field. TFFF. The law field was instantly torn apart and frightened Li Fuchen as he continued to descend. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the atmosphere was separated into 4 layers. The first layer was the wind layer, the second layer was the thunderbolt layer, the third layer was the heat layer, and the fourth layer was the dissipation layer. The first wind layer was the widest. The second thunderbolt layer contained countless types of thunderbolts. The weakest thunderbolt had the power to kill a regular law phase realm emperor. The strongest thunderbolt had the power to kill a great emperor. Of course, such thunderbolts were very rare. The thunderbolt that Li Fuchen encountered earlier was an extremely powerful thunderbolt called the Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder and the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder had similar power. Li Fuchen's Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation was able to summon the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. But the summoned Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was weakened by layers and the power wasn't even 100%. It was inferior to the Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder and Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder in the Thunderbolt layer. As for the third layer, the heat layer. This layer was extremely terrifying and even great emperors would perish if they entered. Because this layer gathered the heat of the entire plane, the heat of the stars and cosmic rays. In order to reach this layer, one's strength must be at least at the saint's level, otherwise, death was certain. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't need to reach the heat layer, he just needed to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. According to ancient records, the upper section of the thunderbolt layer would allow one to clearly see the stars. Some of the closer stars could even see the surface features clearly. With my current strength, I am still unable to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. It is a pity. Chapter 699. On this day, outside the Long Wind Mountain Range, 2 figures came together. They were the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the help of the Flying Corpse Emperor, the White Bone Devil Emperor believed that it was enough to suppress Li Fuchen. One had to know that the 2 of them could fight a great emperor if they joined forces. I'll go see if they're here, the White Bone Devil Emperor said. The Flying Corpse Emperor said, there's no need for such trouble. As he spoke, the Flying Corpse Emperor's right hand rapidly enlarged, and his 5 sharp fingers stabbed into the Yang family's grand array. Pucci. The formation was pierced through and then collapsed. What happened? Yang Deng and Yang Long were shocked, and they soared into the sky. When they saw the White Bone Devil Emperor and the Flying Corpse Emperor, their expressions changed drastically. Forget about the White Bone Devil Emperor. With Li Fuchen around, the White Bone Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the Flying Corpse Emperor was an expert that could fight an intense battle with a great emperor for an entire day and night. Even 2 White Bone Devil Emperors couldn't compare to him. This is bad. Hurry up and send a message to Senior Skyfire. Yang Long took out his communication token and was about to send a message. Wait a moment. Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu flew to the side of the duo. Young Hero Li, Miss Yan. The 2 of them looked at Li Fuchen, who spoke. Li Fuchen said, set up the Yang clan's array again. I will go deal with them. During his stay in the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen had already understood some information about experts. The Flying Corpse Emperor was indeed formidable, but it wasn't enough to make Li Fuchen fearful. Not to mention the Flying Corpse Emperor, even if it was a great emperor, unless it was a top great emperor, he would still be able to put up a fight. Young Hero Li, you must be careful. The Flying Corpse Emperor is impervious to weapons, water, and fire. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to injure him, Yang Long reminded. The Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation was too great. Its defense gave everyone a headache. Understood. Li Fuchen took a step forward and appeared a few hundred meters in front of the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor as though he shrunk the ground. As expected of a body refinement emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor could feel the surging blood qi from Li Fuchen's body like a volcano. Even 100 or 1,000 body refinement monarchs couldn't compare to this kind of blood qi. White Bone Devil Emperor, I have already given you a chance. This time, I must kill you. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous aura. The White Bone Devil Emperor sneered, "Kill me? You must be daydreaming. With the Flying Corpse Emperor here, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to kill me? Humph." The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't worried about his safety at all. He had already witnessed Li Fuchen's methods and it was impossible to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor. When the Flying Corpse Emperor faced Li Fuchen head-on, the White Bone Devil Emperor would attack from the side. Unless Li Fuchen's defense was as tough as the Flying Corpse Emperor, otherwise, he would definitely die. "I wonder if you'll be able to smile later." Li Fuchen didn't look at the White Bone Devil Emperor anymore and turned to look at the Flying Corpse Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was tall, at least 2.5 meters tall. His skin was greenish-black, and he looked like he was made of iron and jade. "You've already cultivated your body to that of a zombie?" Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Low-class zombies weren't worth mentioning. Their bodies were stiff and their blood vessels were blocked, making them no different from walking corpses. But high-class zombies were different. High-class zombies' blood vessels were unobstructed and had already formed the zombie bloodline. Furthermore, zombies' defenses were already much higher than humans and were even stronger than demonic beasts and comparable to demons. In other words, the defense of the Flying Corpse Emperor was probably on par with a Class 8 fiendish demon. Even the weakest Class 8 fiendish demon was extremely difficult for a great emperor to kill. It was impossible to break through its defense. "Kid, you are very arrogant, but I like it." The Flying Corpse Emperor grinned. It was unknown when his fangs grew out and they were 3 inches long. The tips of his fangs had traces of blood. This was the zombie blood poison. As long as one was bitten by him, the body would immediately turn stiff and he would be able to suck their blood. Of course, the Flying Corpse Emperor's entire body didn't just have the zombie blood poison on his fangs, other parts of his body were also infected. However, the fangs had the strongest zombie blood poison, followed by the claws. Huff! There was a flash of green and black as the Flying Corpse Emperor instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The Flying Corpse Emperor was known as the Flying Corpse Emperor. Speed was undoubtedly his forte. In a short distance, even if it was an escape technique, it would only be about the same as him. "Brat, die!" The Flying Corpse Emperor grabbed at Li Fuchen's shoulder with both hands. Bang! When facing the powerful Flying Corpse Emperor, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at his chest. This punch was powerful and heavy. God's hands represented the techniques of the hands. Not only palms, but also fists, fingers, etc. How can it be so fast? The Flying Corpse Emperor was somewhat astonished as he was sent flying. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was too fast, as though he was waiting for him. What a tough body. Li Fuchen knew that this fist wasn't able to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. As expected of an existence that could clash head-on with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. The defense of his body was too strong. Courting death. After being sent flying by the fist, the Flying Corpse Emperor didn't have a pleasant expression. He moved like the wind while his greenish-black claws were constantly clawing at Li Fuchen. As long as he was able to grasp even a tiny bit of it, there would be no suspense in the outcome. Even the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor didn't dare to let the Flying Corpse Emperor break his skin. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful and the Flying Corpse Emperor's every move was within Li Fuchen's grasp. It was easier said than done to break Li Fuchen's skin. On the contrary, the Flying Corpse Emperor had suffered dozens of punches from Li Fuchen. He might not be injured, but he didn't feel good either. Damn it! The Flying Corpse Emperor felt that Li Fuchen was going to be troublesome. White Bone Devil Emperor, are you still not going to make a move? The Flying Corpse Emperor yelled out. All right. The White Bone Devil Emperor quickly made a move. He didn't make a move earlier because the Flying Corpse Emperor instructed him not to make a move first. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's combat strength to be so powerful. The Flying Corpse Emperor couldn't even touch Li Fuchen, let alone injure him. With the White Bone Devil Emperor joining in, Li Fuchen instantly felt strenuous. After all, the White Bone Devil Emperor's attack methods weren't inferior to the Flying Corpse Emperor. To be serious, the White Bone Devil Emperor who had the skeleton cloak was actually stronger than the Flying Corpse Emperor, but he didn't have the Flying Corpse Emperor's defense. With the duo working together, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Hit for me. Seizing the opportunity, the Flying Corpse Emperor clawed at Li Fuchen's shoulder. Success! The White Bone Devil Emperor revealed a delighted expression. Everyone knew that the Flying Corpse Emperor's zombie blood poison was extremely powerful. Once it seeped into the body, even a great emperor would suffer. PFFF. The Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was penetrated first. Immediately after, the Flying Corpse Emperor's claw clawed at the law field. What? The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes widened. His claw actually didn't injure Li Fuchen. Flying Corpse Emperor, it is said that your defense is tough, but it is a pity that your offense is a little weak. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile and reached out to grab the Flying Corpse Emperor's neck. Impossible! The White Bone Devil Emperor was also stunned. Li Fuchen's defense was actually so powerful. How was he going to fight? How could they know that Li Fuchen's second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force, was comparable with a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique? The chi power cultivated was already extremely tyrannical. It might only be at the initial completion level of Law Phase Realm, but it was definitely superior to regular sub-completion level emperors. Apart from that, due to the Hand of God's extremely powerful nature, it didn't just condense the essence blood crystal, it even produced the law field. Due to various factors, Li Fuchen's defense was comparable with a completion level emperor. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of anyone. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could ignore a great emperor's attack. A great emperor was a great emperor, the Flying Corpse Emperor was a Flying Corpse Emperor. The former's attack was stronger than the latter. If the one attacking him was a great emperor, Li Fuchen would still be injured. After grabbing the Flying Corpse Emperor, Li Fuchen stabbed 2 fingers into the Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes were the same as his body's defense. Seeing the situation, the Flying Corpse Emperor quickly closed his eyes. Blood splattered and the Flying Corpse Emperor screamed miserably. He stomped on Li Fuchen's chest and forcefully broke free. The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes had already turned into 2 bloody holes and his eyeballs had ruptured. Li Fuchen raised his brows. In just a few breaths, the Flying Corpse Emperor's eyeballs had recovered. It was said that when the zombie body was cultivated to the extremity, one would be undying and indestructible. It seemed like the rumors weren't false. Even if the zombie body wasn't undying and indestructible, the zombie body's recovery speed wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Even body refinement martial artists would probably be inferior. Bastard, zombie blood, burn. The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes were stabbed and blinded by the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor in the past. After so many years, this was the second time he was blinded. If Li Fuchen was a great emperor, the Flying Corpse Emperor would immediately escape as there was no chance of victory. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a great emperor and Li Fuchen was a body refinement emperor. Even if he had to pay a price, the Flying Corpse Emperor had to take down Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes turned red and his speed increased drastically again. The greenish-black sharp claws were covered with a layer of fresh blood as he clawed at Li Fuchen. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law field had a crack. Speed and attack power have increased greatly. I have to be careful. Chapter 700. The battle between the 3 of them lasted for several hours. The area outside the Longwind mountain range had already been turned upside down and was in a complete mess. Yan Qingwu originally wanted to make a move. Her regular strength might be inferior to the 3 of them, but if she executed her extraordinary skills, she would still be able to contest. But from the looks of the current situation, Li Fuchen didn't need her help. Too powerful. Yang Deng and Yang Long revealed shocked expressions. The White Bone Devil Emperor alone was enough to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent. With the addition of the Flying Corpse Emperor who was able to contest with regular Great Emperors, the duo couldn't think of anyone else apart from Great Emperors that could contest with them. Could Li Fuchen be a Great Emperor? He shouldn't be a Great Emperor yet. Yang Long shook his head. If he was a Great Emperor, he might not be able to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor within a short period of time, but he would definitely suppress them from the start and wouldn't give them a chance to rebel. It is rather difficult to defeat them with just my body refinement strength. While thinking, Li Fuchen activated his spiritual awareness. 2 spiritual awareness swords were shot at the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. Spirit Beheading Sword was a 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was created by Li Fuchen based on the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness. In fact, with Li Fuchen's perception, if he had more spiritual awareness secret techniques as a foundation, it would be easy for him to create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was a pity that spiritual awareness secret techniques were too rare. Even Emperor-class factions would only have a few 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. As for 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques, only saints would have them. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique was still very powerful. It wasn't inferior to a Great Emperor's spiritual awareness attack and was actually slightly superior. The Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor grunted and looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. They were peak-class emperors and Li Fuchen was able to shake their true spirits. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at least at the Great Emperor's level? Of course, they were just shocked and didn't think much about it. Unless it was a Great Emperor with extremely powerful spiritual awareness, it was impossible to injure their true spirits. Spiritual awareness attacks won't work. I can only use Soul Dao methods. At the current stage, Li Fuchen's strongest method in the spiritual energy was the Soul Dao secret technique. Spirit Soul Chain. He had stolen the Soul Chain from the Soul Valley Master, and the Soul Valley Master was undoubtedly a saint. Moreover, he was a saint that was proficient in Soul Dao techniques. The White Bone Devil Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique was obviously superior to 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. It was reckoned that regular 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were probably inferior. Soul Chain. A purple chain shot out from Li Fuchen's glabella and wrapped around the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor might not be able to see the purple chains, but they were still peak-class emperors and could still feel the formless energy assaulting them. However, the speed of the purple chains was too fast. The two of them had no time to dodge at all and were tightly bound. This is a Soul Dao arcane technique. How are you related to the Soul Emperor? Soul Dao secret technique. Li Emperor. Bone White Li Fuchen Chen raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor said in a deep voice, the Soul Emperor is the strongest emperor in the Emperor's Sky Continent. He frequently visits the Heaven Pillar Continent. The Soul Emperor's fame was resounding in the Heaven Pillar Continent. Even the zombie sect master, the zombie Great Emperor, had to give the Soul Emperor some face. It seems like the Heaven Pillar Continent and the Emperor's Sky Continent are connected by teleportation arrays. Li Fuchen knew in his heart. After being shackled by the Soul Spirit chains, the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor couldn't move. Slowly, the purple chains seeped into their bodies, trying to pull their souls out. Voila! It was unknown what secret technique the Flying Corpse Emperor had used, but the purple chains suddenly loosened, allowing the Flying Corpse Emperor to escape far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He knew that his soul chain was not perfect. It was just hard enough. This toughness was very effective against the soul chains of the Soul Valley Master. However, it was too monotonous when used against enemies. It was not powerful enough, and it was difficult to completely restrain the enemy. After all, the soul chain was not a physical entity. The so-called toughness was just the strength of the soul. It was not impossible to get rid of. If the Soul Valley Master had used the soul chain, the Flying Corpse Emperor would definitely not have been able to escape. Flying Corpse Emperor, save me! The White Bone Devil Emperor sought help from the Flying Corpse Emperor. Save you? You better pray for your own good luck. If he knew that Li Fuchen was proficient in Soul Dao's secret techniques, the Flying Corpse Emperor would never attack recklessly. The White Bone Devil Emperor nearly caused his death. With a flash, the Flying Corpse Emperor vanished without a trace and didn't even bother about the White Bone Devil Emperor's life. Seeing that the Flying Corpse Emperor had left, the White Bone Devil Emperor was in despair. He turned around and spoke with a stern expression, "You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Skull Great Emperor will never spare you. I have already spared you once. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being merciless." Li Fuchen activated the soul chain and used all his strength to pull the White Bone Devil Emperor's soul spirit. The White Bone Devil Emperor roared out in pain. He used his true spirit power to reinforce his soul spirit and was in a stalemate with Li Fuchen. After a moment, Li Fuchen's soul chain was only able to pull out a little bit of the White Bone Devil Emperor's soul spirit and couldn't pull anymore. The prowess is still not enough. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Apart from the toughness and mysticism, his soul chain wasn't even 10% of the Soul Valley owners. Li Fuchen reckoned that there was too little time and there were plenty of details that he didn't notice. Furthermore, without the Soul Dao Foundation, there would definitely be flaws when he executed Soul Dao's secret techniques. It was just like a martial artist who had never practiced sword arts. If he was given a sword, he would only know how to slash and wouldn't be able to utilize the true power of the sword. Crash! After withdrawing the soul chain, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't injured but he was sent flying. Just as he was preparing to escape, he was caught in the middle by two transparent hands. No! The White Bone Devil Emperor knew what was going to happen next and had a horrified expression. The transparent hands were like millstones that rubbed forcefully. Crackle crackle. The White Bone Devil Emperor's skeleton shadow appeared with many cracks. There were more cracks. Finally, the White Bone Devil Emperor was destroyed. Without the support of the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't able to resist the hand of force. His body was instantly grinded into dust. Once, twice, thrice, after 7 times, the White Bone Devil Emperor was turned into a pile of ashes and couldn't be reborn again. When the wind blew, the ashes danced in the air. The Skull Great Emperor will take revenge for me. A voice echoed in the world before it gradually vanished. After keeping the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag, Li Fuchen turned and flew back. Young hero Li, you shouldn't have killed the White Bone Devil Emperor. If you didn't kill him, the Skull Great Emperor might not appear. If you killed him, the Skull Great Emperor would definitely appear. Yang Long sighed. The Skull Great Emperor was one of the top Great Emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent. If the Skull Great Emperor appeared, even the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to protect them. Li Fuchen said, "Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth." The Skull Great Emperor might not be able to cover the sky with one hand. With Li Fuchen's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for the Skull Great Emperor to kill him. Chapter 701. Emperor Darkgrass. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag to have a stock of Emperor Dark Herb. The Emperor Dark Herb was a heaven-class mid-tier herb and it was a rare herb that could nourish and strengthen the Dantian. The medicinal effects were comparable with the 10,000-year rootless flower. After a primary Sea Realm monarch consumed the Emperor Dark Herb, their Dantian would immediately increase to the Law Phase realm. This must be heaven's will. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He had spared the White Bone Devil Emperor once, but the White Bone Devil Emperor came to seek his death again. He even sent the Emperor Dark Herb over. What else could it be if it wasn't heaven's will? With this Emperor Dark Herb, advancing to the Transcendence realm won't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the Emperor Dark Herb. A moment later, the Emperor Dark Grass was gradually refined. Wisps of black chi flowed towards his Dantian. Not knowing how much time had passed, when the last wisp of black chi was absorbed by the Dantian, Li Fuchen felt that his Dantian was empty. This was because the space in his dantian had expanded, but there was too little true energy. In the past, his dantian was filled with qi and it was rather difficult for him to break through the next level. If he didn't consume a large number of rootless flowers, he would only be at the mid-level of primary sea realm and it was impossible for him to have his current achievements. I've finally reached the law phase realm. Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath and took out the peak-grade spirit stone from the storage bag. There was still a lot of spirit qi left in this supreme-grade spirit stone. It was enough for him to break through to the transcendence realm. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the divine flame sword energy technique and frenziedly absorbed the spirit qi from the peak-grade spirit stone. After absorbing around 30% of the spirit qi, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation naturally broke through to the law phase realm. Boom! In the sky above the long-wind mountain range, the rules fluctuated. A will that could dominate the universe was born out of thin air. At the same time, an avatar slowly rose into the air. This law phase looked rather similar to Li Fuchen. Its body was very congealed and there was a layer of faint flames on the surface of the law phase. What was even more peculiar was that there was a sword on the back of the law phase, a simple and unadorned battle sword. Hoo, in the sky, fireballs the size of small mountains smashed toward the Dharma idol. At the same time, streaks of sword light slashed at the Dharma idol. Fire tribulation and sword tribulation descended at the same time. When a martial artist broke through to the primary sea realm, there would be calamities. When breaking through to the law phase realm, there would naturally be calamities too. The nature of the tribulation was related to the cultivation technique. For example, Yan Qingwu cultivated a saber Dao cultivation technique, so her tribulation was a saber tribulation. Li Fuchen cultivated the blazing flame sword Dao cultivation technique and his calamities were the fire calamity and sword calamity. The fire tribulation and the sword tribulation were quite ferocious. Yang Dang and Yang Long, who were alarmed, thought that they would definitely die if they were the ones facing the tribulation. The Dharma idol was smashed by the fireballs, leaving huge holes on its surface, and it was slashed by the sword light, leaving many cracks on its surface. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen circulated his cultivation technique and restored his law phase. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, after being tempered by the calamity, Li Fuchen's law phase was getting more materialized. When the law phase was materialized, the qi cultivation would definitely be purer too. Soon, the seventh tribulation arrived. This time, it was a flaming sword light. The flaming sword light was extremely ferocious. Li Fuchen's law phase was first slashed open with a crack before the crack exploded and expanded the wound by more than 10 times. Unsheath. The law phase's eyes were originally closed, but after Li Fuchen yelled out, the law phase suddenly opened its eyes. The battle sword on its back was unsheathed and a single slash scattered over a dozen flaming sword lights. In just a short moment, the seventh tribulation dispersed and the eighth tribulation arrived. It was also a flaming sword light, but the eighth tribulation was twice as powerful. When a flaming sword light slashed on the law phase, it was like a candle that melted and exploded. Condense. Li Fuchen yelled out and circulated the divine flame sword energy technique to the extremity, allowing the law phase to rapidly recover. After expending a tremendous amount of effort, Li Fuchen finally passed the eighth tribulation. It was fortunate that he didn't have any gains. The tribulation was a threat and also an opportunity. The energy that formed the tribulation was the purest energy in heaven and earth. It was very easy to absorb and to a certain degree, it was even more precious than the spirit qi from peak-grade spirit stones. The ninth tribulation arrived. This time, it was the sword hum that descended first. The sword hum had terrifying magical power. As the sound spread out, the entire space was frozen. Great Tao of Sword. Yan Qingwu's eyes contracted. Great Tao represented the apex of Tao. It represented the limit of what this space and time could withstand. It might just be a trace of the Great Tao of Sword, but it was already very unusual. According to what Yan Qingwu knew, only when a law phase realm broke through to the soul merge realm would there be a Great Tao phenomenon. In order to grasp a complete Great Tao, not even P-class saints could do it. Those that could do it were already considered gods. It was completely silent. There was a blinding sword light that descended from the sky. In the face of this sword light, everything seemed to have lost its meaning and only this sword light was left. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law phase was instantly annihilated by the sword light. Even the mountain below his feet was annihilated by the sword light. There was an abyss on the ground. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was transcending the tribulation far away from the center of the Long Wind Mountains, otherwise, it was unknown how much damage would be caused. Such terrifying power. Yan Qingwu frowned and carefully searched for Li Fuchen. She didn't believe that Li Fuchen would fail the tribulation. After all, how could a person that could trigger a Great Tao phenomenon be simple? Soon enough, Yan Qingwu found Li Fuchen. In the abyss, Li Fuchen rose rapidly. There was also a sword intent that pierced through the sky. The Qi presence was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the peak level of primary Sea realm. I actually triggered a sword Great Tao phenomenon. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was because he possessed the sword heart. After all, only sword Tao saints were able to condense the sword heart. The triggering of the sword Great Tao phenomenon allowed Li Fuchen's cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. When others broke through to the first level of law phase realm, they would normally be at the initial level of the first level of law phase realm. Even Yan Qingwu was only at the later stage of the first level of law phase realm. Li Fuchen immediately reached the peak level of the first level of law phase realm. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he went into seclusion for a few days, it would be very easy for him to break through to the second level of law phase realm. 1 week later, just as Li Fuchen expected, he successfully broke through to the second level of law phase realm without using the peak-grade spirit stone. This was definitely unprecedented. At least, Yan Qingwu had never heard of anyone breaking through to the next level within a week after breaking through to the law phase realm. Let alone a week, not even a year had passed. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used the peak-grade spirit stone to break through to the third level of law phase realm within a short period of time. At this moment, Li Fuchen's dantian finally felt a swelling sensation. This was the limit of the dantian. Of course, even if the dantian limit wasn't reached, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to continue breaking through. If the peak level of primary Sea realm consumed 30% of the spirit Qi to break through to the first level of law phase realm, then the second level of law phase realm consumed around 50% of the spirit Qi to break through to the third level of law phase realm. The remaining 20% wasn't enough for him to break through to the fourth level of law phase realm. This peak-grade spirit stone is left with around 20% of the spirit Qi. See if it can help you break through to the second level of law phase realm. Li Fuchen did a favor and gave the peak-grade spirit stone to Yan Qingwu. Thanks. Yan Qingwu finally knew why Li Fuchen's cultivation progress was so fast. Normally speaking, no matter how heaven-defying one's perception was, there was still a process of accumulation. In order to skip the accumulation process, one could only rely on rare treasures like the peak-grade spirit stone. Chapter 702. Skull Cult, Soul Hall. In the Soul Hall, there were many wooden tablets. Each wooden tablet had a candle flame on it. The candle flame on the wooden plaque that had the words White Bone Devil Emperor was already extinguished. The candle flame was actually a soul flame. When the soul flame dispersed, the flame would be extinguished. I wonder when the cult patriarch will exit seclusion. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been dead for almost half a month. What's the hurry? It doesn't matter who did it. Once the cult patriarch exits seclusion, he will definitely make the culprit pay the price. In this continent, the cult patriarch is ranked top 3. 2 Soul Hall deacons were discussing softly. After returning to the Flying Corpse Mountain, the Flying Corpse Emperor was more unwilling to accept the situation. With his strength, it was basically impossible to take down Li Fuchen. At the current stage, he only had one choice, and that was to ask the Guild Patriarch, the Zombie Great Emperor, to make a move. The Zombie Great Emperor was a Great Emperor class figure and probably didn't have a high requirement for a body refinement emperor. Furthermore, the zombie Great Emperor didn't have a high requirement either. He just wanted the zombie Great Emperor to bestow him with a bit of blood. In short, the zombie Great Emperor ate the meat while the zombie Great Emperor drank the soup. After reaching the third level of Law Phase Realm, Li Fuchen realized that even without the Void Sword Heart, it was still possible to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. But the prerequisite was to comprehend the Void Dao Heart. The Void Sword Heart was the combination of the Void Dao Heart and the Sword Heart. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't wish to affect the purity of his Sword Dao, therefore, he didn't allow the Sword Heart to be stained with the Void attribute. It was too difficult to condense the Void Dao Heart alone. According to the Sword Spirit, the Joint Heaven Sword Art was to guide the wielder to slowly condense the Void Sword Heart. If the wielder wanted to comprehend the Void Law and condense the Void Dao Heart alone, it would be 10 times more difficult than condensing the Void Sword Heart. However, Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's perception was already terrifying at the primary Sea realm. After reaching the third level of Law Phase Realm, his perception had increased by several times. Li Fuchen reckoned that his current perception was already at the Saint's level. No one knew how terrifying a Saint's perception was. But in the records, Saints were able to create Heaven-class high-tier martial arts or even Heaven-class peak-tier martial arts. Condensing a Void Dao Heart shouldn't be a problem for a great sage. The reason why Li Fuchen felt that his perception was already at the Saint's level was because as his cultivation increased, his true spirit had transformed into a Saint spirit. The biggest difference between a Holy Spirit and a true spirit was that a Holy Spirit contained a trace of undying laws. What was immortal? Naturally, it was inextinguishable. A strand of the undying rule wouldn't make a sacred spirit indestructible, but it would at least make the sacred spirit sturdier and harder to destroy. Apart from that, the spiritual sense that was born was even more powerful and inconceivable. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen worked hard to comprehend the Void Law. If Li Fuchen relied on himself, he probably wouldn't be able to condense the Void Dao Heart even after 8 to 10 years. But with the Void Heaven Sword Art as a reference, it was rather hopeful to condense the Void Dao Heart. The Long Wind Mountains were quiet as usual. Some of the Yang clansmen were discussing about Li Fuchen killing the White Bone Devil Emperor during their leisure time. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been killed and the Skull Great Emperor won't let it go easily. Sigh, I hope he won't implicate our Yang clan. The Skull Great Emperor might be incredible, but the Heaven Fire Great Emperor isn't a pushover either. The Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't just watch as the Skull Great Emperor eradicated our Yang clan. If that was the case, the Heaven Pillar continent would already be in chaos. Therefore, there is no need to worry. That might be the case, but I am afraid that the Skull Great Emperor might be infuriated and do something irrational. Sigh, why isn't the Skull Great Emperor here yet? If the two of them leave, the Skull Great Emperor might vent his anger on our Yang clan. Show what? Look. One of them pointed at the sky and had a horrified expression. It was unknown when the sky turned dark. This darkness wasn't the darkness of night. It was a darkness that caused fear and despair. Jek. There was a violent wind that was accompanied by the eerie laughter of malicious spirits. Vaguely, they could see corpses faintly discernible in the dark clouds. Skull Great Emperor. Everyone's teeth were chattering. They were hoping for the Skull Great Emperor to arrive earlier so that there would be someone to shoulder the blame for the White Bone Devil Emperor's death and the Yang clan might not be implicated. But when the Skull Great Emperor truly arrived, their hearts were filled with boundless fear. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from great emperors, who wouldn't be afraid of the Skull Great Emperor? If they offended others, they would just die. But if they offended the Skull Great Emperor, they wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Most of the Skull Great Emperor's Skull Army were martial artists when they were alive. 8 of the Skull Generals were even Law Phase Realm Emperors when they were alive. Jek, die. From the dark clouds, there was a formidable corpse that was riding on a skull horse. This corpse was 30 meters in height and wielded a 15 meters long white bone spear. Its body was lingering with boundless death aura and yin qi. If a regular person was blown by this death aura and yin qi, their soul spirit would be frozen. It is a skull general. Yang Long and Yang Deng walked out of the hall with unpleasant expressions. The skull general was a law phase realm emperor when it was alive. After death, it was refined into skull generals by the skull great emperor. It was unknown what kind of forbidden technique the skull great emperor possessed. These skull generals were even stronger than when they were alive. It was said that the weakest skull general had the strength of a high-level emperor, while the elite skull generals had the strength of a P-class emperor. The skull great emperor was able to shake the Heaven Pillar continent and was ranked top 3 among the great emperors. His skull army and 8 skull generals played a significant role. Die, 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 another skeleton general crawled out of the hole. This skull general was wielding a bone saber and was emitting cold saber intent. It was actually more terrifying than most of the saber sovereigns and saber emperors. Right at the moment when everyone was astonished, 2 more skeleton generals emerged from the dark clouds. There was a total of 4 skull generals. Putting aside everything else, just these 4 skull generals were enough to eliminate the entire Yang clan. Skull generals, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu lifted their heads and looked at the 4 skull generals. Yan Qingwu said, "Their true spirits have already been refined into undead spirits. Their corpses have been refined with a secret technique and are impervious to weapons, water, and fire. It is very hard to destroy their corpses if one's strength is on par with them. The Yang clan shall be exterminated for killing my subordinate, the White-Boned Devil Emperor." A terrifying voice echoed from the depths of the dark clouds. "Skull Great Emperor, don't go overboard. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region." Right at this moment, the dark clouds in the east suddenly dispersed. A fireball that was the size of a mountain rolled forward like the sun. "Heaven Fire Doyen, you better not infuriate me. If I don't pay the price for killing my subordinates, who else in the Heaven Pillar continent will obey me? Today, the Yang clan shall be eradicated." A skinny middle-aged man wearing a white bone crown and seated on a white bone dragon throne appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were like 2 lumps of green flames that were burning fiercely. When the fireball dispersed, an elder wearing a red robe had also appeared. "Skull Great Emperor, I have said it before. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region. Someone else killed the White-Bone Devil Emperor and it has nothing to do with the Yang clan. I advise you to reconsider, otherwise, we shall start a war." Heaven Fire Doyen, Heaven Fire Guild Patriarch. Right now, he had no choice but to stand up for the Yang clan. Otherwise, his prestige would be ruined. "Haha, Heaven Fire Doyen, you are already old. Why must you stand up for yourself? If you leave now, you will still have a chance. Otherwise, you will be humiliated today." Before the Skull Great Emperor could speak, there was an irritating and fearful hoarse voice that echoed from a distance. After hearing this voice, the Heaven Fire Doyen's expression changed. "Zombie Great Emperor." The Heaven Fire Doyen said slowly. He was confident to fight against the Skull Great Emperor alone. If there was another Zombie Great Emperor, he wouldn't be a match. He might not perish, but he would definitely be injured. Frowning, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Zombie Great Emperor, why are you here? When did the Yang clan provoke you? I will come if I want to. It's none of your business." The Zombie Great Emperor took a step out and appeared in the sky at the periphery of the Long Wind Mountain range. Beside him was the Flying Corpse Emperor. Chapter 703. The Skull Great Emperor was rather surprised by the Zombie Great Emperor's arrival, but it wasn't important. His objective was to take down the Yang clan's Law Phase Realm Emperors and refine them into Skull Generals. "Heaven Fire Doyen, today is the day the Yang clan perishes. You cannot stop it." The Skull Great Emperor sneered and clawed at the Yang clan's array with his right hand. TFFF. The array collapsed and in the next moment, countless Skull Generals rushed at the Yang clan from the dark clouds. "Presumptuous. The Heaven Fire Doyen hesitated for a moment but still decided to protect the Yang clan. He might not be a match for the Skull Great Emperor and the Zombie Great Emperor, but it wasn't a reason for him to not make a move. If he didn't make a move today, he would disappoint the other Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region. The Heaven Fire Doyen's weapon was a walking stick with a goat head. As he brandished the walking stick, a fire dragon rushed at the Skull Army. Break! The Skull Great Emperor wouldn't allow the Heaven Fire Doyen to destroy the Skull Army. A powerful palm force froze the fire dragon. Just as the Skull Army was about to ravage the Yang clan, go! Li Fuchen waved his hand and a layer of sword light protected the Yang clan. Bang bang bang, countless Skull Army clashed with the sword light and were turned into nothingness. With the support of the third level of Law Phase Realm Divine Flame Sword Energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's defense was at least at the high-level Emperor level. Boom! The sword light vibrated. Those Skull Generals were also attacking the sword light. It was a pity that these Skull Generals were only high-level Emperors and wouldn't be able to break the sword light in a short period of time. No wonder he can kill the White-Boned Devil Emperor. The Skull Great Emperor licked his lips and had an excited expression. If he could refine Li Fuchen into a Skull General, he might be able to obtain a Great Emperor-class Skull General. The method he used to refine the Skull General came from a saint's inheritance. To be exact, it came from a Skull Gem. It was unknown what kind of treasure this Skull Gem was. As long as a trace of the Skull Gem's power was fused into it, the Skull General's strength would increase greatly. However, the prerequisite was that the deceased's true spirit had to be able to withstand it. The stronger the deceased's true spirit, the stronger the Skull General would be. Furthermore, the deceased's combat techniques wouldn't be forgotten and would be strengthened instead. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen's true spirit was definitely very powerful and should be at the level of a great emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill the White-Boned Devil Emperor. Gotcha! No matter how strong the defense of the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was, it was still split open by a single slash. It was the Skeleton General wielding the bone blade that split the sword will. This Skeleton General had the strength of a peak-class emperor. Li Fuchen, leave them to me. The black saber light swept across and sent the 4 Skeleton Generals flying. Yan Qingwu turned around and said to Li Fuchen. All right. Li Fuchen set up another layer of sword light to protect the Yang clan. It would be a pity to refine such a beauty into a Skeleton General. The Skull Great Emperor's gaze landed on Yan Qingwu. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, at this moment, his heart was still slightly swayed. It wasn't because Yan Qingwu was beautiful. In fact, there were still 1 or 2 beauties in the Heaven Pillar continent that could match up to Yan Qingwu. The crucial point was that Yan Qingwu wasn't just beautiful and had exceptional aura, she was also a Law Phase Realm Emperor. None of the Law Phase Realm Empresses in the Heaven Pillar continent were comparable to Yan Qingwu, and the disparity wasn't small. I want this woman. The Skull Great Emperor burst out with battle intent and suddenly blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. Before that, he had to take down Li Fuchen first. PFFF. After the palm force was extinguished, the Skull Great Emperor looked at the Zombie Great Emperor. Zombie Great Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Earlier on, the Zombie Great Emperor's fist destroyed his palm force. The Zombie Great Emperor chuckled and said, I fancy this child. You? The Skull Great Emperor's eyes flashed with cold intent. Try and you will know. The Zombie Great Emperor's body enlarged from 10 feet to 100,000 feet tall. This wasn't the enlargement of the Law Phase, it was purely the enlargement of the body. Seeing that the Skull Great Emperor and the Zombie Great Emperor weren't on good terms, the Heaven Fire Doyen was delighted. As long as the duo didn't deal with the Yang clan, he didn't even need to make a move. Boom boom boom, a battle between great emperors was too horrific. Outside of the Long-Wind Mountains, the laws were in chaos and the spatial zone was severed. The turbulent power caused this region to turn into a land of death. If no one was able to pacify it, this place wouldn't be suitable for survival even after thousands of years. Zombie Great Emperor, with our strength, even if we fight for 8 to 10 days, we might not be able to determine the victor. The Skull Great Emperor backed off and didn't make another move. The Zombie Great Emperor said, "This child is mine." The Skull Great Emperor pondered and said, "His skeleton will belong to me, the rest of the flesh will belong to you. How about it?" The refinement of the Skull General actually required flesh too. The flesh was nutrients, and without it, it wouldn't be complete. But when facing the Zombie Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor had no choice but to take a step back. Alright. The Zombie Great Emperor actually wanted Li Fuchen's skeleton too. After all, the skeleton also contained plenty of power essence. After planning their respective benefits, the duo started to divide the work. The Skull Great Emperor's objective was to capture Yan Qingguo, while the Zombie Great Emperor's objective was to capture Li Fuchen. "Kid, surrender obediently." The Zombie Great Emperor didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Li Fuchen might be able to kill the white-boned Devil Emperor who had the strength of a P-class Emperor, but the Zombie Great Emperor wasn't a regular Great Emperor. His defense wasn't even broken by P-class Great Emperors, let alone Li Fuchen. When a person was invulnerable and flawless, that person was basically in an invincible position. Furthermore, the Zombie Great Emperor found out from the Flying Corpse Emperor that Li Fuchen was able to kill the white-boned Devil Emperor because he was proficient in Soul Dao techniques. But since the Flying Corpse Emperor was able to escape, the Soul Dao technique was obviously useless against the Zombie Great Emperor. "Get down." The Zombie Great Emperor's massive body moved and covered Li Fuchen with a palm strike. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged with ease. Sword shift. The Zombie Great Emperor raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor actually didn't tell him that Li Fuchen comprehended the sword shift. There was a huge difference between having or not having a shifting technique. If the Zombie Great Emperor didn't have a method to counter shifting techniques, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. "Kid, do you think that I, the Zombie Great Emperor, don't have any methods to counter shifting techniques when I roam the Heaven Pillar continent?" On the Zombie Great Emperor's right wrist, that inconspicuous black iron bracelet suddenly lit up. There were light blue patterns on the black iron bracelet. As these patterns lit up, a strange power began to spread. "The void has been sealed." Li Fuchen felt that the void had turned viscous. In this state, Li Fuchen was confident that he could still execute the sword shift. After all, he had condensed the sword heart, but it would definitely take some time. In a battle between experts, a slight delay was enough to be fatal. Of course, it didn't matter if he executed the sword shift or not. Li Fuchen had long wanted to witness the abilities of a great emperor. "Receive a fist from me." The Zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist force had caused pitch-black cracks to appear in the spatial zone. "Rise!" Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique at full strength. The Divine Flame Sword Energy Law phase arose from Li Fuchen's body and turned into the size of 100,000 feet, just like the Zombie Great Emperor. Clang! The Law phase drew the battle sword on its back and slashed at the Zombie Great Emperor. Chapter 704. In just an instant, the boundless fist force and sword light clashed. Crack Law! The ground split open and a horrific storm engulfed the surroundings. The storm contained extremely chaotic power of Law. Countless skeletons were engulfed by the storm and turned into ashes. After executing the fist, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't move an inch. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch either. This meant that the duo's attack was evenly matched. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. The Zombie Great Emperor's attack power wasn't considered outstanding among the Great Emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent, but it wasn't at the bottom either. If Li Fuchen was able to exchange a move with the Zombie Great Emperor, even if he wasn't a Great Emperor, he wasn't too inferior. On the other hand, Yang Dang and Yang Long weren't that surprised. Li Fuchen was obviously a dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation. There was no need to mention his body refinement strength. If Li Fuchen was able to suppress and kill the white-boned Devil Emperor, it was already enough to prove his body refinement strength. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength wasn't to be underestimated either. On the White Bone Mountain, Li Fuchen relied on his sword Dao's strength to rescue Yang Long and Yang Lu. Back then, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation was only at the peak level of primary Sea realm. Right now, he was at the third level of Law Phase realm. The duo wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was inferior to his body refinement strength. Therefore, they weren't surprised that Li Fuchen could exchange a move with the zombie Great Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen could exchange countless moves with the zombie Great Emperor or even defeat him, they would be surprised. After all, there were plenty of peak-class emperors that could exchange a move with a Great Emperor. There were also a few who could exchange multiple moves with a Great Emperor, but it didn't mean that they had the strength of a Great Emperor. The true difference between peak-class emperors and Great Emperors was their overall strength. In certain aspects, peak-class emperors weren't inferior to Great Emperors. Very well, I wonder how many punches you can block. The zombie Great Emperor laughed heartily and blasted punches at Li Fuchen. He, the zombie Great Emperor, relied on defense to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent, followed by the zombie Divine Fist. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could continue to exchange blows with him. One should know that he had fought with many Great Emperors before. Those Great Emperors were stronger than him in terms of attack power. However, they were the first ones to falter in the end. 10 punches. 100 punches. 500 punches. The two of them were extremely fast. 500 punches only took the time to brew a cup of tea to finish. The zombie emperor's expression gradually turned unsightly from his initial calm. After 500 punches, Li Fuchen wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had suffered a few slashes from Li Fuchen. Had it not been for his tough defense, his head would have been separated from his body. Its defense is indeed strong. Li Fuchen thought to himself. On this side, Li Fuchen and the zombie Great Emperor were evenly matched. On the other side, Yan Qingwu wasn't in a good situation. Yan Qingwu's strength wasn't weak, but as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, she was obviously inferior. If they were to exchange opponents, Yan Qingwu would fight against the zombie Great Emperor, while Li Fuchen would fight against the Skull Great Emperor. The situation might be different. After all, in terms of attack power, the zombie Great Emperor was inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. I have to end this quickly. After withdrawing the Law Phase, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, including the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Skull Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's physical defense was definitely number one in the Heaven Pillar continent. As of now, no one was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor and would at most suppress him. It was too ridiculous that Li Fuchen was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor in a single slash. Could Li Fuchen's attack power have already surpassed top-class Great Emperors and reached the level of half-saints? No, it is that sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen's eyes landed on the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuchen's hand. The sword was emitting a horrific sword intent, and in the face of the sword intent, even the Heaven and Earth Law had to retreat. Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen took a deep cold breath. The Heaven Pillar continent only had one Heaven-class high-tier weapon, and it was in the hands of the strongest Great Emperor, the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the other Great Emperor's weapons were all Heaven-class mid-tier. Heaven-class high-tier weapons contained extremely powerful laws and intents that were enough to make Heaven and Earth Law retreat. As such, who would be able to block it? It was obvious that Li Fuchen was able to break the zombie Great Emperor's defenses because he used the Joint Heaven Sword to weaken the zombie Great Emperor's surface laws and intents. Otherwise, the sharpness of the Joint Heaven Sword wouldn't be able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, huh? The Skull Great Emperor had a gloomy expression. He knew the power of a Heaven-class high-tier weapon better than anyone else. In fact, if the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor didn't have a Heaven-class high-tier weapon, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior. Such a terrifying sword. The Flying Corpse Emperor felt a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that when Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen's sword Dao's strength wasn't that powerful yet, and Li Fuchen was merely using his body refinement strength to fight with him. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into two by Li Fuchen and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Damn it! The zombie Great Emperor was enraged and blasted countless fist shadows at Li Fuchen. TFFF. The translucent sword blades ignored the distance between them and left wounds on the zombie Great Emperor's body. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao Sword Art and the Void Dao Sword Law was a top-notch Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Void Heaven Sword world yet, otherwise, a single sword would be enough to severely injure the zombie Great Emperor. Seeing the situation, the zombie Great Emperor had no choice but to shrink his body. His body was too big and so was his target. Zombie blood, burn. Similar to the Flying Corpse Emperor, the zombie Great Emperor was forced to burn his zombie blood by Li Fuchen. A layer of burning blood covered the surface of the zombie Great Emperor's body. TSS. There was a burst of blood light as the zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was definitely several times stronger than before. When the fist was blasted out, the void shook and there were even signs of collapsing. If the body was struck by this fist, even a top-notch Great Emperor would be severely injured. This was also the zombie Great Emperor's trump card to survive. Unless it was a crucial moment, he wouldn't use it easily. Blade of Void. The Joint Heaven sword was covered with a layer of translucent blade light as Li Fuchen slashed at the blood fist. Rumble. The void tumbled and distorted while pitch-black cracks extended out. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's fist force had caused the void to collapse. The zombie Great Emperor's Joint Heaven sword felt as though it was stuck in a swamp and couldn't exert any force. However, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood could continue burning. Roar! The zombie Great Emperor let out an enraged roar and his fist force was getting more ferocious. His objective was to land a fist on Li Fuchen within a short period of time. A single fist should be able to incapacitate Li Fuchen. But after a few hundred fists, the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood had been depleted significantly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was unbelievably fast. It felt as though the zombie Great Emperor's every move was under Li Fuchen's eyes. How could the zombie Great Emperor know that Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit? With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to calculate the trajectory of the zombie Great Emperor's fist. It was simply a fool's dream to injure Li Fuchen. TSS. Two translucent sword blades slashed at the zombie Great Emperor's eyes. The zombie Great Emperor might have quickly turned his head, but he was still slashed. Immediately, two bloody wounds appeared on his temples. It was fortunate that his entire body was covered with bloodline power and the wounds weren't deep. Otherwise, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. Skull Great Emperor, this child is troublesome. Hurry up and assist me. At this moment, the zombie Great Emperor couldn't care about his reputation anymore. Li Fuchen wasn't a powerful P-class emperor, he was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Even regular great emperors weren't as strong as Li Fuchen. In the zombie Great Emperor's opinion, Li Fuchen obviously had the strength of a P-class Great Emperor and his attack power was beyond P-class Great Emperors. Such power! Yang Deng and Yang Long were flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even the zombie Great Emperor had to request for help. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, who else could deal with Li Fuchen? Immediately after, the duo got excited again. With Li Fuchen as the backer, the Yang clan would definitely be able to get whatever they wanted in the Heaven Pillar continent. They were much stronger than the Heaven Fire Guild. It didn't mean that the Heaven Fire Guild was inferior to Li Fuchen. It was mainly because the Heaven Fire Guild would only provide assistance when the Yang clan was in danger. At that moment, Elder Heaven Fire felt a little regretful. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he wouldn't have stood by idly. As long as they could befriend Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Guild's authority in the Heaven Pillar continent would be greatly increased and they would be on par with the Heaven Pillar Guild. However, it was not too late. Seeing the Skull Great Emperor's palm strike at Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Doyen brandished his cane and dispersed the palm force with a fire dragon. Heaven Fire Doyen, what do you mean? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent surged in all directions. The Heaven Fire Doyen had already ordered the skeleton army to stop attacking the Yang clan. He was planning to take down Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu before eliminating the Yang clan. He didn't expect for the Heaven Fire Doyen to suddenly make a move. Heaven Fire Doyen said, "I can't bear to see you win with numbers. Stop putting gold on your face. Today, I will let you experience the methods of the Skull Great Emperor." The white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head glowed, and a terrifying power gathered in the Skull Great Emperor's body. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as the void intersected. This is... Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. "Old man, die." The Skull Great Emperor slammed his palm at the Heaven Fire Doyen. This palm strike was too fast and simply confused the concept of time and space. The Heaven Fire Doyen was a step slower and didn't even have time to use his full strength and was sent flying by the palm strike. What cardinal artifact is that? The Heaven Fire Doyen had an unpleasant expression. He was certain that the white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head was very unusual. Regular Heaven-class cardinal artifacts wouldn't have such power. The Skull Great Emperor sneered and said, "Heaven Fire Doyen, this white bone saint crown on my head is refined from a saint's skull. It contains the saint's power and I originally didn't plan to expose it. Since you are courting death, I shall grant your wish." In the past, the Skull Great Emperor's best cardinal artifacts were the Skull Cloak, Skull Necklace, and Skull Bracelet. Chapter 705. Previously, the Skull Great Emperor had gone into seclusion to completely refine the white bone saint crown. It was a pity that the white bone saint crown was ultimately a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, and the crucial point was that the main material was the skull of a saint. It was impossible to refine it without at least a few decades or a century. Right now, the Skull Great Emperor had only refined half of it and was only able to utilize 20% to 30% of its effects. If he was to refine it completely, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be a match for him, including the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. With the support of the white bone saint crown, the Skull Great Emperor's strength increased explosively. He beat up the Heaven Fire Doyen until he was in a sorry state. Not long after, he was injured. "Heaven Fire Sect Master, leave the Skull Great Emperor to me. You deal with the Zombie Great Emperor," Li Fuchen suggested. "All right." The Heaven Fire Doyen knew that this wasn't the time to put on a brave front and quickly lunged towards Li Fuchen. "You want to leave?" The Skull Great Emperor struck out with his palm. Layers of palm shadows were like waves of white bones as they blasted towards the Heaven Fire Doyen. "Destroy!" Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the giant transparent blade split apart the white bone wave. The Skull Great Emperor might be powerful, but Li Fuchen's attack power had already reached the extremity of a Great Emperor and had even surpassed Great Emperors. It wasn't impossible for Li Fuchen to withstand the Skull Great Emperor's attack. "Kid, you came at the right time." The Skull Great Emperor's body trembled, and a terrifying domain spread out. Originally, with just the cultivation technique field, the Skull Great Emperor wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen from executing the sword shift. But with the support of the white bone saint crown, the field power was greatly enhanced. If Li Fuchen wanted to execute the sword shift, it would definitely be much slower. Sensing the pressure from the Skull Great Emperor's field power, Li Fuchen immediately released the Divine Flame Sword Energy Field. With the enhancement from the Sword Heart, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy Field was extremely powerful and was comparable with a Great Emperor's field. But as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, it was still inferior and was a little restricted. No wonder Heaven Fire Doyen couldn't hold on. Li Fuchen understood. "Get down!" The Skull Great Emperor frenziedly circulated the white bone saint crown's power and pressed at Li Fuchen. Good timing. Li Fuchen didn't have any fear as he slashed with the joint heaven sword. Boom! Li Fuchen backed off a few miles while the Skull Great Emperor didn't move an inch. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. Devil Corpse Rampage. The Skull Great Emperor unleashed another palm strike. This palm strike was the ultimate move of the heavenly demon skeleton palm. For a moment, demonic energy filled the air, and skeletal shadows ran rampant. Bang! Li Fuchen retreated another 7 to 8 miles. Sky demon exterminating life, skeleton exterminating world. With a loud shout, the Skull Great Emperor used the heavenly demon skeleton palm's ultimate killer move. He did not even use this move on Heaven Fire Doyen. Roar! In the void, a Heaven Devil skeleton image appeared. The Heaven Devil skeleton roared and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. In the face of this palm, everything had lost its meaning. There was only death and destruction. This time, Li Fuchen was sent flying. The Void Heaven Sword Art wasn't able to withstand the Sky Devil skeleton palm's kill move. It should be about time. The Skull Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen, who was still flying backward. Li Fuchen didn't fly for long. After flying for a few dozen miles, Li Fuchen forcefully stopped. Not hurt? The Skull Great Emperor raised his brows and was in disbelief. He was confident that this palm strike would be able to inflict serious injuries on the Heaven Fire Doyen. Li Fuchen might be powerful, but his cultivation was still low and his survivability shouldn't be comparable to the Heaven Fire Doyen. Therefore, it was normal for him to be severely injured. But from Li Fuchen's appearance, there weren't any signs of injuries. It was just that his chi blood was slightly boiling. It is fortunate that the surface of my body has law field. If Li Fuchen was a regular initial level law phase realm body refinement emperor, he would definitely be injured by this palm strike. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular initial level law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had already used the Void Heaven Sword Art to neutralize most of the force. Only a small portion of the force was evenly applied on his body. It is my turn. Void and reality. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the void sword light was like a veil that instantly extended out. The Skull Great Emperor didn't even have time to dodge. Li Fuchen's sword move was actually an omnidirectional sword move. In the sky and on the ground, there was no gap to dodge, unless the Skull Great Emperor executed the Skull Shift. However, he had a feeling that even if he executed the Skull Shift, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the sword light. In terms of toughness, the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void and Reality, was actually harder to deal with than the second move, Blade of Void. However, the latter's lethality was stronger. Bang 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 bang, the surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook with radiance as he was forced to retreat. With the white-boned Saint Crown, he wouldn't be injured. Meteor Fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and vanished. Boom! The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook violently and there was even a flash of crack. As for Li Fuchen, he had already appeared behind the Skull Great Emperor. Such fast speed. No, even the flow of time has slowed down. The Skull Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword Art might be incredible, but it would still cause spatial ripples. As long as there was a spatial ripple, the Skull Great Emperor would be able to sense it. But Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword Art was purely fast, extremely fast. In the face of such speed, it was hard for the Skull Great Emperor to sense it. Such tyrannical defense. It is much stronger than the Zombie Great Emperor's defense. After stepping into the third level of Law Phase Realm, Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword Art had reached a new level. Previously, it was also a Heaven-class high-tier sword move, but the execution was still limited. Now that Li Fuchen had a breakthrough in cultivation, when he executed Meteor Fall, he felt like he was the meteor and the sword light. This was the extremity of the union of man and sword. Li Fuchen had already reached the so-called union of man and sword a long time ago. However, the union of man and sword didn't have a limit. The initial stage was the union of man and sword. The later stages were actually the union of man and sword Tao Law. It could also be said to be the high-tier union of man and heaven. Heaven was naturally the great Tao Law. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast and the Skull Great Emperor couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He had no choice but to endure the attacks again and again. It was fortunate that the white bone saint crown increased his defense, otherwise, he would have been injured. Such an incredible union of man and sword. This world is going to have another sword emperor. As the Heaven Fire Doyen fought with the zombie Great Emperor, he was filled with admiration. In the history of the Heaven Pillar continent, there were extremely incredible Sword Dao Great Emperors. But for the past 1,000 years, none of them were qualified to be called a Sword Emperor. After all, there were too many people who used the sword. If one wanted to be called a Sword Emperor, one would need to see how capable one was. If the title of Sword Emperor couldn't bring glory to the wearer and wouldn't be acknowledged by the world, then what was the use of it? Skull Boundary. It wasn't the Skull Great Emperor's style to passively take a beating. He grabbed at the void with his left hand and a giant boundary enveloped Li Fuchen and himself. Divine ability? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. At the Great Emperor level, regular divine abilities were useless. Even if the 8-star bone frame pattern was comprehended to the extremity, the divine ability's power would only be at the Great Emperor level and might not even be at the Great Emperor level. Only 8-star special bone frames would allow the divine ability's power to surpass Great Emperors. It was obvious that the Skull Great Emperor's bone frame was the 8-star special bone frame, the Skull Bone Frame. The Skull divine ability that he comprehended was naturally very powerful. Without any sound or presence, the Skull Great Emperor vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen. Inside the Skull Boundary, the Skull Great Emperor was able to instant shift at will, and it was even easier than executing the skull shifting technique. Most importantly, it wouldn't cause any spatial ripples. Cling! The sword light turned and Li Fuchen clashed with the Skull Great Emperor. Cling 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 cling, in the dusky skull boundary, a sword light and a black shadow were frenziedly clashing. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too fearsome. Even inside the boundary, he was able to detect the Skull Great Emperor's attack in advance. When in the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the Skull Great Emperor. Every time he was repelled, the sword light would turn and attack again. On this side, Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor were in a heated battle. On the other side, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Heaven Fire Doyen were also in a heated battle. Neither of them could do anything to the other. As for Yan Qinggu, she had already retreated to the side and was on guard against the skeleton army. Crackle! The skull boundary split open and Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor appeared in front of everyone. You are not bad. The Skull Great Emperor's voice was deep and there was a trace of helplessness and anger. He had already used all his trump cards but still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, but Li Fuchen was just a junior that had just progressed to become a Great Emperor. You aren't bad either. No wonder you are the Skull Great Emperor. Li Fuchen knew his own situation. He was too outstanding in some aspects and was far beyond the Great Emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the Skull Great Emperor. Humph. Without any nonsense, the Skull Great Emperor left with the skeleton army. He still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen now, but once he refined the White Bone Saint crown to a certain extent, he was confident he could take down 2 Li Fuchens. Once the Skull Great Emperor left, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't dare to stay and left with the Flying Corpse Emperor. Many thanks for young Hero Li and young Lady Yan's assistance. Yang Deng and Yang Long flew out and cupped their fists with respect. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu, even with the Heaven Fire Doyen around, the Yang clan would probably be eradicated. The Skull Great Emperor might be lured over by Li Fuchen, but ultimately, it was all because of the Yang clan. Young Hero Li's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man admires you. Heaven Fire Doyen also cupped his fists and walked over. Li Fuchen said, "It is all thanks to the Heaven Fire Guild Master who obstructed the Zombie Great Emperor. Otherwise, I would have probably lost if I had to fight against the 2 of them." The Heaven Fire Doyen let out an awkward smile. He wasn't trying to stop the Zombie Great Emperor, but since he couldn't defeat the Skull Great Emperor, he switched to the Zombie Great Emperor. Not wanting to be entangled on this topic, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Young Hero Li's sword art is unparalleled, and it isn't right for you to not have a title. In my opinion, young hero Li is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Speaking of which, my Heaven Pillar continent hasn't had a Sword Emperor for over 1,000 years. Young hero Li might not be someone from the Heaven Pillar continent, but regardless of which continent you are from, young hero Li is worthy of being a Sword Emperor. Yes, only young hero Li can be the Sword Emperor. What young hero Li? It should be Sword Emperor. Yang Deng and Yang Long said. Li Fuchen didn't accept or reject. Sword Emperor was just an empty title. It didn't matter if he accepted or rejected it, it was just a cliché. As for how others addressed him, it was their business. Of course, in his heart, Li Fuchen didn't feel that he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. The battle between great emperors was shocking. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the upper echelons of the Heaven Pillar continent. Chapter 706. Sword Emperor. On the cliff, there was a purple bamboo forest. A handsome middle-aged man in purple clothes stood with his back to the purple bamboo forest, looking at the sea of clouds surging at the edge of the cliff. Great Emperor Purple Bamboo, the sect master of the Purple Bamboo sect. Just like Li Fuchen, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor was also a Sword Dao Great Emperor. His purple bamboo sword art was extremely mystical. Back when he fought with the Flying Corpse Emperor, he didn't even use an artifact sword and only used a bamboo sword to fight. Otherwise, he would only need a few dozen moves to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. Even if he couldn't kill the Flying Corpse Emperor, he would still be severely injured. The Greenwood Sword Dao focuses on cultivating one's nature and restraining one's sharpness. It will only erupt at the most crucial moment. However, Great Emperor Iron Sword is different from me. I'm afraid he won't allow anyone to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the Heaven Pillar continent, the top three were definitely the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor, and the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's attack power was close to the Sky Pillar Great Emperor's. On a steep mountain that pierced the clouds, a tall and sturdy figure stood there. A Sword Emperor that even Doyen Heaven Fire acknowledged. I wonder how powerful he is. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't think that Li Fuchen was weak and might even be stronger than him. However, if one wanted to become a Sword Emperor, not only did one need to be powerful, but one also needed to have a Sword Dao realm that was the best in the world. Interesting. Although the Heaven Fire Doyen is old, he is not so old that his eyes are blurred. If there is a chance, I should pay a visit to this Sword Emperor and see who he is. Sword Emperor. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? At this moment, the Heaven Pillar continent's great emperors and some of the P-class emperors were paying attention to the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. Looks like I've overestimated myself. It doesn't seem that easy to condense a Void Dao heart. A few days later, Li Fuchen temporarily gave up condensing the Void Dao heart. Although his comprehension of the Void Law wasn't low, it had been comprehended from the Joint Sky Sword, so he had lost his personal understanding. Li Fuchen felt that if he truly wanted to condense the Void Dao heart, he had to comprehend it himself. The Void Dao sword art in the Joint Heaven Sword could only be used as a reference. Deep within the Joint Heaven Sword, the sword spirit nodded. He actually wanted to tell Li Fuchen that it was impossible to condense the Void Dao heart by relying on the Void Dao sword art, but he didn't say it. He wanted Li Fuchen to realize it himself, so that Li Fuchen wouldn't take any detours in the future. Next, Li Fuchen put his focus on the other sword moves. After spending an entire month, Li Fuchen finally pushed the Sky Ring sword armor to the Heaven class high tier. As a defensive sword move, the Sky Ring sword armor was much more useful to Li Fuchen than the other sword moves. After all, in terms of offensive sword moves, he already had the Meteor sword art and the Void Heaven sword art. Sword Emperor, these are the only 3 7-star spiritual consciousness mystic techniques of my Heaven Fire sect. On this day, the Heaven Fire Doyen came to visit again. At the same time, he brought 3 7-star spiritual sense mystic techniques. The spiritual sense secret technique was very precious in any force. However, 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were basically at the pinnacle. Very few forces possessed 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. In the Heaven Pillar continent, only the Spectre sect, where the Spectre Emperor was from, possessed an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste his spiritual awareness innate talent. He was planning to use the 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create his own 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He believed that once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique, not even great emperors or half-saints would be able to withstand it. However, 3 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were still too little. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Many thanks to the Heaven Fire Sect Patriarch. I, Li Fuchen, owe you a favor. Li Fuchen used a favor as a reward. Sword Emperor doesn't have to be so courteous. The Heaven Fire Doyen was beaming. A favor was more important to him than anything else. Li Fuchen was only at the low level of Law Phase Realm and already had such strength. Who knew what level his strength would reach in the future? Heaven Fire Doyen, this is the Sword Emperor that you personally acknowledged? In the void, there was a sonorous voice that echoed. Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Heaven Fire Doyen looked into the void with a grave expression. The Iron Sword Great Emperor was the Great Emperor that was the best at combat in the Heaven Pillar continent. His strength might not be the strongest and he wasn't even ranked second. After all, the Skull Great Emperor had the White Bone Saint crown, but his combat skills were the best in the eyes of the Heaven Fire Doyen. A figure walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing an iron crown and carrying an iron sword on his back. His face was sharp and gave off a ruthless feeling. You are the Sword Emperor? The Iron Sword Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen. Yes. Li Fuchen didn't have to deny it. Sword Emperor is the Emperor of Swords. I wonder what capabilities you have to dare to accept this title. The Iron Sword Great Emperor sized up Li Fuchen carefully and wanted to see through Li Fuchen's mystique. Sword Dao Great Emperor meant a great emperor that cultivated the Sword Dao, and it was mostly referring to strength. But the Sword Emperor was different. The Sword Emperor was the Emperor of Swordsmen and was extremely revered among swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, there is nothing to dare or not. If you want it, you can take it. The Iron Sword Great Emperor stared at Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's tone, he could feel an indescribable charisma. At this moment, he vaguely knew why the Heaven Fire Doyen gave the title of Sword Emperor to Li Fuchen. The Sword Emperor doesn't just need strength. Most importantly, the Sword Dao proficiency must be strong enough. If you can defeat me in Sword Dao proficiency, the title of Sword Emperor shall belong to you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor suggested. I wonder how are we going to compete in Sword Dao proficiency? Li Fuchen asked. Very simple. You and I will only fight with sword arts. If we lose by one level, it is considered a loss. Alright. Li Fuchen understood the Iron Sword Great Emperor's intention. The Iron Sword Great Emperor meant that if Li Fuchen was hit, it would be considered a loss, even if he didn't suffer any injuries. This place is too small. You and I shall fight in the sky. The Iron Sword Great Emperor rushed into the sky and skimmed into the clouds. Li Fuchen followed closely. Subsequently, the Heaven Fire Doyen, Yan Qingwu, Yang Deng, and Yang Long had also followed. The battle between two absolute swordsmen was definitely going to be intense and exciting. Cling 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 cling, when everyone followed up, the duo had already started the battle. The duo might not be using any sword arts, but the power wasn't inferior to Heaven-class mid-tier sword arts. The duo cultivated Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Even a normal move would have the power of a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Broken sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor brandished his sword and there was an imposing sword chi that attacked Li Fuchen's acupoints and vital spots. Li Fuchen's sword spun and produced a layer of transparent sword light to protect himself. Swift sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't let Li Fuchen off. Sword after sword was like a violent storm that poured down on Li Fuchen, vowing to break Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor. But if the sky ring sword armor was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called the sky ring sword armor. Void ring sword armor. When the Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword style was about to be exhausted, Li Fuchen executed a void ring sword move. Circular sword style. Sensing that Li Fuchen's move was hard to deal with, the Iron Sword Great Emperor instantly switched from offense to defense. Just like Li Fuchen, he spun his sword and used the sword light to protect himself. It was worth mentioning that the duo were using Heaven-class low-tier artifact swords because of fairness. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's defensive sword move wouldn't be able to defend against Li Fuchen's sword art. Blade of Void. After the Void Ring Sword was the Blade of Void. PFFF. The sword light was ripped apart and the Iron Sword Great Emperor was about to be defeated. Body Sword Style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor burst out with a yell and turned into a sword light to scatter the transparent sword edge. Body Sword Style, Union of Man and Sword. Meteor Fall. Li Fuchen had also turned into a sword light and attacked the Iron Sword Great Emperor. Clang 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 clang, everyone could see two sword lights crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, there would be a burst of sparks. Boundless sword intent was like a storm that burst out in all directions. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's strength is even stronger. The Heaven Fire Doyen praised. Iron Sword Great Emperor, if this is all you have, it is impossible for you to defeat me. As of now, Li Fuchen had performed with ease. It was mainly due to the existence of the sword heart that allowed him to have perfect control of his sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen might also have Heaven-class high-tier sword Dao Law, but he was at least 3 times stronger than others. Of course, his cultivation level was his disadvantage, otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor wouldn't even be qualified for Li Fuchen to make a serious move. Li Fuchen, receive my strongest sword move, Tyrant Sword Style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor broke away from the union of man and sword state. He wielded the silver iron sword and rushed into the sky before slashing down. This was a sword move that could shock the world and make the gods weep. When the sword was brandished, the sword screen felt as though it had split heaven and earth, yin and yang. Everyone on the other side of the sword screen felt as though they were in another world. They felt as though they were so far away from the duo and so unreachable. He actually made contact with the sword world state. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Sword World was the legendary Sword Dao state. When a sword was brandished, a world would be formed. This world was the world of Sword Dao. The Iron Sword Great Emperor naturally couldn't reach the Sword World state, but even if he didn't, just making contact with it was enough to shock the world. The Heaven Fire Doyen had also found out about the Sword World state from an ancient manual. What a great tyrant sword style! Just in time. Li Fuchen admitted that he was inferior to the Iron Sword Great Emperor on the path to the Sword World state. After all, the Iron Sword Great Emperor had cultivated for hundreds or even 1,000 years. But the Sword Dao wasn't just the Sword World state. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's move still had a flaw. Creak. The void was like glass that exploded. PFFF 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 PFFF, countless spatial blades were shot at the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor had just executed the Tyrant Sword style and his sword prowess was already exhausted. He didn't have enough time to defend perfectly and his shoulder was scratched by the spatial blades. You have lost. Li Fuchen stood in front of the Iron Sword Great Emperor without any injuries and said indifferently. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's Tyrant Sword presence might be powerful, but it wasn't perfect and had too many flaws. To others, these flaws weren't considered flaws, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, flaws were flaws that couldn't be neglected. Yes, you have won. I am not a match for you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor took a deep breath. Only he knew clearly what it meant for Li Fuchen to be able to break his sword move. It meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. If Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was just slightly superior, it was impossible to break this move. Iron Sword Great Emperor, why don't we sit down and have some tea? We can also have an exchange of sword Dao. Why not? The Heaven Fire Doyen laughed. Li Fuchen originally thought that the Iron Sword Great Emperor would refuse, but he nodded and agreed. Chapter 707. The news of Li Fuchen defeating the Iron Sword Great Emperor still spread. After all, many people knew that the Iron Sword Great Emperor had gone to the Long Wind Mountains. As a result, Li Fuchen's Sword Emperor title wasn't taken away. On the contrary, the Iron Sword Great Emperor acknowledged Li Fuchen's identity. It was obvious that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. A few days later, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor came to visit Li Fuchen. He wasn't here to challenge Li Fuchen, he was purely here to exchange sword Dao. What a great move, Meteor Fall. This move's speed is already at the perfection stage. After witnessing Li Fuchen's sword art, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuchen said, "Brother Purple Bamboo's sword art is truly extraordinary. The chaotic disturbance break of mundane has benefited me greatly." Li Fuchen wasn't trying to flatter. He didn't need to flatter the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor either. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art might not be so sharp and tyrannical, but among the trio, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art was definitely the most elegant and extraordinary. His sword move felt like it was made by heaven, and Li Fuchen wasn't able to see through it in a single glance. On this day, Li Fuchen flew into the atmospheric thunder layer again. Crackle! A mystic yang heaven thunder struck Li Fuchen. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor was already at the heaven class high tier, and the mystic yang heaven thunder wasn't able to shatter it. Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder, Extreme Yin Heaven Thunder, Extreme Yang Heaven Thunder, Minor Yin Heaven Thunder, Minor Yang Heaven Thunder, 5 Elements Heaven Thunder. As Li Fuchen continued to fly up, all sorts of heaven thunders struck his body. These heaven thunders were extremely powerful. Li Fuchen was able to withstand one heaven thunders, but he couldn't withstand multiple heaven thunders. In just a short moment, the sky ring sword armor was shattered. Just a little more. Li Fuchen frowned and started to descend. Just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand multiple heaven thunders. It seemed like in order to reach the upper part of the thunder layer, his body refinement had to be at the sub-completion level or even the completion level of law phase realm. However, the required body refinement resources were too horrific. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least half a peak-grade spirit stone's spirit chi to reach the sub-completion level of law phase realm. If he wanted to reach the completion level of law phase realm, 3 peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough. The reason why so many body refinement resources were required was because the Hand of God was too high grade. If Li Fuchen was cultivating a normal heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique, he wouldn't need so many body refinement resources. But if that was the case, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wouldn't be enough. It is time to return to the Emperor's Sky Continent. Since his strength couldn't continue to increase, Li Fuchen had the intention to return to the Emperor's Sky Continent. There was an Emperor-class teleportation array between the Heaven Pillar Continent and the Emperor's Sky Continent. The so-called Emperor-class teleportation array was something that only Law Phase Realm Emperors could use. Those below the Transcendence Realm who wanted to teleport would be directly crushed into nothingness by the power of space. In addition, the amount of high-grade spirit stones required to activate the teleportation array was ridiculous. It required 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to activate the teleportation array. Even the great emperors of the 2 continents wouldn't casually teleport. If it was 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for 1 teleportation, it would be 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 10 teleportations. It wasn't a small amount. According to the Heaven Fire Doyen, the reason why so many high-grade spirit stones were required was related to the continent willpower. As for the exact relationship, no one knew. Heaven Pillar Peak, the tallest peak of the Heaven Pillar Continent. The Emperor-class teleportation array was built on the peak of the Heaven Pillar Peak. This time, the Thunder Beast didn't follow along. It wasn't because they couldn't bear to part with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, but because the Thunder Beast was in the midst of its advancement. The advancement of demonic beasts was different from the advancement of humans. There was a rather long process, therefore, the duo didn't ask the Thunder Beast to follow. As for Yan Qingwu, she was heading to the Emperor's Sky Continent because she had something to do. After activating the teleportation array, the duo vanished from the Heaven Pillar Peak. Emperor Sky Continent, Emperor Sky Valley, this place was filled with violent winds and those below the Law Phase realm wouldn't be able to enter. On this day, a radiance descended and two figures appeared on the teleportation platform in the depths of the Emperor Sky Valley. Are we going to the Blue Sun Empire first? Li Fuchen knew that Yan Qingwu was going to seek revenge from the Blue Sun Emperor. In the previous life, Yan Qingwu was also a great emperor and had her own pride. In this life, she was targeted by the Blue Sun Emperor for no reason and was nearly captured. How could she tolerate this? Yan Qingwu shook her head. With my current strength, I am still unable to defeat the Blue Sun Emperor. We will talk about it in the future. To be serious, her strength wasn't at the level of a great emperor yet. She would only reach the level of a great emperor when she burst out with strength. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that with Yan Qingwu's pride, she wouldn't be willing to rely on others. The duo left the Emperor Sky Valley and randomly chose a direction. Half a day later, Li Fuchen raised his brows. Previously, he didn't know where the Emperor Sky Valley was located in the Emperor Sky Continent. But now, he knew because he was currently in the Red Moon Empire. Since he was in the Red Moon Empire, Li Fuchen naturally had to visit the South Sun County. Back then, he was wanted by the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyang, and had to flee to the Seoul Sky Empire. Now that he had the strength of a great emperor, a mere wanted notice was useless to him. If he was willing, he could even destroy the Red Moon Empire. Why would he be afraid of a wanted notice from a county protector? South Sun County, South Sun City. After entering the city gates, Li Fuchen saw that the wanted notice for him had yet to be revoked. It was obvious that he was still a wanted fugitive. How could Yan Qingwu not know what was going on? It seemed like Li Fuchen didn't have good days in the Emperor Sky Continent and was actually wanted for so many years. But these people's good days had come to an end. Look, isn't that the wanted fugitive Li Fuchen? Hurry up and report to the county protector. Those who discover Li Fuchen will be rewarded. Don't let others snatch it first. Everyone in the surroundings quickly recognized Li Fuchen. It couldn't be helped, Li Fuchen's portrait had been hanging in the South Sun City for many years and it was hard for them to not recognize him. Without needing anyone to report to Lin Tianyang, Li Fuchen immediately arrived outside the county protector residence. Lin Tianyang, get the hell out here! Li Fuchen yelled out. Lin Tianyang came out along with 66 monarchs. The 66 primary Sea Realm monarchs quickly formed a battle formation and there was a horrific array power that rippled. Li Fuchen, don't think you can look down on my county protector residence just because your strength improved. Capture him. Lin Tianyang wasn't well informed. He only knew that Li Fuchen was a primary Sea Realm monarch and was extremely powerful. He didn't know anything else as the Clan of Darkness didn't inform him either. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen was a half-emperor, the Six Directions battle formation would be able to capture him easily. Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Six Directions battle formation. With a wave of his hand, the battle formation collapsed and all the monarchs were sent flying while vomiting blood. On the streets, the onlookers were flabbergasted. They had limited insight and had never seen someone as powerful as Li Fuchen. A casual wave of the hand was enough to destroy the county protector residence's Six Directions battle formation. What exactly is your cultivation realm? Lin Tianyang's eyes contracted. It is fine as long as I can kill you. Li Fuchen was emitting murderous intent. I am the Red Moon Empire's county protector. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world, unless you think you can contest with the Red Moon Emperor. Lin Tianyang said sternly. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would kill him. By then, even if the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons took revenge for him, it would be meaningless. Since I have returned openly, why would I be afraid of the Red Moon Empire? Die! Li Fuchen raised his right hand and slammed down. No! Lin Tianyang was stunned. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would really dare to kill him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with regret and resentment. Bang! The ground shook and there was a giant palm print at Lin Tianyang's location. As for Lin Tianyang, he was already turned into ashes. The county protector is dead? He actually dares to kill the county protector. Isn't he afraid of being pursued by the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons? The South Sun County is going to change. Hurry up and leave before you are silenced. After seeing that Li Fuchen had killed Lin Tianyang, these people didn't dare to stay any longer as they all ran away. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't silence them. If he wanted to, a single thought was enough to kill these people. Let's go. Chapter 708. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the floating sky mountain territory, he felt the atmosphere was different. After descending into a city, Li Fuchen summoned the city lord and inquired about the situation. The city lord was called Hu Kai. He smiled bitterly and said, "The floating sky mountain has been sealed." Sealed? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Hu Kai explained, half a year ago, the vacant mountain emperor was plotted against by the Soul Emperor and was severely injured. After he returned, he immediately sealed the mountain. During this period of time, the Soul Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the Red Moon Emperor worked together to attack the mountain. It is fortunate that the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array is extremely powerful and not even the three great emperors were able to blast it open. But once the Floating Sky Mountain has sealed the mountain, it is the same as losing control of the territory. Right now, the Floating Sky Mountain territory is basically under the control of the Soul Sky Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, and the Red Moon Empire. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu looked at each other. The duo guessed that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had probably become the soul slaves of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't need to help the Soul Emperor to deal with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Most people understood this, including the Great Emperor. Otherwise, the balance of the Emperor's sky continent would have been hard to maintain. Hu Kai, who are you talking to? A youth at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm walked over with two high-level monarchs. The youth had a gloomy and ruthless expression as he rebuked Hu Kai. When Hu Kai saw the youth, he quickly bowed and cupped his fist. Greetings to young Master Shen. The youth was called Shen Yun and he was a prodigy descendant of the Shen clan. The Shen clan was a clan of the Red Moon Empire. Rather than saying that he was in control of this city, it was better to say that the Shen clan was in control. Who are these two individuals? Shen Yun looked at Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu. Li Fuchen was ignored by Shen Yun as his eyes were all focused on Yan Qinggu. Earlier on, he was talking to Hu Kai and didn't pay much attention to Yan Qinggu. Right now, after taking a closer look, he was instantly stunned. He felt that he had never seen such an absolute beauty in his life. Even the famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion couldn't compare. I am Qin Yun. This city is the territory of my Qin family. May I know your name? Qin Yun said confidently. When one's cultivation reached the law phase realm, their chi presence would naturally fuse with heaven and earth. Unless they intentionally emitted their chi presence, it would be hard for others to detect a law phase realm emperor's cultivation realm. Qin Yun might find it strange that he couldn't see through Yan Qinggu, but he definitely wouldn't think that Yan Qinggu was a law phase realm emperor. After all, Yan Qinggu was too young and it was impossible for the Emperor Sky Continent to have such a young law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, a law phase realm emperor wouldn't casually appear in front of everyone. Scram! Yan Qinggu's chi presence was released and there was a horrific storm that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Shen Yun and the two high-level monarchs beside him were sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. Law phase realm emperor. Qin Yun wasn't the only one who was shocked, the two high-level kings beside him were also trembling with fear. They never expected for Yan Qinggu to be a law phase realm emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to approach him even if they were given 10,000 times more courage. Let's go. After asking all the necessary questions, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu left. After the duo left, Shen Yun and the others also left with their tails between their legs. They were preparing to report the situation to their clan. The floating sky mountain was a giant mountain that was floating in the sky. In the past, the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array wasn't visible. But since half a year ago, the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array could be seen with the naked eye. The mountain protection array was pale golden in color, and it was like a layer of gold leaf that enveloped the floating sky mountain. Outside the floating sky mountain, heaven and earth chi was extremely scarce, and it was even rarer than the low-class continent, the East Unicorn continent. The heaven and earth chi wasn't absorbed by the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array. It was because there were countless arrays set up around the floating sky mountain. These arrays had the effect of restraining and severing the chi. The objective was to prevent the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array from absorbing heaven and earth chi, and had to rely on spirit stones to maintain the array. It was obvious that the floating sky mountain was at a dead end. As time passed, the array would automatically collapse without the need for the Soul Emperor to attack. Who is it? As soon as Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu arrived at the vicinity of the floating sky mountain, they were targeted. The one that targeted them wasn't a primary Sea Realm monarch, it was a tall and skinny Law Phase Realm Emperor. This Law Phase Realm Emperor was a subordinate of the Soul Emperor and was called the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor's cultivation wasn't considered high and was only at the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. But due to a fated encounter, he comprehended the wind shift technique. Apart from great emperors, it was very hard to kill him. This was also the reason why the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was sent to monitor the floating sky mountain. After monitoring this place for close to half a year, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor wasn't worried that the vacant Mountain Emperor would suddenly rush out. Firstly, the vacant Mountain Emperor was inflicted with the soul poison and couldn't even protect himself. Secondly, the floating sky mountain's array was extremely mystical and had a total of 2 forms. The regular form allowed entry and exit. In this form, it had both offense and defense, and regular great emperors wouldn't be able to break it. The second form was the mountain lock form. No one could enter or exit. In this form, the array didn't have any attack power, but its defense was extremely horrifying. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to break the array. Therefore, the people inside couldn't exit at all. In order to exit, the array had to return to the regular form. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to return to the mountain lock form within a day. While the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was speaking, he gathered wind arrows and locked onto Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. "You are the Soul Emperor's subordinate?" Li Fuchen asked in response. "Why are you asking if you already know? Surrender now and you still have a chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The Divine Wind Martial Emperor spoke with a stern voice. "Since you are the Soul Emperor's subordinate, killing you is the right choice." Clang! Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed at the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor had a mocking expression. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen's brain was filled with water to actually think that Li Fuchen could kill him. With the wind shift technique, not even a great emperor could kill him in a single move. Unless it was a sneak attack. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't even choose to sneak attack and immediately attacked with his sword. But in the next moment, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's mocking expression vanished and was replaced with fear. How could this be? How could this sword move be so fast? It was so fast that he couldn't even see the sword light and could only see a flash of radiance. Lowering his head, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor saw that his heart had already been penetrated and he could see the back of his chest. "You!" Pointing at Li Fuchen, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's chi presence vanished. This sword move didn't just destroy the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's vitality, it had also destroyed the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's true spirit. Inside the floating sky mountain, the people inside could see the scene outside through the array. When Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu arrived, they were immediately seen. Immediately after, they saw the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. "It is Li Fuchen." The Cloud Emperor immediately recognized Li Fuchen. Oh no, not even I can deal with the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Cloud Emperor was burning with anxiety. In a one-on-one, he might not even be a match for the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. It was imaginable what would happen if Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu encountered the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. But the Cloud Emperor wasn't able to exit and could only watch everything unfold. Such a fast sword! Beside the Cloud Emperor, a floating sky mountain elder exclaimed. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also flabbergasted. How was this possible? The Divine Wind Martial Emperor couldn't even withstand a single sword move from Li Fuchen and was immediately killed. Not even a great emperor could do it. Third level of Law Phase Realm. As Li Fuchen revealed his strength, the Cloud Emperor was able to identify Li Fuchen's cultivation level. Third level of Law Phase Realm. This cultivation level wasn't low and was only one level lower than the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. With Li Fuchen's combat talent, it was normal for him to kill enemies that were stronger than him. The Cloud Emperor didn't know how Li Fuchen progressed so quickly, but the facts told him that Li Fuchen was already a Law Phase Realm Emperor. As for why Li Fuchen was able to kill the Divine Wind Martial Emperor who possessed the Wind Shift technique in a single sword move, the Cloud Emperor reckoned that the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was too careless and had a slow reaction. Li Fuchen's sword move was indeed unbelievably fast. Hurry up and inform the other elders to open up the array and let them in. The Cloud Emperor said. One of the Floating Sky Mountain's elders berated, "Are you crazy? If we open up the array, we won't be able to seal the mountain within a day. What if the Soul Emperor arrives?" The Cloud Emperor argued, the Floating Sky Array is a top-notch Class 8 array. Even in its regular form, it can hold on for a day. If we let the two of them stay outside, it will be the same as sending them to their deaths. It is too risky and we can't bear the responsibility. Let them leave quickly. The Floating Sky Mountain's elders still didn't agree. The Cloud Emperor said, we can't even send a message out. How are we going to inform them to leave? The mountain seal form meant that everything was sealed, including information. People from the outside wouldn't be able to send a message in and wouldn't be able to receive a message from the inside. In fact, people from the outside wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. Call for an elder meeting. The vacant mountain emperor was in seclusion to recuperate. Right now, the elders were in charge of everything. No matter what decision they made, they had to obtain the support of the majority of the elders. The Cloud Emperor suggested. Ultimately, the elder meeting didn't support the Cloud Emperor's decision. After all, it was too dangerous and there might be a calamity. Outside the Floating Sky Mountain, Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to open up the array. As long as the Soul Emperor arrived, everyone would witness his strength. It wasn't a big deal to wait a few more days. With a wave of the hand, countless clouds surged over and turned into a pavilion. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu then entered. A few hours later, the Soul Emperor arrived. The Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had also arrived. The three great emperors arrived together. The sky was rumbling with dark clouds and the sun and moon were intertwining. The Floating Sky Mountain and the pavilion were like a small boat in the ocean that would capsize at any moment. You actually dare to appear in front of me? The Soul Emperor stared at Li Fuchen and was rather confused. Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and looked at the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's eyes were hiding a trace of stupefaction. If it wasn't for the Saint Spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. As expected, you have become a soul slave. Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingwu, you will have to face the Blue Sun Emperor in advance. Chapter 709. Soul Emperor, let me try them. I allowed them to escape previously, but it won't happen again. The Blue Sun Emperor chuckled and took a step forward. All right. The Soul Emperor nodded. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's mystique. Back then, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the Void Swallow Octopus, he must have some trump cards. Get down. The Blue Sun Emperor had a stalwart body and a head of blue hair. When he circulated his technique, even his eyes turned blue. A giant Blue Sun Law phase enveloped the Blue Sun Emperor and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. Previously, when the duo encountered the Blue Sun Emperor, they were nearly chased into a dead end. This time, the situation was different. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingguo slashed at the blue palm. Bang! A destructive storm swept out and sent Yan Qingguo flying. However, the Blue Sun Law phase had also leaned back a little. The Soul Emperor squinted his eyes. Yan Qingguo's cultivation was only at the second level of Law phase realm, but she was actually able to receive a move from the Blue Sun Emperor. Law comprehension and secret technique. The Soul Emperor had great eyesight, and after a slight consideration, he knew Yan Qingguo's background. Yan Qingguo's saber art might also be a heaven-class high-tier saber art, but her saber Dao law comprehension was extremely profound and wasn't something the Blue Sun Emperor could compare with. Furthermore, Yan Qingguo's secret technique was extremely powerful and was probably a top-notch 8-star combat secret technique. This secret technique could allow Yan Qingguo's combat cultivation to increase from the second level of Law phase realm to the fourth level of Law phase realm, indirectly reducing the difference in cultivation level. Interesting. Blue Sun, Unbounded Loop. The Blue Sun Law phase executed another palm strike and sent a blue ring of fire at Yan Qingguo. Clang clang clang, Yan Qingguo slashed 3 times in a single breath and finally created a gap in the blue ring of fire. Soul Emperor, let me test this child. The Red Moon Emperor volunteered and lunged at Li Fuchen. Red Cloud Moon Chase. The Red Moon Emperor was a Sword Dao Emperor. His sword was different from the Iron Sword Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword was iron-blooded and emotionless. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword was elegant and refined. The Red Moon Emperor's sword was cold and vicious. As the opponent brandished his sword, the void seemed to have frozen. A bundle of scarlet sword radiance rushed at Li Fuchen violently. Regular high-level emperors would be corroded by the sword qi and turned into ice sculptures when facing this sword. Even a P-class emperor wouldn't dare to forcefully block this sword. Break! Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword and slashed. Kacha! The void cracked. The scarlet sword radiance crumbled and dissipated. Puff! At the same time, a spatial crack appeared on the Red Moon Emperor's body, causing him to tremble violently. Void Dao Sword Art. The Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. The Void Dao was known as the hardest Dao to deal with. The Vacant Mountain Emperor also cultivated the Void Dao. His strength might not be top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent and might not even be top 5, but not even the Soul Emperor would dare to say he could injure the Vacant Mountain Emperor in a one-on-one fight. Half a year ago, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was still able to escape from the Soul Emperor after being inflicted with the soul poison. It was evident how powerful the Void Dao was. Void Reality. Without any pause, Li Fuchen immediately executed the second sword. A thin layer of sword light enveloped the Red Moon Emperor. The Red Moon Emperor yelled out and enveloped the Red Moon Law phase. Boom boom boom. The Red Moon Law phase exploded and the Red Moon Emperor was sent flying miserably while fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was too powerful and the Red Moon Emperor couldn't withstand it at all. This. Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, all the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain were in disbelief with their mouths wide open. The Red Moon Emperor was a great emperor and his strength wasn't inferior to the Vacant Mountain Emperor. But he was actually injured consecutively by Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Was this still Li Fuchen? This child's innate talent is unprecedented. From now on, the Emperor Sky Continent will no longer be the Emperor Sky Continent of the past. One of the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain said with delight and admiration. Fate is truly mystical. Among everyone, no one had such complicated feelings like the Cloud Emperor. Back when the Cloud Emperor encountered Li Fuchen in the latent Shadow Abyss, Li Fuchen was just a puny battle spirit realm martial artist. Back then, the Cloud Emperor would never have expected that in less than 10 years, Li Fuchen would grow into a pinnacle figure of the Emperor's sky continent. This growth speed was already beyond the Cloud Emperor's imagination. Red Moon Everlasting Sword. The Red Moon Emperor was enraged. His right hand swiped across the crescent moon mark on his forehead and a crescent moon sword light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Crackle. The void froze and even time had slowed down. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was the Red Moon Emperor's trump card. This move required the accumulation of power for years and years before the power was sealed at the forehead. Those that can become great emperors are indeed not to be trifled with. Li Fuchen believed that if he only had formidable strength, he would have fallen for the move. It was a pity that he didn't just have formidable strength, he didn't have any shortcomings in other aspects. There were some aspects that surpassed strength, like the spirit soul and the saint spirit. The powerful spiritual awareness allowed Li Fuchen's reaction to not slow down as the Red Moon Emperor's sword prowess expanded. Instead, it was more concentrated. Meteor Fall. The Red Moon Emperor's Red Moon Everlasting Sword was definitely similar to Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall. These two sword moves could slow down time. But the Red Moon Everlasting Sword could freeze time. As for Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall, it was extremely fast, so fast that even time appeared to be sluggish. There was a flash of blinding sword light. Bang bang! There was a huge distortion in the void and it wasn't normal. Immediately after, the duo retreated separately. Neither of them injured the other. But because of this, the Red Moon Emperor had already lost. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was a sword move that he had accumulated for countless years. As for the Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen could execute it at any moment. Who was superior and who was inferior was naturally obvious at a glance. Soul Domain, Soul-Rending Hand. Right at this moment, the world suddenly turned black and white. A gray shadow instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and clawed at Li Fuchen's body. Soul Emperor, I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen turned around and slashed. The Soul Emperor retreated as he had no choice. This claw attack might be able to injure Li Fuchen's spirit soul and could even tear a piece of Li Fuchen's spirit soul. But if Li Fuchen's sword attack, the Soul Emperor would definitely suffer severe injuries. Most importantly, at that moment earlier, the Soul Emperor felt an intense danger of death. He suspected that if he didn't retreat, he would perish here. You are actually able to resist my soul domain. The Soul Emperor returned to his original position as though he didn't move at all. Chapter 710. Celestial Eye Cult, Stargazing Tower. This tower was 99,000 feet tall and when standing at the top, the stars that could be seen were several times bigger than the ground. This was the place where the Celestial Eye Emperor would drink tea and observe the stars. What a Li Fuchen! The Celestial Eye Emperor's eyes burst out with blazing radiance. In the Emperor's sky continent, no one had ever made the Soul Emperor suffer. Li Fuchen was definitely the first. Even if it was Li Fuchen, he would try his best not to cross moves with the Soul Emperor. It was to prevent the Soul Emperor from seeing through his real strength. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen couldn't understand the Soul Emperor's methods. To be honest, the Celestial Eye Emperor really wanted to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with the Vacant Mountain Emperor, but he didn't want the Soul Emperor to be too powerful. But who knew that the Red Moon Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor would actually stand on the Soul Emperor's side? As such, even if the Celestial Eye Emperor worked together with the Mystic Dark Emperor and the Safflower Empress, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the Soul Emperor. He, the Celestial Eye Emperor, never fought a battle that he wasn't confident in. When the Safflower Empress invited him to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he rejected. In his opinion, the time wasn't right yet. In addition, the Floating Sky Mountain could still last for a long time. With this person helping me to probe the Soul Emperor, it is a rather good opportunity. The Celestial Eye Emperor circulated his Celestial Eye and tried to see every detail. After all, this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If it was other great emperors, they wouldn't be able to probe anything. Even the Soul Emperor can't sneak an attack. Inside the floating sky mountain, everyone was shocked. I didn't misjudge this child. This child is the savior of our floating sky mountain. The vacant Mountain Emperor, who looked much older, walked out. Mountain Emperor. Everyone bowed and cupped their fists. The vacant Mountain Emperor waved his hand and said, "Restore the floating sky array to its normal state." Mountain Emperor, the outcome isn't decided yet. It isn't appropriate to change the array rashly. A floating sky mountain elder objected. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "Our floating sky mountain is one of the 7 major Emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky continent. If we don't even have this bit of boldness, wouldn't we be the laughingstock of the world? Furthermore, it is because the outcome isn't decided yet, that is why we have to change the array. By then, if Li Fuchen isn't a match, we will bring him in and prevent him from being harmed by the Soul Emperor. It will also increase our floating sky mountain's foundation. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Safflower Empress should be on her way. This crisis is basically resolved." After the vacant Mountain Emperor's explanation, everyone nodded their heads. Indeed, changing the formation was a necessary choice as the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. The golden foil-like floating formation returned to its normal state and gradually disappeared into the void. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The Soul Emperor coldly sneered as he saw this. "Red Moon Emperor, attack with everything you have. I will support you from the side." The Soul Emperor sent a sound transmission to the Red Moon Emperor. "Yes." The Red Moon Emperor nodded and charged at Li Fuchen again. Spirit Domain. The black and white world descended again and pressed down on Li Fuchen. As for the Red Moon Emperor, because he was a Soul Emperor's soul slave, his soul would not be suppressed. "Trying to use the Spirit Domain to suppress me?" Li Fuchen also sneered and sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single sword. "Go!" The Soul Emperor didn't expect to defeat Li Fuchen with the Spirit Domain. He flicked his hands repeatedly and shot black spheres at Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen, be careful. This is a soul sphere and it contains the soul poison." The vacant Mountain Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Back then, Li Fuchen didn't know the mystique of the soul sphere and was accidentally inflicted with the soul poison. Li Fuchen had a clear understanding of the situation. Since it was a soul sphere, regular methods wouldn't be able to deal with it. Even the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent would find it hard to completely seal off the soul poison's penetration. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think that the soul poison would be effective against him. After all, his soul spirit wasn't a regular soul spirit. However, Li Fuchen didn't wish to take the risk for no reason. Spiritual Awareness Blaze. Li Fuchen executed the Spiritual Awareness secret technique and blasted Spiritual Awareness fireballs at the soul sphere. Bang! The soul sphere exploded. Countless black mist diffused. Under the burning of the Spiritual Awareness flame, the black haze quickly dissipated. Fire Dao Spiritual Awareness secret technique? The Soul Emperor was shocked. Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes were much rarer than regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques. The Soul Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique wasn't afraid of regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques, but when facing Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes, it would still be restrained. However, the restraint was relative. Li Fuchen's Spiritual Awareness secret technique was dozens of times stronger than the Soul Emperor's imagination. Logically, even if Li Fuchen executed an 8-star Spiritual Awareness secret technique, it shouldn't have such an effect. Soul Stab. The Soul Emperor continued to execute the Soul Dao secret technique while the Red Moon Emperor was in charge of frontal attacks. The Soul Emperor believed that as long as he could find a trace of loophole, he would be able to capture Li Fuchen. One had to admit that when the duo worked together, Li Fuchen felt the pressure. If Li Fuchen used his full strength to deal with the Red Moon Emperor, he would definitely be attacked by the Soul Emperor. If Li Fuchen concentrated on dealing with the Soul Emperor, he would be entangled by the Red Moon Emperor. The situation was in a stalemate. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Of course, Li Fuchen still had some trump cards and other methods that he hadn't executed yet. He was looking for an opportunity to execute them. Red flower extinguishing. Right at this moment, there were two red flowers that suddenly bloomed in the void. The two red flowers happened to envelop the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted and his body suddenly turned faint. Bang! The red flowers closed and immediately exploded. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen made use of this rare opportunity to blast countless Sect Origin Swords chi at the void where the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor were. Each of the sword chi wasn't considered powerful, but when hundreds of thousands of sword chi were gathered together, it was enough to slaughter the void. Back when Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, he used this move to injure the Blood Demonic Great Ruler. If the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was compared to the human Great Rulers, he would definitely be a top-notch Great Ruler. PFFF 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 PFFF. The densely packed sword chi was like a violent storm. It was like an apocalyptic flood that drowned the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's figures. Seeing this scene, the Celestial Eye Emperor's scalp turned numb. He believed that if he faced this move from Li Fuchen, he would definitely be severely injured. Unless he wasn't hit. When the sword chi dispersed, the Soul Emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. As the strongest emperor in the Emperor's Sky Continent, he wasn't that easy to kill. In fact, if the Safflower Empress didn't appear, Li Fuchen would only be able to injure the Soul Emperor lightly with this move. Right now, the Soul Emperor's injuries weren't that severe. However, the Red Moon Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was riddled with wounds and looked like a hornet's nest. Li Fuchen and the Safflower Empress coordination was too perfect. The Red Moon Emperor didn't even have time to execute his shifting technique. Retreat! The Soul Emperor grabbed the Red Moon Emperor's broken body and instantly vanished. On the other side, the Blue Sun Emperor had also executed the Blue Sun shifting immediately. He turned into a blue sun and vanished completely. But before he left, he still suffered a sword slash from Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was able to injure even when executing shifting techniques. This was when Li Fuchen hadn't condensed the Void Dao heart. Once Li Fuchen comprehended the Void Dao heart, he would be able to kill the Blue Sun Emperor through the void. Of course, by then, Li Fuchen would have already comprehended the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. With the Void Heaven Sword World, the Blue Sun Emperor wouldn't have the chance to execute shifting techniques. It is said that the Soul Emperor is an absolute prodigy. As compared to you, he isn't considered anything. The Safflower Empress walked out from the void with a glistening red flower on her head. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks to the Safflower Empress for your assistance earlier." The Safflower Empress shook her head and said, "With the power of your move earlier, as long as you have some time, the two of them would have retreated pathetically. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Li Fuchen, Safflower Empress, and this young lady, it is all thanks to the three of you." The Vacant Mountain Emperor flew out from the floating sky mountain. The Safflower Empress looked at the Vacant Mountain Emperor and said, "You are inflicted with the soul poison. How is it? Are you all right?" The Vacant Mountain Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "The soul poison is much more formidable than I imagined. I am unable to remove it. You just need to find the soul cleansing herb or a soul Dao expert to help you refine the soul poison." Yan Qingwu said from the side. The Vacant Mountain Emperor looked at Yan Qingwu and said, "I have heard of the soul cleansing herb. It is a pity that my floating sky mountain doesn't have it. As for Soul Dao experts, the entire Emperor Sky Continent only has the Soul Emperor who is a Soul Dao expert." Yan Qingwu looked at Li Fuchen and said, "He is also considered a Soul Dao expert." Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I don't dare to claim to be a Soul Dao expert, but I can help you take a look." Li Fuchen's spirit soul was indeed very powerful, but his Soul Dao methods were too trashy. He only had the Soul Chain, which was a Soul Dao secret technique. The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the Safflower Empress were very shocked. Li Fuchen was actually a Soul Dao expert as well. It was no wonder he could defeat the Soul Emperor. "Let's go in first." The vacant mountain emperor invited the trio into the floating sky mountain. Deep into the night, in a hidden room, Li Fuchen's right index finger pointed at the vacant mountain emperor's forehead and his spiritual awareness entered. The vacant mountain emperor's soul sea was dark and it felt like a world that had lost its vitality. In the center of the soul sea, there was a gray spirit soul sphere. The gray spirit soul sphere was filled with traces of black. It was obvious that the black color was the soul poison. The black threads were wiggling as though they had spirituality. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use the soul chain to attack the black threads as he was afraid that he might harm the vacant mountain emperor instead of saving him. He didn't dare to use his spiritual awareness to burn the black threads as it would also harm the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. I can only do this. Li Fuchen circulated his soul power and poured it into the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea. The vacant mountain emperor grunted. When the foreign soul power entered the soul sea, it was still a little harmful to him. What kind of soul power is this? The purple soul power shocked the vacant mountain emperor. According to what he knew, saints' spirit souls were only green in color. Could it be a Soul Dao secret technique? The vacant mountain emperor thought that it was a secret technique that turned Li Fuchen's soul power purple. Once the purple soul power entered the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea, it started to evaporate the black threads. At the same time, it was also evaporating the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. It was fortunate that compared to the spirit soul, the soul poison was just an impurity and it was evaporating faster. After one night, the vacant mountain emperor's complexion was even weaker, but his mind was much clearer. Mountain Emperor, take it slow. Prepare more treasures that can increase your essence qi. Li Fuchen withdrew his finger and said, "All right." After knowing that Li Fuchen had a way to resolve the soul poison, the vacant mountain emperor was very happy. Time elapsed and 1 month later, the vacant mountain emperor's soul poison had been completely evaporated. The vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul might have also been evaporated, but it was a blessing in disguise. His spirit soul was now purer and his thoughts were much clearer. Chapter 7:11. The Soul Emperor had held the title of strongest great emperor in the Emperor Sky continent for over a century. It might not be a long time, but the Soul Emperor was only over 300 years old and was younger than all the other great emperors. For over a century, the Soul Emperor had never tasted defeat and was already the symbol of invincibility. Furthermore, over a century ago, the Soul Emperor killed a great emperor and obtained the title of strongest great emperor. Who would have expected that over a century later, someone could actually defeat the Soul Emperor? Furthermore, this person was ridiculously young. The Soul Emperor stepped into the Law Phase realm over 100 years old and became the strongest great emperor over 200 years old. It was unknown when Li Fuchen reached the Law Phase realm, but when he defeated the Soul Emperor, he was at most around 40 years old. A 40-year-old great emperor was already enough to shock the world. Let alone mid-class continents, even high-class continents would be unique. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor meant that Li Fuchen was extremely strong. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor at the age of 40 meant that Li Fuchen had boundless potential. When these two things were added up, everyone was extremely shocked. Sword Emperor. Everyone thought of a title at the same time. This title was the same as the title given to Li Fuchen by the Heaven Fire Doyen, Sword Emperor. In fact, it was very normal as the highest title for Sword Dao Emperors was Sword Emperor. Apart from Li Fuchen, who else would dare to call themselves Sword Emperor? Even if it was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. As for whether Li Fuchen was worthy of the title of Sword Emperor, no one was worried. What a joke, Li Fuchen was already so powerful at the age of 40. In history, which Sword Emperor was this powerful at the age of 40? The answer was none. Clan of Darkness Headquarters, stop all operations. An order was sent to all the branches of the Clan of Darkness. The Clan of Darkness had once assassinated Li Fuchen and it wasn't just once or twice. Back then, Li Fuchen was still very weak and the Clan of Darkness could deal with him as they wished. They weren't afraid that Li Fuchen would take revenge. Now that Li Fuchen was a great emperor and wasn't just a regular great emperor, the Clan of Darkness was afraid that Li Fuchen would follow the clues and find their headquarters. By then, the Clan of Darkness might not be destroyed, but they would suffer great losses. It could be said that Li Fuchen's appearance had changed the situation of the Emperor's Sky Continent. After curing the vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison, Li Fuchen planned to visit the Soul Sky Empire's Black Emperor Guild. He and Shang Guanyu were definitely friends. Now that he was back, he naturally had to go and take a look. After arriving at the Black Emperor Guild, Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The entire Black Emperor sect was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. When the murderous intent rose, Li Fuchen thought it was done by the Soul Emperor. But soon enough, Li Fuchen withdrew his killing intent. The Black Emperor Guild had obviously left the Emperor's Sky Continent. That dilapidated teleportation platform still had traces of spatial power. After asking around a nearby faction, Li Fuchen found out that the Black Emperor Guild was persecuted by the Blood Sift Union and had left the Emperor's Sky Continent. It's the Blood Sift Union again. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, he didn't have the ability to do anything to the Blood Sift Union. Now that he was a great emperor, a top-notch great emperor, as long as he found the Blood Sift Union, he would definitely destroy it. Li Fuchen, the Imperial Flower Pavilion will be holding the Imperial Flower Feast 1 month later. We can go and take a look. On this day, the vacant Mountain Emperor said to Li Fuchen. Imperial Flower Feast? Li Fuchen didn't have a good impression of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. It was a faction that relied on others and nurtured the imperial flowers and famed flowers. They were no different from high-class socialites. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, the Imperial Flower Feast is the #1 grand feast of the Emperor's Sky Continent. Not only will most of the human emperors attend, the demonic beast emperors will also attend, including the demonic beast great emperors. Is that so? Then I shall go and take a look. Li Fuchen nodded. The Emperor's Sky Continent wasn't just the human race's world, the demonic beast race shouldn't be underestimated either. Previously, the human race had 7 great emperors on the surface, and with the Dark Knight Emperor who was in the dark, there were a total of 8 great emperors. The demonic beast race also had 4 great emperors on the surface. 1 month later, the Imperial Flower Feast was held as scheduled. The venue was the Rainbow Garden at the Imperial Flower Pavilion's headquarters. This garden was a floating garden that the Imperial Flower Pavilion's pavilion master had spent an enormous amount of resources to set up. There were countless precious flowers planted inside, and there was even a rainbow spirit formation. This rainbow spirit formation was a peak grade 8 spirit formation, and it wasn't as simple as it looked. On this day, various human emperors and demonic beast emperors flew towards the Rainbow Garden. The Rainbow Garden is indeed worthy of its name. The rainbow energy here is truly relaxing. The Rainbow Garden is one of the rare cultivation sacred lands in the Emperor's Sky Continent. It is said that cultivating here will allow one to radiate with radiance. The Imperial Flower Pavilion's imperial flowers and famed flowers are so beautiful, and it is definitely related to cultivating in the Rainbow Garden. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, there were beautiful female attendants who received them. There were some familiar human emperors who were interacting with each other. Hurry up and look, it is the Green Nacre Empress. Everyone's eyes landed on a female Law Phase Realm Emperor who had just landed. This female Law Phase Realm Emperor was wearing green clothes and a phoenix hairpin. She looked extremely luxurious and gorgeous. The Green Nacre Empress was a 6th level emperor and was one of the followers of the Celestial Eye Emperor. As a female empress, the Green Nacre Empress was extremely popular no matter where she went. After all, among the Law Phase Realm Emperors, the male-to-female ratio was too low, and it wasn't even 10:1. Furthermore, the Green Nacre Empress was one of the best among the female emperors. As of now, the Green Nacre Empress had yet to choose a Dao companion. The Celestial Eye Emperor had once indicated that he wanted to marry her, but she rejected. In her opinion, the Celestial Eye Emperor was too old. The Dao companion in her heart didn't just have strength, he also had to have potential and couldn't be too old. Otherwise, she would rather be alone. It was a pity that there were too few people who fit the criteria. The Soul Emperor was one, but the Soul Emperor was too dangerous. The Green Nacre Empress didn't plan to place herself in such a dangerous situation. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 40 years old. I really don't know how he became a great emperor at the age of 40. The Green Nacre Empress was very curious about Li Fuchen. She was participating in the Imperial Flower Feast mainly to witness Li Fuchen's prowess. She didn't have any thoughts for now. It was purely a woman's curiosity. Time elapsed and soon enough, another female emperor arrived. This female emperor was an old woman, and behind the old woman was an absolute beauty. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the White Fox race's chieftain, Hu Hongxiu, and Hu Ling. Hu Hongxiu was a demonic beast ruler while Hu Ling was a demonic beast king. During the Imperial Flower Feast, human emperors or demonic beast rulers were allowed to bring some people with unlimited cultivation levels. Chieftain, this place is so beautiful. It is much more beautiful than the ancient desolate mountains. Hu Ling acted like a lass who had never seen the world. She looked around and couldn't help touching the flowers. Hu Hongxiu said, "Don't be so careless. Those that are here are human emperors and demonic beast rulers. We cannot afford to offend them." Oh. Hu Ling nodded and had a much more reserved expression. However, her eyes still couldn't help looking around. Lu Luo, I didn't think that you would choose a cripple as your Dao companion. I really don't know what you are thinking. In a corner of the Rainbow Garden, a woman and two men were standing there. The woman was one of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, Lu Luo. As for the two men, one of them was the evil monarch who lost an arm, while the other was a horse-faced middle-aged man. Lu Luo's cultivation was already at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, while the evil monarch was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. As for the horse-faced middle-aged man, he was a 2nd-level emperor. The cause of the incident was that the horse-faced middle-aged man had been pursuing Lu Luo. Putting aside the fact that Lu Luo rejected him, she even chose the evil monarch who had lost an arm and was inferior to him as her Dao companion. It made the horse-faced middle-aged man extremely furious. Lu Luo frowned and said, "Iron Wall Martial Emperor, it is my freedom to choose my Dao companion. You don't have to worry about it." She and the evil monarch got to know each other in the Saint's Garden, and Li Fuchen was there too. After some interactions, Lu Luo and the evil monarch felt that they were very suitable for each other. Therefore, they got together. Of course, before deciding to be together, Lu Luo had considered it carefully. As the famed flower of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, she couldn't choose a person who didn't have great potential. If the evil monarch didn't have great potential, she wouldn't have chosen him. It was fortunate that the evil monarch might have lost an arm, but he had great potential. It shouldn't be a problem for him to step into the law phase realm within a few dozen years. "Kid, you dare to snatch my Iron Wall Martial Emperor's woman. I advise you to reconsider." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor didn't dare to do anything to Lu Luo, but it was a simple task to deal with the evil monarch. The evil monarch was once the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent and had his own pride. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter to you whether I want to or not. Lu Luo, let's go." While speaking, the evil monarch pulled Lu Luo's hand and left. "Humph, I hope you don't regret it." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor clenched his fist tightly while his eyes flashed with deep murderous intent. On the small path in the garden, Lu Luo said to the evil monarch, "You don't have to be angry. I believe that you will also become a Law Phase Realm Emperor in a short period of time." "I will." The evil monarch nodded. Earlier on, he felt that he was still too weak. If he was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, would the Iron Wall Martial Emperor dare to speak so ruthlessly to him? As time elapsed, more and more human emperors and demonic beast rulers arrived. Among them were the Law Phase Realm Emperors from the Soul Sky Empire, Red Moon Empire, and Blue Sun Empire. Chapter 7:12. The Mystic Dark Heavenly Emperor is here. The Celestial Eye Emperor is here. That is the Safflower Empress. Seeing that it was getting late, the great emperors finally arrived. Looking at the great emperor who was talking cheerfully, everyone revealed looks of admiration and respect. Emperors were existences that stood at the peak of the continent. Their every word and action could affect the entire continent. They were the main characters of the imperial flower feast, while the others were merely supporting characters. The Blue Sun Emperor is here. Isn't he afraid of encountering the Sword Emperor alone? The Sword Emperor might be formidable, but if the Blue Sun Emperor wanted to escape, the Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Shoo, lower your voice. The conflict between martial monarchs is not something you and I can discuss. Be careful of your words. Everyone discussed in low voices. Humph, Blue Sun Emperor, you actually dare to come. The Safflower Empress ridiculed. The Blue Sun Emperor grinned and said, why can't I come? Could this imperial flower feast be hosted by you? The sovereign flower feast is naturally not organized by me. I'm just afraid that when you meet the Sword Emperor later, you won't even dare to fart. The Safflower Empress continued to ridicule. After hearing what was said, the Blue Sun Emperor was infuriated. His grand and blazing aura locked onto the Safflower Empress as though he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A seven-colored radiance brushed past the Blue Sun Emperor's body and swept away his battle intent and murderous aura. Blue Sun Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face. A pleasant voice entered the ears of the Blue Sun Emperor. The Blue Sun Emperor ultimately didn't make a move. Of course, he also didn't intend to make a move just now. Everyone thought that the Imperial Flower Pavilion relied on others to survive, but only a few people knew that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress wasn't a simple character. The Blue Sun Emperor suspected that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress was a great emperor herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Imperial Flower Feast organized by the Imperial Flower Pavilion. Haha, I heard that there is a Sword Emperor in your human clan. Where is the Sword Emperor? Come out and let me, the Skyhorn Great Sovereign, take a look. Not long after the Blue Sun Emperor arrived, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky above the Rainbow Garden. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a flood dragon was pulling a luxurious carriage as it flew over. TSK, he actually used a flood dragon to pull the carriage. This flood dragon is obviously a low-tier demonic beast arch. Its strength isn't inferior to a mid-level emperor. Only the Skyhorn Great Ruler can let a flood dragon pull his carriage. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was the leader of the 4 great rulers of the demon race. His strength was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, the Skyhorn Great Ruler had fought with the 3 great rulers of the human race. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the 3 great rulers of the human race were defeated and the Skyhorn Great Ruler was unharmed. Everyone speculated that the Skyhorn Great Ruler's direct combat strength was above that of the Soul Emperor. The carriage was very big, like a small palace. Inside sat a majestic middle-aged man with a sharp horn on his forehead. The majestic middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying himself. In his arms was a woman, and on his right was a woman who was feeding him wine. In addition, there were 6 other women who were either playing the zither or playing the flute, singing and dancing, or teasing him. Skyhorn Great Emperor, what brings you here? The Celestial Eye Emperor said. Among the 4 great emperors of the demon race, the Skyhorn Great Emperor rarely came out. He always hid behind the scenes. The Skyhorn Great Ruler laughed and said, I heard that the human race produced a Sword Emperor. I, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, naturally wished to take a look. The Sword Emperor's existence had already threatened his status, therefore, he had no choice but to come out. Immediately after, one of the 4 great emperors, the Golden-Winged Great Ruler, had arrived too. As one of the 4 great emperors, the Golden-Winged Great Ruler had the fastest speed and was born with shifting technique. Furthermore, his shifting technique's distance was far beyond any human great ruler. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if the Golden-Winged Great Ruler wanted to escape, not even 100 great emperors would be able to do anything to him. Look, the Soul Emperor is here. Is that the Red Moon Emperor? Why does he feel a little strange? Everyone's eyes shifted from the other great emperors to the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. After losing to Li Fuchen, the Soul Emperor's prestige had dropped a little. But a person's fame was like a tree's shadow. No one dared to underestimate the Soul Emperor. To be serious, the Soul Emperor might have been defeated by Li Fuchen due to carelessness. After all, who would have expected Li Fuchen's strength to be this powerful? If it was any other great emperor, without knowing the other party's strength, they would inevitably suffer a loss. The Soul Emperor didn't change much, but the Red Moon Emperor beside the Soul Emperor had a drastic change in appearance. The Red Moon Emperor had a sinister aura and his eyes were filled with ferocity and tyranny. As compared to before, he was 30% more terrifying and 30% less prowess of a great emperor. Soul Emperor, I heard that you were defeated by the Sword Emperor. It seems like you aren't that great after all. The Skyhorn Great Ruler mocked. The Soul Emperor had a calm expression and said, "If there is an opportunity, we can spar. We will definitely spar. Otherwise, only a few people in the Emperor's Sky Continent will know of my prowess." The Skyhorn Great Ruler's most famous battle was with the 3 human Great Rulers a few hundred years ago. After that, he basically didn't have any battles. It wasn't just the humans who had forgotten about his prowess, even the demonic beasts felt that he might not be stronger than the 3 demonic beast Great Rulers. Hence, apart from meeting the legendary Sword Emperor, he mainly wanted to tell everyone that he, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, was the #1 expert of the Emperor's Sky Continent a few hundred years ago. After a few hundred years, he was still the #1 expert of the Emperor's Sky Continent. This year's Imperial Flower Feast was much more bustling than everyone imagined. Nearly 70% of the emperors in the Emperor's Sky Continent were here. The demonic beasts had also sent dozens of demonic beast rulers. Hu Hongxiu, are you certain that the Sword Emperor is that person that appeared in the ancient desolate mountains? The fierce tiger ruler and Hu Hongxiu were seated in a pavilion. Hu Hongxiu said, "I am 80% certain. If it is true, then it is truly shocking." The fierce tiger ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. Back then, Li Fuchen was already strong enough. He was able to contest with Law Phase realm experts when he was only at the primary sea realm. The current Li Fuchen was definitely dozens of times or close to 100 times stronger than before. As time elapsed, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had also arrived. Originally, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't arrive so late, but he had been in seclusion. After he exited seclusion, his subordinates immediately sent a message and he rushed over. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in an extremely good mood. He had great gains in the Saint Monument hidden domain and there was a seed of fear growing in his heart. After a few years of seclusion, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor finally condensed the 6th emotion seed, the seed of fear. In other words, he was already a great emperor. The smile on his face didn't last for long. When he found out that the Soul Emperor was defeated by the Sword Emperor and that the Sword Emperor was Li Fuchen, he felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 flies and felt uncomfortable. How is this possible? The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor didn't dare to believe this fact. It had only been a few years and it was already praiseworthy for other prodigies to break through one level. Li Fuchen actually broke through an entire level and his strength was now at the level of a top-class great emperor. There was this moment when the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor felt that his years of hard work had instantly become worthless. I have made everyone wait for a long time. Just as the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in a dilemma, Li Fuchen and the others finally arrived. The one speaking was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. As compared to 2 months ago, he was glowing and full of vigor. He didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul poison is neutralized. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted. As a Soul Dao cultivator, he knew clearly how difficult it was to neutralize the soul poison. It wasn't exaggerating to say that unless one's cultivation was at the half-saint or saint level, it was basically impossible to neutralize the Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison. After eliminating all possibilities, the Soul Emperor finally came to a conclusion. A Soul Dao cultivator had neutralized the soul poison for the Vacant Mountain Emperor. Subconsciously, the Soul Emperor's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu stood side by side. One of them was handsome and refined, while the other was devastatingly beautiful. They were said to be a perfect couple. It is rather lively. After taking a glance at the rainbow garden, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It is rather lively. Most of the emperors of the Emperor Sky Continent should be here. Yan Qinggu nodded. These fellows still dare to come. It seems like this imperial flower feast isn't simple. When Li Fuchen saw the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the others, he pondered for a moment and felt that the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be as simple as he thought. It is Chu Qingyan's honor for everyone to grace us with your presence. A graceful figure descended from the rainbow. Chu Qingyan? Yan Qinggu frowned. Why? Do you know her? Li Fuchen asked. Yan Qinggu said, this name is very familiar. But that person shouldn't appear in the Emperor Sky Continent. Saint Spirit Continent? Li Fuchen revealed a trace of surprise. Yan Qinggu nodded. The graceful figure's face was covered by a rainbow-colored veil, and only a pair of eyes could be seen vaguely through the veil. It is indeed her. Yan Qinggu said resolutely. Interesting. Chapter 7:13. Li Fuchen found out from Yan Qinggu that Chu Qingyan was also from the Saint Spirit Continent and was also a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan was already extremely powerful a few dozen years ago. She might not be stronger than the Soul Emperor, but she was at least top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent. After a few dozen years, it was unknown how Chu Qingyan arrived at the Imperial Flower Pavilion. In addition, the Imperial Flower Pavilion had been established for a few dozen years. It was unknown how Chu Qingyan became the new pavilion mistress. Yan Qinggu recognized Chu Qingyan, but Chu Qingyan didn't recognize Yan Qinggu. After all, Yan Qinggu wasn't the Yan Qinggu of the Saint Spirit Continent. Since everyone is here, let the Imperial Flower Feast begin. Chu Qingyan clapped her hands. In an instant, ethereal and tranquil music echoed. An outstanding lady was dancing in the flowers. With the help of the rainbow array, everyone felt as though they had arrived at a paradise on earth. As compared to this, the scene inside the Skyhorn Great Ruler's carriage was much more vulgar and unpresentable. There were plenty of pavilions and everyone chose a pavilion to sit down in. Li Fuchen's pavilion had a total of 5 individuals. They were the Vacant Mountain Emperor, the Safflower Empress, Yan Qinggu, the Cloud Emperor, and Li Fuchen. Originally, the Cloud Emperor wasn't qualified to sit in this pavilion. After all, even the weakest Yan Qinggu was already 1 foot into the ranks of great emperors. The Cloud Emperor wasn't even a high-level emperor and naturally wasn't qualified to sit with the 4 of them. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor didn't wish to sit here either. He felt that it was more comfortable to sit with emperors of the same level. But under Li Fuchen's request, the Cloud Emperor still stayed. It didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was now, the Cloud Emperor was still his senior and benefactor. Li Fuchen had already treated the Cloud Emperor as his senior. Then I shall shamelessly stay. The Cloud Emperor cupped his fist and laughed. The Vacant Mountain Emperor said, "What shamelessly? As compared to elderly, you and I are the same. We are just people with mediocre aptitudes." Right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain anymore, he was a guest elder. After all, which faction's direct line disciple would be stronger than the sect patriarch? The Safflower Empress nodded. I am 450 years old this year, and I am over 10 times older than the Sword Emperor. Compared to the Sword Emperor, my aptitude is rather mediocre. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, Safflower Empress, your aptitude is much better than ours. At least you still have hopes of advancing to become a saint. I don't even have any hopes of advancing. He was too old. Among the great emperors of the human race, he was an existence of the same generation as the Celestial Eye Emperor. He was already more than 1,500 years old. The Safflower Empress said, "You can't say it like that. Heavenly Emperor is basically the peak. I remember that when I was young, you were already a heavenly emperor. Now, you are still a heavenly emperor. Maybe in a few hundred years, I will be the same as you, stuck in this realm, unable to advance. Law phase realm emperors could only live for 2,000 years. Even if they cultivated the body refinement Tao to the primary sea realm, they would only be able to live for 3,000 years. 3,000 years was nothing in the world of martial arts cultivation. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who had almost no shackles. Many people stayed in one place for hundreds or even thousands of years. So you're the Sword Emperor? You don't look like much. A domineering voice was heard all of a sudden. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Skyhorn Great Ruler? Li Fuchen looked over in response. Li Fuchen's eyes didn't land on the Skyhorn Great Ruler, but on a female servant beside the Skyhorn Great Ruler. This female servant's appearance might have changed a little, but Li Fuchen immediately recognized that this female servant was the Petrified Queen. Back then, before the evil king was born, the Petrified Queen was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. She was the supreme ruler of the demonic 10 regions. She might have been surpassed by the evil king later on and then encountered Li Fuchen's powerful rise, but the Petrified Queen was still someone that couldn't be neglected. The world was unpredictable. Who would have expected that the Petrified Queen who had boundless glory would now become someone else's female servant, even though that person was the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Petrified Queen, long time no see. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the Petrified Queen's ears. Li Fuchen, you are the Sword Emperor. The Petrified Queen had been following the Skyhorn Great Ruler and wasn't well informed. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, she only found out that the Emperor Sky Continent had a Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. She originally thought that it was just someone with the same name, but after seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen was certain that Li Fuchen was the Sword Emperor. When facing the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen had complicated emotions. There were some people who would be so dazzling no matter where they went. In the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen rose abruptly and dominated the continent's fate. In the Emperor Sky continent, Li Fuchen was still a pinnacle existence. The complicated emotions quickly dispersed as the Petrified Queen pleaded, "Sword Emperor, please save me. I don't wish to become the Skyhorn Great Ruler's female servant." She was prideful, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cultivate to the low-tier demonic beast king realm in such a short period of time. What exactly is going on? It was impossible for Li Fuchen to offend the Skyhorn Great Ruler for no reason. Li Fuchen knew of the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was already extremely powerful a few hundred years ago. It was unknown what level the Skyhorn Great Ruler was at now. Before the Petrified Queen transmitted a message, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's face turned dark when he saw Li Fuchen ignoring him and staring at his female servant instead. He chuckled and said, "Sword Emperor, is my female servant so beautiful? Since you like her, why don't I give her to you? But I am rather interested in that human female beside you too. Why don't we exchange?" Yan Qingwu's temperament and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch. Compared to Yan Qingwu, all the famous flowers that were performing at the scene paled in comparison. Courting death. Yan Qingwu frowned and shot a black thread at the Skyhorn Great Ruler from her eyes. Insignificant tricks. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's eyes burst out with divine light and dispersed the black thread. Hot enough, I like it. The Skyhorn Great Ruler laughed heartily and didn't mind. Li Fuchen shifted his gaze from the Petrified Queen to the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Skyhorn Great Ruler, you are even more foolish and arrogant than I imagined. If it was Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be willing to offend someone that wasn't inferior to the Soul Emperor for no reason. But the Skyhorn Great Ruler just had to do it. In Li Fuchen's opinion, it was foolish and arrogant. You dare to say that I am foolish and arrogant? The Skyhorn Great Ruler had an expression of disbelief. No one had ever dared to say that he was foolish, never. Skyhorn Great Ruler, this person is the Sword Emperor. What doesn't he dare to say? A voice echoed and it had a trace of hidden bewitchment. 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, you are courting death. Li Fuchen's murderous intent burst out. In the Emperor's sky continent, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was the most adept at bewitching people's hearts. The 7 Emotions divine technique cultivated by the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor and was very sensitive to emotions. Unless it was someone with extremely powerful spirit soul like Li Fuchen or the Soul Emperor, otherwise, even if the person was stronger than the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, they might be bewitched and do something that deviated from their principles. Once at the Rainbow Garden, Li Fuchen saw the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. In order to give the Imperial Flower Pavilion some face, Li Fuchen didn't touch the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. Did the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor really think that Li Fuchen didn't dare to make a move? Li Fuchen didn't use any spiritual awareness attacks as he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor with the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He would only be able to make the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor suffer a little. In the Emperor's sky continent, if Li Fuchen wasn't excluded, then the Soul Emperor would definitely be ranked first and the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor would be ranked second. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor cultivated the 7 Emotions divine technique, and emotions were the embodiment of the spiritual energy. It would be strange if his spiritual awareness wasn't powerful. The void distorted and cracked. Invisible sharp radiance shrouded the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's location. As Li Fuchen's understanding of the void law grew deeper, Li Fuchen's void heaven sword art was getting stronger day by day. The void heaven sword intent was naturally extremely sharp. When this sword intent burst out, it was impossible to block unless one was a great emperor. Furthermore, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to contest with just martial Dao intent. Li Fuchen had the sword heart. The sword heart could increase the sword Dao law's power by at least 3 times. Damn it! The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had a change of expression. A layer of intent was emitted and blasted at the void heaven sword intent. Bang! The pavilion that the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in suddenly exploded. At the crucial moment, there was a 7-colored radiance that froze the void and prevented the shockwaves from spreading out. TFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "You dare to make a move?" Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination. He thought that after progressing to a great emperor, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. However, a single sword intent was enough to injure the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. If it was an unrestrained battle, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why wouldn't I dare to make a move? Li Fuchen sneered and blasted the void heaven sword intent at the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Sword Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast, please give me some face. The 7-colored radiance wanted to freeze the void heaven sword intent but realized that it was only delayed. This made Chu Qinyan frown. The 7-colored radiance was the power of the Rainbow Array, and the Rainbow Array was a top-notch Class 8 array. It contained profound laws and was extremely profound, but it wasn't able to freeze Li Fuchen's sword intent. Chu Qinyan didn't know what level Li Fuchen's sword intent was at. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Chu Qinyan and suddenly executed the meteor sword intent. The extremely fast meteor sword intent couldn't be blocked by the 7-colored radiance and was immediately penetrated. Immediately after, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's intent was penetrated. But in the end, after penetrating 2 layers of obstruction, the meteor sword intent still dispersed. Such power! Some of the people that had never witnessed Li Fuchen's methods couldn't help but gasp. Li Fuchen didn't continue to make a move and looked at Chu Qinyan. This person has a foul mouth and couldn't control his anger. Please forgive him. You! The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 714. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. The Skyhorn Emperor's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. However, it was still far from enough to make him fearful. The demon race's nomological comprehension naturally couldn't compare to the human race's, but the demon race's bloodline and defense were something that the human race couldn't compare to. If Li Fuchen only had this ability, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Skyhorn Great Emperor, I wonder if you are satisfied with this sword? Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword without any warning and cleaved. The intense sword chi ignored the power of the rainbow array and cleaved open the pavilion that the Skyhorn Great Ruler was in. It separated the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the petrified queen. Immediately after, Li Fuchen used his left hand to use the Sky Ring sword armor to protect the petrified queen and pull her over. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Not only did the Skyhorn Emperor fail to react, but even Chu Qingyan failed to react in time. By the time the duo reacted, the petrified queen was already by Li Fuchen's side. A heaven-class high-tier sword. Chu Qingyan raised her eyebrows. Although the laws contained in the heaven-grade high-tier weapons were only at the level of a heaven-grade high-tier weapon, which was similar to everyone else's comprehension of the laws, a portion of the weapon's laws came from the heavenly Tao and contained the heavenly Tao. When laws of the same level encountered the heaven and earth Tao aura, they would undoubtedly be inferior. Without a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, even if he was a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to execute this sword move so smoothly. In order to prevent Li Fuchen and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor from fighting, Chu Qingyan had increased the power of the array. Bastard! The Skyhorn Great Ruler was so angry that his face turned green. There was a pfff sound as he pulled out the horn on his forehead. The horn enlarged and was about to cleave at Li Fuchen. Skyhorn Great Emperor, don't be impatient. Chu Qingyan pressed her right hand down, and an intense seven-colored radiance restrained the Skyhorn Great Arch. The Skyhorn Great Arch was indignant and struggled to break free from the seven-colored radiance. But this time, Chu Qingyan was determined not to let any more incidents happen during the Imperial Flower Feast. The rainbow array formation revolved to the extreme, and a miniature rainbow descended, freezing the void where the Skyhorn Arch was. Chu Qingyan, what do you mean by this? The Heavenly Horn Great Sovereign glared at Chu Qingyan. Only then did he realize that Chu Qingyan's strength was definitely at the level of a great emperor. Moreover, she was at the level of a peak great emperor. Coupled with the peak level 8 formation, it was impossible for him to make a move casually. The Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't the only one who could tell that Chu Qingyan was a great emperor. The others could also tell that she was a great emperor. In other words, the Emperor's Sky Continent no longer had 7 major Emperor-class factions, but 8 major Emperor-class factions. If the Hidden Clan of Darkness was included, it would be 9 major Emperor-class factions. Chu Qingyan's expression turned solemn. I've said it before, this is the Imperial Flower Feast, I hope everyone can give me some face. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was still furious. Then why didn't you suppress him when he attacked? Why? Do you think that I, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, am a pushover? If Chu Qingyan did not give him an explanation, he decided to erupt with the power of his bloodline. He refused to believe that he could not break this formation. Chu Qingyan took a glance at Li Fuchen and smiled bitterly in her heart. With the heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, Li Fuchen would suffer very little suppression in the rainbow array. Unless she disregarded everything and shed all pretenses to obstruct Li Fuchen, it was impossible to obstruct him. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen was infuriated, she didn't think that he would be easier to get along with than the Skyhorn Great Ruler. In fact, among everyone, there were 3 individuals that gave her a dangerous feeling. The first was Li Fuchen, the second was the Soul Emperor, and the third was the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Of course, most importantly, she didn't wish to fall out with Li Fuchen. Whether she could return to the Saint Spirit continent might depend on Li Fuchen in the future. She didn't wish to stay another day in this mid-class continent. Only by returning to the Saint Spirit continent would she have the chance to become a half-saint or even a saint. Chu Qingyan said, Skyhorn Great Ruler, you should be most proud of your defense. I am afraid that your defense won't be able to block the opponent's heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. If you insist on fighting, I will not stop you. At this moment, Li Fuchen also said, Skyhorn Great Ruler, if you wish to fight, then fight outside. Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the Skyhorn Great Ruler, but he was still able to injure the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Just as he was preparing to make a move, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's expression changed a few times before he found another pavilion and sat down. Chu Qing Yen, I will give you some face. Sword Emperor, I will let you keep your life for now. Kiki, there is no need for such a glib tongue. Li Fuchen sneered. This battle ultimately didn't happen, but everyone had already made up their minds. The Sword Emperor was indeed the Sword Emperor. Even the Skyhorn Great Ruler was suppressed by him. However, this Sword Emperor seemed rather lustful. He actually forcefully seized the Skyhorn Great Ruler's servant girl, and she was a demonic beast king. Of course, there were some who had some ideas. If the Sword Emperor wasn't lustful, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. Since the Sword Emperor was lustful, as long as they catered to his liking, they might be able to befriend the Sword Emperor and obtain his protection. Domineering. The Green Nacre Empress had to admit that she was tempted. Li Fuchen had practically gathered all of her fantasies of a Dao companion. Young, powerful, and domineering. But when thinking about her own conditions, the Green Nacre Empress felt a little sad. As compared to others, she was very young and wasn't even 300 years old. But as compared to Li Fuchen, she was much older. Perhaps to Law Phase realm emperors, a difference of a few hundred years wasn't considered a difference. But when looking at Yan Qingwu, who was beside Li Fuchen, the Green Nacre Empress knew that she didn't have any chance. She didn't think that Li Fuchen was a lustful individual, and there was probably a hidden reason. Young master is too domineering. Hu Ling had a face of worship. Hu Hongxiu nodded and warned Hu Ling, lass, don't let your imagination run wild. You and the Sword Emperor aren't from the same world. Hu Ling nodded, but in her heart, she was determined to cultivate properly. Only when she was strong enough would she be able to enter the young master's world. The Imperial Flower Feast continued and the atmosphere became harmonious again. On the side, the Safflower Empress said, Sword Emperor, you have to be careful of the Soul Emperor and the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Soul Emperor seemed to have transmitted a message to the Skyhorn Great Ruler earlier. The Soul Emperor must have contacted the Skyhorn Great Ruler to deal with elderly. We have to be on guard. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was rather worried. Li Fuchen said, I saw it, but I don't think they can do anything. Li Fuchen had his own confidence. He wasn't simply strong. If he relied on his strength, he would have died countless times in this lifetime. After the 36 famed flowers performed, it was the Imperial Flower's turn. The first Imperial Flower was an absolute beauty who was wearing a green dress and had picturesque facial features. As soon as the woman stepped onto the stage, even the martial monarchs were attracted to her. What an absolute beauty! Some of the Law Phase realm emperors were panting heavily. They believed that they were used to seeing beauties in the mortal world, but as compared to this green-dressed Imperial Flower, they were definitely insignificant. This Imperial Flower Pavilion has put in a lot of effort. They actually have the Empress Countenance technique for the Imperial Flowers to cultivate. Yan Qingwu said with astonishment. Empress Countenance technique. Li Fuchen and the others looked at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu explained, the Empress Countenance technique is a cultivation technique that can transform a person's appearance and aura. On the Saint Spirit continent, there is a sect called the Empress Countenance sect. This Empress Countenance technique is the sect's defining cultivation technique. However, the Imperial Flower Pavilion's Empress Countenance technique shouldn't be complete. Because only the Empress Countenance sect patriarch and the successor are qualified to cultivate the complete Empress Countenance technique. How can there be such a cultivation technique? The Safflower Empress didn't understand. She didn't know what continent was the Saint Spirit continent, but the Empress Countenance technique was too useless. For a martial artist's cultivation, eternal youth was just a small goal. Immortality, eternity, and strength were what a martial artist should pursue. Yan Qingwu shook her head, don't underestimate the Empress Countenance technique. This cultivation technique can use one's aura to affect others and even affect the circulation of heaven and earth laws. If the Empress Countenance Sect Patriarch is here personally, no one here would be able to withstand a smile from him. Perhaps you can. Yan Qingwu was referring to Li Fuchen. So incredible. Including the Cloud Emperor, no one could understand how a person's aura could be so powerful. What was the difference between this and an illusion technique? Any Tao that reaches the extremity can be immortal. There is no need to feel strange. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. The Great Tao contained everything. Since emotions could be cultivated, why couldn't one's aura be cultivated? In this aspect, Li Fuchen's acceptance was far superior to anyone else. Yan Qingwu nodded. No wonder Li Fuchen was able to cultivate to this level. His mentality had determined his outlook. Everyone else's outlook was too small and limited. They only knew how to cultivate bitterly. After the green dress imperial flower, it was the yellow dress imperial flower. The two of them had different appearances and auras, but in terms of attractiveness, they were equally outstanding. Everyone could feel a different kind of extreme beauty. Sword Emperor, I wonder what these two imperial flowers are like. Right at this moment, Chu Qingyan transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Not bad. Li Fuchen replied. Since the Sword Emperor likes them, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Be it as Tao companions or as concubines, it is up to the Sword Emperor. It is a pity that my Imperial Flower Pavilion only has 2 Imperial flowers for now. If I nurture more Imperial flowers in the future, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Chu Qingyan said straightforwardly. If Li Fuchen was another person, they would probably agree. It didn't matter what the other party's request was, as long as it wasn't disadvantageous to them, they wouldn't mind agreeing. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't moved. Pavilion Mistress Chu, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Qingyan muttered for a moment and said, I hope that the Sword Emperor can help me with something. What is it? I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Cursed Temple? Li Fuchen said, the Cursed Temple is the #1 dangerous place in the Emperor Sky Continent. Pavilion Mistress Chu is overestimating me. The Cursed Temple wasn't a regular place. Even great emperors would be in danger in the outer area. As for the core area, no one had ever walked out, including great emperors. Chapter 7:15. Why should I help you? Li Fuchen asked. Chu Qingyan said, in fact, you aren't just helping me, you are also helping yourself. If you stay in the Emperor Sky Continent for the rest of your life, does the Sword Emperor think you can become a saint? Uncertain. Li Fuchen said. In fact, even if Li Fuchen stayed in the Emperor Sky Continent, he was confident he could become a saint, but he would need to spend a lot more time. Chu Qingyan shook her head, it isn't impossible, it is simply impossible. It is extremely difficult to step into the saint realm in high-class continents. Only the most astounding prodigies would have hope. In mid-class continents, even a 9-star bone frame wouldn't be able to step into the saint realm. They would just die of old age here. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and listened. To be honest, I am not from the Emperor Sky Continent. I am from a high-class continent, the Saint Spirit Continent. Due to a special reason, I came to the Emperor Sky Continent a few dozen years ago. After so many years, I have been searching for a method to return to the Saint Spirit Continent. Later on, I found out from ancient texts that the Cursed Temple is connected to the Saint Spirit Continent. Therefore, I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Chu Qingyan explained patiently. Li Fuchen said, isn't it said that it is impossible to construct teleportation arrays between mid-class and high-class continents? Chu Qingyan said, with the obstruction of the continent willpower, it is indeed impossible to construct teleportation arrays. But the Cursed Temple is different. It is said that this is the temple of the Curse Heaven Lord. When facing the Curse Heaven Lord's chi presence, even high-class continent willpower will temporarily retreat. It also means that as long as you are strong enough, it isn't a problem. Yes, when you are strong enough, everything that is impossible will become possible. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to agree. Let me consider. He would definitely visit a high-class continent, but he might not go through the cursed temple. All right. Chu Qingyan nodded. Li Fuchen then told Yan Qingwu about the conversation with Chu Qingyan. Yan Qingwu said, "The Curse Heaven Lord is a legend in the entire Deep Blue Plain. If the Cursed Temple is truly his temple, it is indeed possible to reach the Saint Spirit continent." At this moment, the Sword Spirit also said, "The Cursed Heavenly Monarch is an incredible big shot. Not just in the Deep Blue Plain, but in the entire universe, he is an overlord-level existence. It is said that his cursed body can make him immortal, but I don't know whether it is true or not. How does it compare to the previous owner of the Joint Heaven Sword or the owner of the Holy Monument?" Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Spirit said, "They are all on the same level, but in terms of survivability, the Curse Heaven Monarch is definitely stronger. At least he is still alive." Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, staying alive was more important than anything else. The Imperial Flower Feast was about to end. During this period of time, Li Fuchen could sense that Chu Qingyan was conversing with plenty of people through transmitted messages. It seemed like the Cursed Temple didn't think 2 people was enough, so he invited more people into the Cursed Temple. However, it was unknown how many people would dare to enter. After a while, the Imperial Flower Feast came to an end. Chu Qingyan stood up and politely said a few words before asking them to leave. After leaving the Rainbow Garden, many people did not leave. Instead, they floated in the air. They didn't believe that the Skyhorn Great the Arch would let the Sword the Arch off so easily. With the Skyhorn Great Ruler's personality, he would never wait for an overnight vengeance. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor wasn't someone that was easy to deal with either. Therefore, there would definitely be a battle between the two of them. Soon enough, the Skyhorn Great Ruler and Li Fuchen came out. "Sword Emperor, I said that I will keep you alive for now. It is time to reap your life." The Skyhorn Great Ruler let out a tyrannical laugh. If he could endure it when someone snatched his servant, he wouldn't be called the Skyhorn Great Ruler. So what if it was a heaven-class high-tier weapon? The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't believe that Chu Qingyan could do anything to him. "Skyhorn Great Ruler, I heard that your escaping skills aren't that great. At least, it isn't comparable to the Golden-Winged Great Ruler." Li Fuchen laughed. The Golden-Winged Great Ruler blinked his eyes. "What do you mean?" The Skyhorn Great Ruler asked. "If you are the Golden-Winged Great Ruler, I will definitely not be able to kill you. But now, there is still a chance." Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Courting death. The Skyhorn Great Ruler went berserk. He pulled out the horn on his forehead and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Huff huff huff, the chi presence of destruction was emitting in all directions. The reason the Skyhorn Great Lord was able to become the leader of the 4 Great Lords of the demon race was because his bloodline contained the power of destruction. The power of destruction was undoubtedly a supreme power. As the corner of the Skyhorn Great Lord slashed out, cracks appeared in the void and the edges of the cracks began to collapse. Clang! Li Fuchen blocked the horn with his sword. "Your attack power is rather powerful." Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's attack power wasn't inferior to the Skull Great Ruler. The Skull Great Ruler had the white bone saint crown and was definitely not a regular top-class Great Ruler. Clang 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 clang, in an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo had clashed. "Get lost!" Bang! A sword chi cleaved on the Skyhorn Great Ruler's shoulder and sent him flying while fresh blood sprayed out. In terms of actual combat, the Skyhorn Great Ruler wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was able to observe the Skyhorn Great Ruler's subtle movements with extreme clarity. It even produced the precognition ability and could predict the next move's trajectory and strength. Bang 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 bang. In the beginning, Li Fuchen would need dozens of sword strikes to hit the Skyhorn Great Ruler once. After familiarizing himself with the Skyhorn Great Ruler's combat style, it became 10 sword strikes, then 5 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes. In just 15 minutes, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's body was covered in sword wounds and was dripping with blood. Of course, these were just superficial wounds and weren't able to cause internal injuries to the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Such power! Everyone was flabbergasted. Li Fuchen's strength was simply unpredictable. Who was the Skyhorn Great Ruler? He was actually struck repeatedly by Li Fuchen and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Especially Chu Qingyan, she realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuchen. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was undoubtedly one of the demonic beasts that was adept at combat. It wasn't strange if the Skyhorn Great Ruler's attack power was superior to the Skyhorn Great Ruler's, but it was rather exaggerated to be able to render the Skyhorn Great Ruler helpless. Celestial Eye Great Ruler, can you block it? Beside the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, the Mystic Dark Great Ruler asked in a grave tone. The Celestial Eye Great Ruler's Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws. During a battle with the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, a single move was enough to determine the victor. After staying silent for a breath, the Celestial Eye Great Ruler said slowly, "I cannot block it." It was true that he couldn't block it. His Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws, but Li Fuchen's attacks seemed to be able to predict the future. How could the Celestial Eye Great Ruler see through it? Even you can't block it? The Mystic Dark Great Ruler was shocked as he thought he was the only one that couldn't block it. Ruin Smash. After enduring a few dozen sword slashes from Li Fuchen, the Skyhorn Great Ruler was infuriated. He activated his innate ability, Ruin Smash, and a giant unicorn phantom rushed at Li Fuchen. At that instant, Li Fuchen felt a black hole crashing over and his body was involuntarily getting closer. No wonder he is the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers. Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this move was enough for the Skyhorn Great Ruler to look down on everyone, and there weren't many that could block it. Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall and countered with his sword. Rumble. The sky collapsed. One of the 2 attacks contained the power of ruin while the other was extremely fast. When they clashed, it immediately caused a chain reaction that caused the heaven and earth law to break and melt. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. In this head-on clash, Li Fuchen had lost. But in the next moment, Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling light and vanished. TSS 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 TSS. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's body was spurting with blood as it was unknown how many sword slashes he received. Damn it, damn it! The Skyhorn Great Ruler was like a headless fly that was flying around and couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Right now, he didn't have the Demonic Beast Race number 1 Great Ruler's Demonic Beast aura anymore. Soul Emperor, why aren't you making a move? The Skyhorn Great Ruler yelled out. Li Fuchen was his bane and he had to admit that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Skyhorn Great Ruler, you have truly disappointed me. The Soul Emperor was indeed disappointed. He thought the Skyhorn Great Ruler would be able to force Li Fuchen to his limits. As a result, he was forced into a miserable state. Of course, he didn't consider that he was also defeated by Li Fuchen. Red Moon, do it. The Soul Emperor instructed the Red Moon Emperor. Kill. With a boundless murderous aura, the Red Moon Emperor thrust at Li Fuchen. After clashing with the Red Moon Emperor, Li Fuchen realized that the Red Moon Emperor's strength had almost doubled. Li Fuchen, this person cultivated a forbidden technique and used his lifespan as the price to forcefully increase his strength. Yan Qingwu immediately saw through the Red Moon Emperor's condition. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. To a Law Phase Realm Emperor, lifespan was the most important thing. Only with a sufficient lifespan, they would have the hope to step into a higher realm. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful they were. It was obvious that the Red Moon Emperor's cultivation of a forbidden technique was the Soul Emperor's idea. The Soul Emperor didn't care about the Red Moon Emperor's future. The Red Moon Emperor's strength might have doubled, but he still wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After all, the Red Moon Emperor wasn't considered a top-class great emperor before this. Clang! Li Fuchen sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single slash. Caw! Right at this moment, there was a terrifying bird's cry. In the void, a giant sharp claw clawed at Li Fuchen. The golden-winged great ruler was shocked when he saw the sharp claw. His original body was the golden-winged emperor eagle and was a top-class 8 demonic beast. However, as compared to the owner of the sharp claw, he was far inferior. As the sharp claw appeared, space froze, and time seemed to stop as well. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to shrink, shift, and change. No one could clearly see the changes that happened in that instant. They could only vaguely sense it. Demonic Beast Half-Overlord. Chu Qingyan and Yan Qingwu spoke at the same time. However, the duo couldn't understand why a demonic beast half-overlord would appear in the Emperor's sky continent. Half-overlords might not be demonic beast overlords, but they already had a portion of the characteristics of demonic beast overlords. They would also be suppressed by the Emperor's sky continent, but the suppression was slightly lesser. In normal situations, if a demonic beast half-overlord came to the Emperor's sky continent, their strength might not be comparable to a great emperor. Chapter 7:16. No wonder. Li Fuchen finally understood why the Soul Emperor made a move. With the Soul Emperor's vision, he should be able to see that even if the Skyhorn Great Ruler worked together, they might not be able to pose a threat to Li Fuchen. However, the Skyhorn Great Ruler was obviously just a decoy. The true trump card was a half-overlord. The strength of a half-overlord was enough to crush any great emperor. If it was a regular person, Li Fuchen would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's certain aspects had already reached the half-overlord level and had even surpassed it. The claw might have locked down the spatial zone and caused the spatial zone to change, but Li Fuchen was still able to react. Clang! When the claw and the joint heaven sword clashed, Li Fuchen felt as though he was struck by lightning and was blasted deep into the ground. The owner of the claw had also revealed itself. It was a terrifying giant bird with an eagle's head, a lion's body, and eagle claws. The feathers on its body were like iron swords and were intimidating. The griffin. Someone couldn't help but say. The griffin was a top-notch class 8 demonic beast and its body contained the bloodline of the overlord beast, the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was a top-notch overlord beast and not a regular overlord beast. With its bloodline, the potential might not be inferior to regular overlord beasts. It is the griffin. This is bad. The vacant mountain emperor and the others were shocked. He actually enslaved a griffin. The Skyhorn Great Ruler looked at the Soul Emperor with eyes of fear. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor enslaved a demonic beast overlord. In his opinion, it was nonsense. How could a demonic beast overlord be enslaved? Even if it was enslaved before it matured, when it progressed to a demonic beast overlord, the Soul Emperor's enslavement would be broken. Furthermore, the demonic beast overlord would take revenge. From the looks of it, the Soul Emperor enslaving a demonic beast overlord was indeed nonsense, but he actually enslaved a half-overlord. The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't know that the Soul Emperor didn't just enslave one half-overlord, but two half-overlords. The other one was the Void Swallow Octopus. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had seen it before. Boom! The claw blasted Li Fuchen into the ground, but the griffin didn't stop. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed out golden flames. The golden flames could burn anything, and the ground instantly turned into a sea of golden magma. The vacant mountain emperor and the others believed that if they were the ones in the golden magma, they would be severely injured or even killed in a short period of time. Is the Sword Emperor dead? At this moment, everyone felt that it was a little unreal. Who could have imagined that the Soul Emperor was dangerous to such a degree that he could even control and enslave a quasi-demon saint? Although the Sword Emperor was powerful, how could he contend against a demonic beast sage? Furthermore, the Soul Emperor's schemes were too terrifying. He could obviously enslave a half-overlord, but he didn't ask the half-overlord to make a move immediately. Instead, he asked the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor to stall Li Fuchen, in case Li Fuchen saw something was wrong and immediately escaped. I can't be wrong. Chu Qingyan frowned. Her instincts told her that Li Fuchen was the most dangerous. Hence, Li Fuchen wouldn't die so easily. Pucci. The sea of lava was torn apart, and a figure slowly rose up. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? He looked at the griffin and said slowly, as expected of a demonic beast saint. You almost injured me. If he didn't react in time and was hit by the griffin's claw, he would definitely be injured. With just the Sky Ring sword armor's sword intent, rule field, and his body's defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a demonic saint. It was fortunate that he reacted in advance and used his attack to weaken the griffin's attack. As for the golden flames, they might be powerful, but they had to burn the body directly. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression turned even gloomier. Since the griffin's sneak attack didn't succeed, the Soul Emperor knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't be killed so easily. But so what? The Soul Emperor didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to resist the griffin and their alliance. The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others could also see that Li Fuchen was in a predicament, therefore, they planned to help. They might not be able to defeat the griffin, but they were still able to obstruct the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor. It was a pity that the trio couldn't go forward and were obstructed by the Blue Sun Emperor and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Get lost! The Safflower Empress waved her hand and red flowers bloomed in the air. Blue Sun, birth! The Blue Sun Emperor blasted out a fist and a giant blue sun rose from the horizon. Seven Emotions Great Palm. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor rushed out from the back of the Blue Sun Emperor and wanted to sneak an attack on the Safflower Empress. Black Saber, Fate. Yen Qingwu blocked the attack for the Safflower Empress. As for the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he was fighting with the Red Moon Emperor who was counterattacking. For a moment, the surrounding 10,000 miles had turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their radiance and even the heaven and earth law was shattered. The spectators kept retreating until they were 10,000 miles away. Bang 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 bang, in comparison, the battle between Li Fuchen and the griffin was the pinnacle of the battle. The human and the beast were both existences that surpassed great emperors. The Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't able to interfere and could only launch sneak attacks at Li Fuchen from time to time. It is impossible for a half-overlord to continue fighting fearlessly in the Emperor's Sky Continent. There must be a reason for the half-overlord to use his full strength. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with sparks. Huff, a golden flame assaulted and Li Fuchen used the sword shift to dodge. Immediately after, a sharp claw sent Li Fuchen flying out of the void. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. The half-overlord was too powerful and once Li Fuchen was hit, he would definitely be injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's injuries weren't severe and were just superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. To a body refinement emperor, it wasn't considered much. Ruin Smash. The Skyhorn Great Ruler made use of the opportunity to activate his powerful innate ability. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had to clash with the Skyhorn Great Ruler. However, this was definitely a vicious cycle as the griffin followed up and sent Li Fuchen flying with another claw. It was already difficult enough to face the griffin, now that the Skyhorn Great Ruler was involved, Li Fuchen was definitely in a predicament. Sect Origin Swords. Finally, Li Fuchen burst out with his strongest kill move. A million Sect Origin Swords chi spanned across the void like an endless forest of swords. They were all pointed at the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was extremely appalled. The Soul Emperor didn't tell him that Li Fuchen had this kill move. With a thought from Li Fuchen, a million Sect Origin Swords chi surged out violently and drowned the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin. Cling cling clang clang, the sword chi might be powerful, but the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin's defenses were stronger. Especially the griffin, when the Sect Origin Swords chi stabbed at its feathers, there wasn't a single mark. It was fortunate that there were too many Sect Origin Swords chi and as they constantly stabbed, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's body started to bleed. Soul Emperor, you tricked me. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's voice echoed through the sword chi. He was in a miserable state right now. It was fine if he didn't have any wounds, but once the wounds appeared, the sword chi would stab at the wounds as though they had spirituality, causing the injuries to worsen. It was as though a 1,000-mile dike would be destroyed by an ant's nest. It would be fine if he could instant shift. However, among the 4 demonic beast great rulers, only the golden-winged great ruler and the black wolf great ruler could instant shift. The other demonic beast great rulers couldn't do it. This was also why the humans were usually the rulers of the continent. The demonic beasts might be strong, but their overall strength was inferior to the humans. In response, the Soul Emperor didn't mind. If the Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't blocking at the front, how was he going to exhaust Li Fuchen's sect origin swords? The Soul Emperor might have been able to dodge most of the sword chi previously and was only slightly injured, but that was because the Safflower Empress was attacking first. At that time, the Soul Emperor had already executed his shifting technique. When Li Fuchen's sect origin swords arrived, the Soul Emperor's shifting technique was basically completed. The Red Moon Emperor didn't have it easy as his body was riddled with wounds. If the Soul Emperor didn't execute the forbidden technique, the Red Moon Emperor would still be half dead. Of course, even without the Skyhorn Great Ruler, the Soul Emperor still had ways to deal with Li Fuchen's sect origin swords, but it was still a little troublesome. If the Skyhorn Great Ruler only had this ability to become the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, he would have been dead for countless years. Ruin Trample. The Skyhorn Great Ruler returned to his original form, and it was a unicorn with dark gray skin. A destructive light radiated from his body, repelling the sword chi outside. Then, he stomped fiercely. Bang boom! The void cracked inch by inch under his trampling, and the 10,000 returning swords chi that attacked him also exploded inch by inch. Soul Emperor, Sword Emperor, just you wait. The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't plan to risk his life to fight with Li Fuchen. The Ruin Trample had to burn his bloodline as the price and shouldn't be used frequently. Furthermore, he could already see that the Soul Emperor had evil intentions and wouldn't continue to be a pawn. The Skyhorn Great Ruler turned into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Once the Skyhorn Great Ruler left, Li Fuchen would have a much easier time and wouldn't obstruct him. The Griffin was indeed a demonic beast half-overlord. After being stabbed by countless sect origin swords, it only lost some feathers and didn't even have a trace of blood. Huff huff huff, golden flames were spewed out and the remaining sect origin swords were all melted and disintegrated. Blade of Void. A transparent sharp blade suddenly appeared and pierced through the Griffin's missing feathers. PFFF. The Griffin's defense was basically on its feathers. Right now, its feathers were damaged and it wasn't able to block this powerful sword. Screech! There was a sharp and irritable chirp as the Griffin turned its head and pecked at Li Fuchen. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had already retreated and didn't give the Griffin any chance. There were over a dozen damaged feathers on the Griffin's body. Li Fuchen circled around the Griffin and would launch sneak attacks from time to time. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the Griffin because the Skyhorn Great Ruler was around. Secondly, the Griffin's feathers were too tough, and unless Li Fuchen struck the same spot consecutively, it was impossible to break the Griffin's defense. Now that the Skyhorn Great Ruler had escaped and the Griffin's feathers were damaged, it was impossible for the Griffin to block with Li Fuchen's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. Of course, the Griffin was a demonic beast half-overlord after all, and Li Fuchen would still be struck by its claws occasionally. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen's defense, these injuries weren't considered anything. Even if he was struck a few dozen times, he would only suffer some internal injuries. Rumble. Li Fuchen's heart sank as the Soul Emperor had indeed brought the other half-overlord Void Swallow Octopus over. In the void, there were splashes as a giant tentacle lashed at Li Fuchen ferociously. Another demonic beast half-overlord. The spectators were flabbergasted. Chapter 717. This battle had fallen into the Soul Emperor's control right from the start. Li Fuchen was like an insect on a spider web and could only struggle in vain. Let's see how you're going to resist 2 quasi-demon overlords. The Soul Emperor didn't participate. Enslaving 2 demonic saints in battle required a great deal of mental and soul force. The void swallow octopus was obviously stronger than the griffin. Its giant tentacles had dozens of suction cups and they were emitting a powerful suction force, making it impossible for Li Fuchen to dodge. When the void swallow octopus attacked with one of its tentacles, Li Fuchen felt as though the void had turned into water that was tumbling and stirring. The undercurrent was surging and Li Fuchen was a person in the water. He couldn't control his body and was drifting with the current. He couldn't even execute the sword shift for a moment. Soul Chain. Two purple chains shot out of thin air toward the griffin and the void-devouring octopus. Li Fuchen's spirit soul attack was extremely fast and actually arrived first even though it was launched later. Before the void swallow octopus tentacle could touch Li Fuchen, the spirit soul chain had already sunk into the void swallow octopus giant body. In the next moment, the void swallow octopus tentacle lost all of its strength. The remaining force merely caused Li Fuchen's chi blood to boil. Soul Path's secret technique. The scene that the Soul Emperor worried about occurred. The vacant Mountain Emperor was able to remove the soul poison and he already guessed that Li Fuchen was a Soul Dao cultivator. Now, it seemed that the other party even knew Soul Path's secret techniques. If he wasn't a Soul Path cultivator, then what was he? Break! The Soul Emperor sent out two soul sabers that slashed at the soul chains. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere in the soul dimension. The soul chain did not even leave a mark. Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain might not be proficient, but it was definitely tough enough. After all, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was a purple soul spirit. What? The Soul Emperor was even more startled. His soul saber was a low-grade Soul Dao secret art after all. How could it not even leave a mark on it? Could it be that the opponent's Soul Path secret technique was a mid-grade Soul Path secret technique? No, if it's a mid-grade Soul Path secret art, he would have used it last time. Soul Dao secret techniques were divided into 5 levels, and they were respectively basic, low-grade, intermediate-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Basic Soul Path mystic arts were used to build a foundation. They could be used to deal with people weaker than oneself, but against people around the same level as oneself, it was useless, unless the opponent's soul was flawed or heavily injured. Low-grade Soul Dao secret arts were just starting to show great power. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, it would be very difficult to block. If they were not careful, they would be heavily injured. And a medium-grade Soul Path mystic art was a Soul Path mystic art that even the Soul Emperor greatly desired. If he had a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, no one in the Emperor's Sky Continent would be able to stop him for a single breath of time. Even if it was a half-saint, he would be able to casually crush them. As for the higher-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, those below the saint realm wouldn't be able to cultivate them. Only after becoming a saint and transforming the soul spirit into a saint soul could one cultivate them. Once it was mastered, even a first-level Unity Realm Saint Monarch would be able to look down on everyone and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But according to what the Soul Emperor knew, there were very few Soul Dao Saint Monarchs at the Soul Unity Realm that possessed high-grade Soul Dao mystic techniques. After all, the Soul Spirit was definitely considered one of the ultimate mysteries of the universe and it wasn't that easy to study. As for peak-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, they only existed in legends. The Emperor's Sky Continent didn't have any records of saints cultivating a peak-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Putting aside mid-grade and above Soul Dao secret techniques, it was already incredible to study low-grade Soul Dao secret techniques to the extremity. Most importantly, cultivating Soul Dao secret techniques could strengthen one's soul spirit. This was why most of the saints desired Soul Dao secret techniques. They didn't wish to use Soul Dao secret techniques to injure others, they only wished to protect and strengthen their own soul spirit. It was just like how every sect had their own spiritual awareness secret techniques. Learning a spiritual awareness secret technique might not be helpful to your strength, but if you didn't learn it, it would be hard to resist the enemy's spiritual awareness attack. In short, everyone wanted to learn spiritual awareness secret techniques. Excluding the fact that Li Fuchen knew a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, there was only one explanation. Li Fuchen's soul spirit was extremely powerful and much more powerful than the Soul Emperor imagined. Soul poison. Since the Saber of Soul Spirit didn't work, the Soul Emperor changed to a low-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Previously, Li Fuchen used a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique to neutralize the soul poison. Right now, Li Fuchen was executing a Soul Dao secret technique, and it shouldn't be possible to execute a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique at the same time. But soon enough, the Soul Emperor knew he was wrong. While executing the Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen was still able to execute the Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique. Swish! There was the sound of chains as a purple chain was shot into the Soul Emperor's mind. Right now, the Void Swallow Octopus, Griffin, and the Soul Emperor were all shackled by Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain. Damn it! The Soul Emperor didn't expect to be trapped too. But it was nothing to him. His body emitted a dim light and the spirit soul chain instantly fell off. Let's go! If Li Fuchen was able to break free from Li Fuchen's Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't executing a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique. If it was a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor would have to pay a huge price to break free. Despite the case, the Soul Emperor knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen today. The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin, who had their spirit souls shackled, couldn't even utilize 10% or 20% of their strength. How were they going to take down Li Fuchen? The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin's body flashed with dim light as the spirit soul chain fell off automatically. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the two beasts vanished. 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, stay behind. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and shot a spirit soul chain into the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's mind. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu made use of the opportunity and cleaved the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor into 2. As for the Blue Sun Emperor and Red Moon Emperor, they reacted quickly and had already executed their shifting techniques to escape. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, the Soul Emperor reacted quickly and ordered the duo to escape. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wasn't the Soul Emperor's soul slave, therefore, he was a step slower. Elderly, are you alright? The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others walked over. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Safflower Empress said, if we were to deal with half-overlords, we would already be dead. I wonder what method the Soul Emperor used to allow half-overlords to utilize most of their strength. The strength of half-overlords wasn't limited to just this. The Safflower Empress once saw a half-overlord in the sea region. That half-overlord's strength was at least 2 times stronger than the Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin. The Soul Emperor was probably only able to allow the 2 half-overlords to utilize most of their strength, and he must have paid a significant price. Yan Qingwu said, Heaven's fate can be deceived. Similarly, the continent willpower can also be deceived. The trio knew that Li Fuchen was a Soul Dao cultivator, therefore, they were rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to force the Soul Emperor and 2 half-overlords to retreat, but they weren't particularly surprised. But those people that were watching from 10,000 miles away were rather baffled and shocked. It turns out that the Sword Emperor is also a Soul Dao cultivator. With the Celestial Eye Emperor was able to see some mysteries. A single Soul Emperor was already enough to cause a storm in the Emperor's sky continent. With the addition of the Sword Emperor, there was no place for the Celestial Eye Emperor in the Emperor's sky continent. It seems like I have to reconsider if I should go to the Cursed Temple 10 years later. The Celestial Eye Emperor thought to himself. Only by heading to the Saint Spirit continent would he have a chance to progress further. Otherwise, he would have to die of old age on the Emperor's sky continent. It didn't matter if he died earlier or later. The Celestial Eye Emperor was more inclined to venture into the Cursed Temple. At most, he would just die. As expected. Seeing that Li Fuchen had forced the Soul Emperor to retreat, Chu Qingyan understood that her intuition wasn't wrong. Li Fuchen was more dangerous than the Soul Emperor. With Li Fuchen's help, she might really be able to return to the Saint Spirit continent. As for the Cursed Temple's curse, she was rather confident that she could be immune. She was only worried about the cursed warriors in the Cursed Temple. These cursed warriors were undying and could continue to exist with the cursed temple. Chu Qingyan wouldn't be able to deal with these cursed warriors by herself. Therefore, she needed the help of Li Fuchen and the others. Time elapsed. After the Imperial Flower Feast, Li Fuchen had solidified his title as the #1 expert in the Emperor Sky Continent. The title of the Sword Emperor had completely surpassed the Soul Emperor and the Skyhorn Great Ruler. As for the Soul Emperor and the others, they had completely vanished after the Imperial Flower Feast. There was news that the Soul Emperor and the others were already out at the sea. As for whether they were heading to other continents or if they were temporarily out at sea, no one knew. Void Grand Canyon. After making arrangements for the Petrified Queen, Li Fuchen arrived at the Void Grand Canyon alone. In order to condense the Void Tao Heart, one had to comprehend the Void Law of Heaven and Earth. In the Emperor Sky Continent, the Void Grand Canyon was definitely the place with the clearest Void Law. As days passed by, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the Void Law was getting higher. Correspondingly, his Void Heaven Sword Art proficiency was also getting higher. However, he was still lacking in order to condense the Void Tao Heart. Li Fuchen felt that he had yet to make contact with the core of the Void Law. Only by making contact with the core of the Void Law would there be a chance to condense the Void Tao Heart. After drawing the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed at the end of the canyon. This slash was the Blade of Void from the Void Heaven Sword Art. PFFFTSS. The void was slashed open with a crack. Following the crack, Li Fuchen could feel the Void Law with even clearer clarity. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This Void Grand Canyon was obviously created by a saint. It didn't just contain the saint's Void Law, it also contained the Emperor Sky Continent's Void Law. If it was the former, it was useless for Li Fuchen to comprehend it as it was someone else's Void Law. If it was the latter, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to comprehend anything within a short period of time. He would have to spend more time to comprehend it. The combination of the two gave Li Fuchen an opportunity. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness skimmed into the crack and tried his best to sense it. With the saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to sense the Void Law with ease. With the addition of his heaven-defying perception, the comprehension effect was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the blink of the eye, 1 month passed by. Li Fuchen's location suddenly distorted. Immediately after, Li Fuchen vanished. Inside the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This is the Void Tao Heart. Chapter 718. The Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain required the Void Key, but Li Fuchen casually entered. Walking in the Void Grand Canyon, Li Fuchen felt an unprecedented freedom. In the past, he didn't condense the Void Tao Heart and couldn't feel it. Now that he condensed the Void Tao Heart, he felt like a bird that flew out of a birdcage. From now on, he was free and unrestrained. After releasing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen realized that his spiritual awareness could actually fuse with the Void Law and scan deep into the void. This was incredible. Spiritual awareness could see through the void and most saints couldn't do it. There were usually 2 types of saints that could do it. One was to condense the Void Tao Heart like Li Fuchen and was a Void Tao saint. The other was a Soul Tao saint that cultivated a Soul Tao scouting secret technique. Void Law, Void Tao Heart. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found an independent space in the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this independent space should be the Saint's Garden. With a flash, Li Fuchen was about to escape into the Void Garden. Bang! But in the next moment, Li Fuchen was immediately ejected. Incredible! The Saint's Garden contained Void Law that was too powerful and Li Fuchen couldn't escape in at all. Without leaving the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen immediately cultivated the Void Heaven Sword Art's 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was a sure kill move. Once mastered, Li Fuchen was confident that he could eliminate any great emperor in a single move. With the Sword Heart and Void Tao Heart, Li Fuchen had a much easier time cultivating the Void Heaven Sword World. In just one day, he had comprehended plenty of essences. 1 week later, Void Heaven Sword World. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the sword light spread out. Everything within the sword light was motionless. To be exact, it wasn't motionless, but it was 1,000 times slower. Void Heaven Sword World, the world of Sword Tao. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with the radiance of comprehension. Li Fuchen wanted to eliminate the Blood Sift Union and the Clan of Darkness in one fell swoop, but these two dark organizations seemed to have vanished and there weren't any traces. Li Fuchen knew that these two organizations were avoiding him. The Emperor's Sky Continent was massive, and if they were intentionally avoiding him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to find them no matter how capable he was. Unless his spiritual awareness could cover the entire Emperor's Sky Continent. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Most great monarchs probably wouldn't be able to do it. Since they were hiding from him, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his energy to search for them. He was planning to return to the Seven Color Continent and the East Unicorn Continent. I won't suffer any backlash from the power of space this time, right? Li Fuchen had already left behind a void imprint on the Emperor's Sky Continent. Even if he returned to the Seven Color Continent, he would still be able to return. He just needed to spend some time on the journey, and Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't take more than 10 years. Taking out the teleportation board, Li Fuchen didn't even think and activated it. The void distorted and Li Fuchen suddenly vanished. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he was in the deep sea. Apart from the faint chi presence, Li Fuchen was completely fine this time. Thinking about it, compared to the last time, not only had his cultivation reached the Transcendence realm, but he had also condensed the Void Tao heart. It would be strange if the power of space could backfire on him. Jiang Yi turned around and took a look. He could sense the void imprint's existence, but with the obstruction of the Emperor's Sky Continent's willpower, he wasn't able to sense the distance. He only knew the exact direction. After calming down his breath, Li Fuchen continued to activate the teleportation board. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, Li Fuchen suspected that as his cultivation increased, the teleportation distance would decrease drastically when he used the teleportation board. Otherwise, why hadn't he arrived at the Seven Color Continent after teleporting almost 100 times? In order to verify the teleportation distance, Li Fuchen left behind a void imprint and teleported away. As expected, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The distance of a single teleportation was much shorter than he had imagined. It was less than 300,000 kilometers. 100 teleportations would be 30 million miles. As compared to the vast ocean, 30 million miles was nothing. In fact, Li Fuchen felt that his void shift speed wasn't much slower than the teleportation speed. After all, after each teleportation, Li Fuchen had to calm his chi presence. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so foolish to travel by himself. Using shifting techniques to travel would consume a shocking amount of sword energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that his sword energy would be exhausted after traveling for a few tens of millions of miles. 500 times, 1,000 times. After close to 2,000 times, Li Fuchen finally sensed the chi presence of the Seven Color Continent. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already used up a few 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and it was equivalent to a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum for primary Sea Realm monarchs, but it was nothing for Li Fuchen. After lifting the teleportation board to take a look, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. This teleportation board couldn't be used for a few more times. After close to 2,000 teleportations, the teleportation board was overwhelmed and there were several cracks on it. That's true, it is just a low-grade teleportation board. The teleportation board might be precious, but it was also divided into 4 grades. The low-grade teleportation board was the lowest grade and could only be filled with low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the teleportation distance was short. The mid-grade teleportation board could be filled with mid-grade spirit stones and the teleportation distance would be increased by a few dozen times. There were also the high-grade and peak-grade teleportation boards. But in mid-class continents and low-class continents, the teleportation board was definitely an extremely precious treasure. Even a low-grade teleportation board was extremely precious. It was mainly because no one could refine a teleportation board. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the seven-color continent. What is going on? After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that on the green soil continent, countless demonic beasts and sea beasts were wreaking havoc on the continent. The green soil continent's controller, the Green Pine Pavilion, could only activate the array to resist the demonic beasts and sea beasts. They didn't have any strength to retaliate. Frowning, Li Fuchen increased his speed and headed straight for the Green Pine Pavilion. Boom boom boom, outside the Green Pine Pavilion, hundreds of demonic beast kings were constantly blasting at the Green Pine Pavilion's array. If this was the case, the Green Pine Pavilion wouldn't be in such a passive state. Among the hundreds of demonic beast kings, there was one extremely powerful demonic beast king. Every time he made a move, he would be able to shake the Green Pine Pavilion's array. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew that this demonic beast king's strength wasn't inferior to a mid-class combat emperor. Half-emperors were already very terrifying on regular mid-class continents. If it was a combat emperor, they would definitely be able to wipe out everything and no one would be able to stop them. Sensing that Li Fuchen was approaching, one of the demonic beast kings charged at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the demonic beast king could get close to Li Fuchen, it was blasted into a blood mist by Li Fuchen's chi presence. Immediately after, Li Fuchen waved his hand and swept out a majestic and sharp power. PFFF 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 PFFF. There was a scene that shocked everyone in the Green Pine Pavilion. Hundreds of demonic beast kings, including the most formidable demonic beast king, were instantly blasted into a blood mist. When the wind blew, they vanished without a trace. Such power! The Green Pine Pavilion master's eyes contracted. After eliminating hundreds of demonic beast kings, Li Fuchen didn't stop and flew towards the other continents of the seven-color continent. His strength might have been suppressed by the seven-color continent's willpower, but Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too high. It didn't matter which demonic beast king or how many demonic beast kings there were, they were all eliminated in a single move. There wasn't a need for a second move. Half a day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow sect on the Red Soil continent. As compared to the other continents, the Red Soil continent was definitely much more miserable. There were at least 1,000 demonic beast kings gathered here and there were 3 demonic beast kings that had the strength of combat emperors. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could even feel the chi presence of demonic beast rulers in the Red Sea that was next to the Red Soil continent. That Red Flood Dragon King has progressed to a demonic beast ruler. It was obvious that after the Red Flood Dragon King obtained the corpse of the Black Flood Dragon ruler, it took less than 10 years to evolve. If Li Fuchen didn't return, the seven-color continent might turn into a demonic beast world in a short period of time. Chapter 719. Seeing that the Red Rainbow sect was in imminent danger, Li Fuchen waved his hand and annihilated 1,000 demonic beast kings. With a few flashes, he arrived at the Scarlet Sea. The Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, who was once the overlord of the Scarlet Sea and was now the Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, was stunned when he saw a human suddenly appear before him. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He grabbed with his hand and crushed the Red Flood Dragon ruler to death. But this time, he didn't turn the demon ruler into a blood mist and left the corpse intact. After all, the corpse of a demonic ruler was extremely precious. It might be useless to him, but it was definitely useful to the Red Rainbow sect. Carrying the Red Flood Dragon ruler's corpse, Li Fuchen returned to the Red Rainbow sect. You are? The Red Rainbow monarch wasn't able to recognize Li Fuchen immediately. Li Fuchen said, I am Li Fuchen. I used to be a disciple of the Red Rainbow sect. After the Red Rainbow sect retreated from the Emperor Sky continent, I stayed behind. You are my Red Rainbow sect's disciple? The Red Rainbow monarch suspected that he heard wrongly. With the high-grade Heaven Stone, he was only at the strength of a combat emperor. If he wanted to break through to the Law Phase realm, he would need at least a few hundred years, unless he could continue to stay in the Emperor Sky continent. Instead, it was Li Fuchen who was a disciple that actually made a huge leap and reached the Law Phase realm. Furthermore, he actually found the seven-color continent from the Emperor's sky continent. How formidable was he? For a moment, the Red Rainbow Monarch felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. For the next few days, everyone in the Red Rainbow sect knew who Li Fuchen was. After all, Li Fuchen had lived in the Red Rainbow sect for a period of time and there were plenty of people who recognized him. Does the Red Rainbow sect wish to return to the Emperor's sky continent? In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen asked the Red Rainbow Monarch. Yes, of course, but what about the Emperor's sky continent? The Red Rainbow Monarch was rather hesitant. The Emperor's sky continent wasn't an easy place to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to retreat back to the seven-color continent miserably and even destroy the teleportation array. Right now, I have the final say in the Emperor's sky continent. It doesn't matter if the Red Rainbow sect moves over. Li Fuchen said. You have the final say. In response, the Red Rainbow Monarch and the Red Rainbow sect's elders looked at each other in dismay. If what Li Fuchen said was true, then Li Fuchen wasn't a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor, he was a great emperor. For a moment, everyone felt dizzy. Li Fuchen continued, the only troublesome thing is to head to the Emperor's sky continent. We will need to head to a low-class continent. The East Unicorn continent had a teleportation array that could teleport to the Emperor's sky continent. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But there were too many people and the distance between the two continents wasn't short, making it a little troublesome. Furthermore, he didn't know if the East Unicorn continent's willpower would kill those whose cultivation was above the reincarnation realm. He didn't have to fear it, but others might not. The Red Rainbow Monarch returned to his senses and said, you don't have to worry about that. My Red Rainbow sect has an extremely concealed teleportation array in the Emperor's sky continent. As long as we install a space crystal on the teleportation array here, we will be able to teleport over. The teleportation arrays were able to teleport each other because the teleportation array patterns on both sides were the same. As such, they would be able to attract each other and carry out a precise teleportation. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect was only left with a relatively large spatial crystal. A smaller spatial crystal wouldn't be able to sustain such a long teleportation. Therefore, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't activate the teleportation array. He was planning to increase his strength a little more before heading to the Emperor's sky continent. That would be best. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Red Rainbow sect to still have a trump card. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for a few days, Li Fuchen conveniently returned to the Evergreen Martial Institution. After leaving behind some resources that could assist Dean Meng Qiheng to break through to the primary sea realm, Li Fuchen gave some resources to some of his acquaintances before activating the teleportation board and returning to the East Unicorn continent. Rumble. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the East Unicorn continent, the East Unicorn continent's willpower reacted and a destructive wave swept at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too high and the East Unicorn continent felt an intense threat. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. He assumed that the East Unicorn continent's willpower wouldn't be able to suppress him. He didn't expect for the East Unicorn continent to be much stronger than he imagined. At least, the suppression was stronger than the seven-color continent. After executing his spirit soul ability, Li Fuchen's chi presence instantly vanished. At the same moment, the destructive wave in the world gradually withdrew. It seems like the East Unicorn continent isn't as simple as a low-class continent. Li Fuchen said to himself. The East Unicorn continent was still the same as when he left. The only difference was that there were too many people who left the East Unicorn continent through the teleportation array. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and couldn't see many reincarnation realm experts in the entire East Unicorn continent. It was fortunate that the important members of the Yi clan and most of the Azure Water sect were still around. Li Fuchen didn't return to the Yi clan immediately as he planned to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Firstly, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the mystic martial hidden domain. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed a spatial zone. If he wasn't mistaken, this spatial zone should be the mystic martial hidden domain. Bang! Li Fuchen was surprised that he couldn't enter the mystic martial hidden domain. This meant that the mystic martial hidden domain was also a hidden domain created by a saint. If it was a hidden domain formed by heaven and earth, it shouldn't be impossible to enter. That's right, the mystic martial hidden domain has a hidden domain spirit. I have never heard of any hidden domain having a hidden domain spirit. Li Fuchen suddenly thought of something. There were plenty of hidden domains in the Emperor Sky Continent, and there were plenty of hidden domains created by saints. But none of them had a hidden domain spirit. I wonder where is the Star Road? Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness permeated the void and searched within the East Unicorn Continent's range and even the surrounding sea region. However, he couldn't find any traces of the Star Road hidden domain. In the end, Li Fuchen still didn't have any clues about the East Unicorn Continent's greatest secrets. If he still didn't know that the East Unicorn Continent was special, then he would be a fool. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at a valley with a teleportation array. This teleportation array allowed the people from the East Unicorn Continent to teleport to the Emperor Sky Continent. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if it would restrict the cultivation level. Teleportation arrays were different from teleportation discs. Teleportation discs were more mystical and complicated. Even if the teleportation distance wasn't enough, it could still be teleported. However, there would be a void drop in the middle. If the teleportation array's spatial crystal wasn't big enough and the teleporter's cultivation level was too high, there might be a teleportation error or the teleportation wouldn't work. After all, the difference between teleporting a reincarnation realm expert and a law phase realm emperor was too great. Before returning, Li Fuchen had already made plans to try the East Unicorn Continent's teleportation array. He believed that with the Void Dao Heart, even if there was a teleportation error, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. If it really didn't work, he would have to slowly travel back to the Emperor Sky Continent. It was fortunate that the seven-color continent had a teleportation array that connected to the Emperor Sky Continent, therefore, he didn't need to try. After taking a closer look at the teleportation array, Li Fuchen suddenly realized that this wasn't a regular teleportation array. When he scanned the teleportation array with his spiritual awareness, he saw an arrow-shaped array pattern in the depths of the void. Furthermore, this teleportation array actually didn't use spatial crystals. The person who constructed this teleportation array must have a proficiency in void law that is at least 10 times better than me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. To construct the teleportation array without using spatial crystals, it meant that the person wasn't just an array saint, but also a void Dao saint. Furthermore, it was a top-notch Void Dao saint. It seems like this teleportation array might really be able to teleport me to the Emperor Sky Continent. Li Fuchen said to himself. When Li Fuchen returned to the Li clan was instantly bustling with noise. Li Fuchen had left for too long and had almost become a legend. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly return. The Li clan had a huge change. In the past, there weren't a lot of Earth Shatter Realm experts in the Li clan. Right now, there were almost all of them. There were also more than 10 Heaven Dipper Realm experts. As for those that had reached the Reincarnation Realm, only Li Fuchen's parents, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan. Li Fuchen was rather surprised that his parents actually gave him a younger sister. The younger sister's name was Li Fuxiang and she was only 6 years old this year. She was very timid and wanted to speak but didn't dare to. Li Fuchen smiled and carried her up. It might be due to her high cultivation level or chi luck, but the little fellow's bone frame was much better than Li Fuchen back then. It was actually a 5-star bone frame. There was still a difference between an innate 5-star bone frame and an acquired 5-star bone frame. If the environment was the same, an innate 5-star bone frame would definitely have a higher achievement than an acquired 5-star bone frame. Since the younger sister had an innate 5-star bone frame, it meant that she would be able to cultivate to the Reincarnation Realm in the East Unicorn Continent. Once she reached the 7-color continent and the Emperor Sky Continent, she would have a great chance to cultivate to the Battle Spirit Realm. If coupled with top-notch resources, the Battle Spirit Realm would be very common. Even the Primary Sea Realm would have a great chance. Li Fuchen didn't plan to stay in the East Unicorn Continent for a long time. On the next day, Li Fuchen informed the Li clan and the Azure Water sect of the purpose of his return. If they were willing, they could head to the seven-color continent as the cultivation environment was better. Furthermore, they could head to the higher-class Emperor Sky continent. If it wasn't unexpected, everyone was willing. Since everyone was willing, Li Fuchen started to think of a method to head to the seven-color continent. There were two methods. The first method was to build a large ship and cross the sea to the seven-color continent. With Li Fuchen around, there wouldn't be any danger along the way. After all, in such a small place, the chances of encountering a demonic beast overlord were too low and infinitely close to zero. However, this method was rather time-consuming and would require at least a few years. The second method was to build a teleportation array. As long as one teleportation array was constructed on the seven-color continent and the East Unicorn continent, they would be able to travel back and forth. Li Fuchen arrived at the seven-color continent and asked the Red Rainbow Sex-only array monarch to help build the teleportation array. As for the spatial crystals, Li Fuchen had some and didn't need the Red Rainbow sects. The construction of the teleportation array might be rather time-consuming, but it was still completed a few months later. This teleportation array was a mid-grade teleportation array and could teleport 100 individuals at once. Each teleportation would require 50 million low-grade spirit stones and on average, it would cost 500,000 low-grade spirit stones per individual. It was obviously more expensive than the teleportation board. Chapter 720. Emperor Sky Continent, in an underground cavern. Buzz! A radiance descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. The teleportation array from the seven-color continent to the Emperor Sky Continent was a mid-sized teleportation array. It could teleport 20 individuals at a time, but Li Fuchen's cultivation was too high and was equivalent to 20 individuals. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was only at the third level of Law Phase Realm. If he was at the high levels of Law Phase Realm, he might not be able to teleport. It is indeed the Emperor Sky Continent. Li Fuchen could sense the void imprint that he left behind. In the next few days, a group of people came from the seven-color continent. Li Fuchen arranged for these people to stay at the floating sky mountain. What a thick heaven-earth yuan qi! Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyen were shocked. The seven-color continent's heaven and earth energy was already concentrated enough and was several times more than the East Unicorn continent. He didn't expect that the Emperor Sky Continent's heaven and earth energy was actually 10 times more concentrated than the seven-color continent. It was truly infuriating to compare. Even an ordinary person living in the Emperor Sky Continent would be able to easily cultivate to the Origin Return Realm or the Earth-Shattering Realm. If I cultivate in this place, I should be able to break through to the Battle Spirit Realm. Zhao Wuji said excitedly. He was already old enough, but with Li Fuchen's help, he broke through to the Reincarnation Realm, increasing his lifespan. Therefore, he looked much more spirited than before and didn't age with the elapse of time. Zhao Mingyue was there too. She was one of the few youths that didn't use the teleportation array to leave the East Unicorn continent. In fact, the reason why the Li clan and the Azure Water sect had so few people leaving was mainly because of Li Fuchen. Without Li Fuchen, they might have already left the East Unicorn continent and ventured out. The floating sky mountain was massive. Let alone a few hundred, even if there were a few thousand people, it would still be able to accommodate them. Furthermore, due to Li Fuchen's relationship, the floating sky mountain didn't arrange for these people to be placed in the corners of the mountain. Instead, they were arranged to be placed on superior cultivation peaks. After making arrangements for everyone, Li Fuchen was planning to cultivate properly. He might be formidable now and no one in the Emperor Sky continent could deal with him, but if he went to a high-class continent, he would probably be nothing. First, I have to create the 40th level of the Divine Flame Sword Energy Art. The limit of a Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique was level 39, so level 40 was undoubtedly a Heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor wanted to break through to the Soul Unity Realm, they would need a Heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. This was also why be it the Emperor Sky Continent or the Heaven Pillar Continent, there wasn't a single half-saint. Everyone didn't have a Heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If Li Fuchen was a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor, it would be impossible for him to deduce a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. But when Li Fuchen was at the primary sea realm, his perception had already surpassed emperors. Right now, his perception might not be superior to regular saints, but it was at least at the saint's level. As long as he was willing, it wasn't difficult to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. It would just take some time. Just as Li Fuchen expected, he took just half a year to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. The sword energy from this cultivation technique was already able to make heaven and earth law retreat. If Li Fuchen was to face the griffin and the void swallow octopus again, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to deal with the two half-overlords without using the spirit soul chain and the void heaven sword world. Since the 40th rank was created, the 41st rank was naturally not far away. 1 year later, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy technique broke through to the 41st rank again. After 2 years, the Soul Emperor and the others still didn't appear. Even the Clan of Darkness and the Blood Sift Union had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen frowned. If he didn't eliminate these people, he would feel that the Emperor Sky Continent wasn't safe. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and arrived at the Thunderbolt layer. Bang boom! Bolts of heaven thunderbolts blasted on Li Fuchen's body, causing sparks to burst out. Li Fuchen's cultivation might not have broken through, but his sword energy was more than 2 times stronger. With the support of the sword energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was twice as powerful, allowing him to block the heaven thunderbolts with ease. Middle section of the Thunderbolt layer, upper section of the Thunderbolt layer. Rumble. A black thunderbolt cleaved down violently. It didn't just shatter the sword intent, it also shattered the law field. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to descend and didn't dare to face the attack head-on. It seems like I have to break through to the 42nd rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique or break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm in order to have some hope. Li Fuchen's body refinement progress was already very fast, but without peak-grade spirit stones or heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs, it was impossible to break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm within a few years. The Emperor Sky Continent and the Heaven Pillar Continent had plenty of heaven-class high-tier herbs, but heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs were nowhere to be seen. I can go to the Latent Shadow Abyss to take a look. The Latent Shadow Abyss was underground and spirit stones were produced by the continent. The deeper one went, the higher the chances of finding peak-grade spirit stones. That peak-grade spirit stone was found in the Latent Shadow Abyss. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he could easily find the lowest few layers of the Latent Shadow Abyss. After all, these Latent Shadow Abyss were created by battles, unlike the Saint Garden and the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain which were intentionally created. It wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen to find and enter. In the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss, the Shadow Corpses and Berserk Corpses were extremely powerful and were obviously at the Law Phase Realm. Most of them were only at the low levels of Law Phase Realm, but in the Latent Shadow Abyss, it wasn't that easy for great emperors to destroy them. Li Fuchen didn't even need to fight. With the Void Dao Heart, he could travel freely in the Latent Shadow Abyss. 1 week, 2 weeks, Li Fuchen didn't sleep or rest as he searched the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss for over a month. No wonder the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others didn't have any peak-grade spirit stones. They might have obtained some before, but it was probably luck. After over a month, Li Fuchen didn't find anything but he found a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen speculated that the Emperor Sky Continent must have plenty of peak-grade spirit stones, but the Emperor Sky Continent was too massive and these peak-grade spirit stones were all hidden deep underground. Without earthquakes or factors like the Latent Shadow Abyss, one could only find the peak-grade spirit stones by chance. The Latent Shadow Abyss had plenty of layers and Li Fuchen couldn't find the bottom layer, but he wasn't discouraged. He started from the bottom layer and gradually headed upwards. When he was about to reach the surface, Li Fuchen's face flashed with surprise. It seemed like finding peak-grade spirit stones really depended on luck. The bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss didn't have any, but he didn't expect for the surface layer to actually have a peak-grade spirit stone. After obtaining the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate the Hand of Force's chi power. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement finally reached the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm. At this moment, the peak-grade spirit stone's spirit chi was still at 30%. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and cleaved at his arm. Bang! The Joint Heaven Sword wasn't able to touch his arm and was repelled. After reaching the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm in body refinement, Li Fuchen's body's law field was even stronger. Li Fuchen was confident that a full-powered slash could break the law field, but he still had the sword intent protection. Furthermore, his physical toughness was already extremely fearsome and wasn't inferior to the law field. With 3 layers of defense, Li Fuchen felt that his full-powered slash wouldn't be able to injure himself. After flashing out of the latent shadow abyss, Li Fuchen soared into the sky. This time, he didn't believe that he couldn't enter the upper section of the Thunderbolt layer. Crackle boom. At the upper section of the Thunderbolt layer, pitch-black thunderbolts struck down violently. This time, they only shattered the sword intent and weren't able to shatter the law field. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile and continued to ascend. There were more pitch-black thunderbolts and Li Fuchen's law field was also damaged. But Li Fuchen was still ascending. Crackle. The law field was broken and Li Fuchen's body was charred. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the area between the upper section of the Thunderbolt layer and the thermal layer. There was nothing here, just a void and emptiness. Through the thermal layer, Li Fuchen saw the starry sky. The starry sky was extremely realistic. The closest star to him felt as though it was hanging above his head. It was unimaginably massive and grand, causing Li Fuchen's heart to palpitate. In the starry sky, there were countless starlight twinkling. If Li Fuchen only had the green spirit soul, he would probably have some comprehension after seeing this. But Li Fuchen possessed the purple spirit soul and the purple spirit soul was 2 grades higher than the green spirit soul. Therefore, in an instant, Li Fuchen comprehended the star's law. The star's law wasn't a pure law, it was a comprehensive law and it contained the 5 elements law. In fact, without the star's bone frame, even a saint would find it hard to comprehend the profound star's law. After all, the bone frame was extremely important. What kind of bone frame one possessed would be compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth? It was hard for outsiders to understand the subtle feeling. Only an anomaly like Li Fuchen could forcefully comprehend the star's law. It's so hot. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen felt his skin was burning. The transparent thermal layer above his head was emitting residual heat and it was actually able to ignore the sword intent and law field and affect his body. This meant that the great Tao of law contained in the thermal layer was far beyond heaven-class high tier. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen couldn't take it anymore and descended. After comprehending a few more times, I should be able to comprehend the Hand of Star. Li Fuchen said to himself. Before returning to the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen's communication token suddenly vibrated. This was an extremely high-grade communication token that could transmit voices. After pouring in the sword energy, the vacant mountain emperor's voice echoed, "Elderly, a cursed warrior rushed out from the cursed temple. Right now, countless people are cursed and we are unable to kill him." Cursed warrior. Li Fuchen put away the communication token and rushed towards the vacant mountain emperor's location. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw the vacant mountain emperor. The Safflower Empress, Mystic Dark Great Emperor, Celestial Eye Emperor, and even Chu Qingyan were here too. The 5 of them worked together to attack a strange figure with pale skin and pitch-black eyes. An extremely horrific and inauspicious chi presence was emitting from the strange figure. If it wasn't for the fact that the people attacking him were great emperors and had intent protection, he might have been cursed. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew how terrifying the cursed warrior was. No matter how severe the injuries were, the cursed warrior would be able to recover in the next moment and there wouldn't be a single scar left on the body. Elderly is here. When the vacant mountain emperor saw Li Fuchen, he was delighted. Right now, Li Fuchen was probably the only one who could deal with the cursed warrior. They could only resist and couldn't kill it. Extinguish. Chapter 721. The body of the cursed warrior that was slashed closed up again, but everyone realized that the cursed warrior's recovery speed was slower this time. It might just be slower, but it gave everyone hope. For a moment, everyone was attacking the cursed warrior in a frenzy, attempting to slow down the recovery speed. But everyone realized that their attacks weren't very effective. Chu Qingyan said, "To deal with the cursed warrior, one must have a powerful intent. Our intents are inferior to the Sword Emperor." Li Fuchen nodded. Chu Qingyan was right. To deal with the cursed warrior, one had to rely on intent. Curses were actually a type of great Tao law, therefore, one had to rely on the law intent to wear it down. Incineration Sword. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a blazing wave engulfed the cursed warrior. The cursed warrior's body was burnt into ashes at a visible speed. But the ashes didn't scatter and reformed into the cursed warrior. I wonder how powerful this sword move is. Li Fuchen followed up with another sword move, and it was actually the Void Heaven Sword World. When the sword was brandished, there was a burst of sword light that blinded everyone's eyes. PFFF. A pile of ashes fell on the ground and couldn't reform again. What? A single sword move killed the cursed warrior? Chu Qingyan looked at Li Fuchen with shock. The others were also bewildered. In their opinion, even Li Fuchen would need at least a few dozen or 100 sword moves to kill the cursed warrior. How could they know that Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World had slowed down the cursed warrior by 1,000 times? In that instant, Li Fuchen had already attacked 1,000 times. Once the cursed warrior perished, the ominous qi presence that was lingering in the air gradually dispersed. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that those who were cursed, as long as they didn't die, had already returned to normal. They were just very weak, and it felt like their essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked away. Why would the cursed warrior come out from the cursed temple? The vacant mountain emperor was puzzled and looked at Chu Qingyan. Among everyone, Chu Qingyan was definitely the one who understood the cursed temple the best, even if she wasn't from the Emperor's Sky Continent. Chu Qingyan said, "Someone must have entered the cursed temple and touched the item inside, causing the cursed temple to have such a change." Who can enter the cursed temple and touch the item inside? The Safflower Empress asked. Li Fuchen said, "I know of such a person, but I don't know if it is him." The person who chased after the incantation martial emperor had come out of the cursed temple. According to the incantation martial emperor, the fact that he could come out meant that he had comprehended a high-level curse. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was someone else. The Soul Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, these people were all possible. Fearing that a second cursed warrior would come out of the cursed temple, the 6 of them rushed toward the cursed temple. The cursed temple wasn't big. From the outside, it looked like a group of temples that spanned hundreds of miles. However, everyone knew that this was just a facade. The cursed temple was filled with layers of space, and the slightest mistake would cause one to be trapped within. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and realized that there were too many spatial zones inside. Some of the spatial zones were connected, while some of the spatial zones existed independently. His spiritual awareness felt as though it was trapped in a maze and wasn't able to see everything. Most importantly, the cursed qi presence had an extreme restriction on the spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen simply couldn't sense anything in the center of the temple. There was only nothingness and inauspiciousness. When Li Fuchen withdrew his spiritual awareness, the cursed qi presence had also arrived. But before the cursed qi presence could get close to Li Fuchen, it had suddenly melted like a candle that encountered the sun. Li Fuchen knew that ever since his spirit soul transformed into the purple color and even had a hint of red, it was already extraordinary and could be said to be impervious to all evils. Of course, when his spirit soul was pale purple or even blue, it could be said that he was impervious to all evils. But back then, only his spirit soul was impervious to evils, but his body wasn't protected. Right now, the qi field that the purple spirit soul emitted was enough to extinguish the cursed qi presence. Li Fuchen didn't get complacent. This was just the cursed chi presence that was emitted from the cursed temple. As compared to the cursed chi presence inside, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Even the cursed chi presence from the cursed warrior was far inferior. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fuchen was planning to familiarize himself with the outer region first. Alright. Everyone nodded in agreement. The outer region of the cursed temple wasn't too dangerous for great emperors. After entering the cursed temple, everyone felt as though they had arrived in a different world. This place was so quiet that it was hair-raising. At the same time, even the color of the spatial zone was drastically different from the outside. When walking in between the temples, everyone could only hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. Clang! Some of the temples had walls. When passing by a temple that had walls, there were sounds of pots and pans falling on the ground. Everyone might be great emperors, but apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else was shocked. There were sounds of footsteps as a cursed warrior appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Before the cursed warrior could react, he was turned into ashes by a sword light. The Void Heaven Sword World was too powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Void Heaven Sword Art's second move, Blade of Void. Anyone who didn't have a tough defense and didn't rely on external forces would be instantly killed by the Void Heaven Sword World. Even if a demonic beast half-overlord came, Li Fuchen was confident he could instantly kill them. As for dodging it, that was impossible. Perhaps it was because they were in the cursed temple, but the cursed cultivator, who had turned into a pile of ashes, still tried to reform himself. However, after a long time, he still failed. A cold wind blew over, and the ashes scattered. They might have witnessed Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World before, but this time, everyone was still shocked. This sword move was so powerful that it was hair-raising. Most importantly, when facing this sword move, they couldn't feel anything. They only felt their eyes getting blinded by the sword light. With his strength, even on the Saint Spirit continent, he should be able to rank top 100 on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan said to herself. In the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent, there were only around 10 great emperors. But on the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless great emperors. Just the Great Emperor rankings alone had 10,000 great emperors. Normally, those that were ranked in the Great Emperor rankings were rather formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 1,000 were extremely formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 100 were heaven-defying great emperors. Any of these heaven-defying great emperors could instantly kill most of the great emperors. They were considered invincible below the saints. The Soul Emperor might be incredible, but in Chu Qingyan's eyes, the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to rank in the top 1,000 on the Saint Spirit continent. Furthermore, on the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't any difference between great emperors and half-saints. As long as one wasn't a saint, they were all great emperors. Among the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, there were plenty of half-saints. It was imaginable that Chu Qingyan was already overestimating Li Fuchen if he was able to rank in the top 100. Senior Incantation. After walking for a moment, Li Fuchen saw a familiar figure. It was obviously the incantation martial emperor. Chapter 722. He is transforming into a cursed warrior. Chu Qingyan said. Cursed warriors didn't appear out of nowhere, they were transformed after entering the cursed temple by mistake. The stronger the cursed warrior when he was alive, the stronger the cursed law would be after transforming into a cursed warrior. If a great emperor transformed into a cursed warrior, no one else apart from Li Fuchen would be able to resist. Even Li Fuchen probably wouldn't be able to kill a cursed warrior of this level. Senior Incantation. Li Fuchen walked over and placed a hand on the incantation martial emperor's shoulder. The shoulder was very cold like a block of ice. At the same time, an intense cursed chi presence followed the incantation martial emperor's shoulder and extended towards Li Fuchen. This time, Li Fuchen's spirit soul chi field didn't extinguish the cursed chi presence. Of course, the cursed chi presence seemed to have encountered a layer of barrier and couldn't reach Li Fuchen no matter what. Such a strong curse law. Li Fuchen executed an evil vanquish incantation on the incantation martial emperor. The evil vanquishing curse was a low-level curse that could expel evil energy. Puff! If Li Fuchen's evil vanquish incantation was a small flame, then the incantation martial emperor's curse law was like a huge river. The small flame would be extinguished when it approached. The unresigned Li Fuchen executed another mid-class Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation didn't have any effect on dispelling the curse law, but Li Fuchen felt that the incantation martial emperor should still have a trace of consciousness. As long as this trace of consciousness was protected, there would be a way to dispel the curse law. As expected, after the Clear Heart Demon Locking incantation was executed, the incantation martial emperor's eyes regained some consciousness, and he said hurriedly, "Quickly bring me out." Go! Li Fuchen grabbed the incantation martial emperor's shoulder and was about to leave. In the void, a huge gray hand grabbed onto the incantation martial emperor's calf. Kill! Li Fuchen slashed at the gray hand. There was a cracking sound. The gray hand was severed. Immediately after, Li Fuchen and the incantation martial emperor vanished. Let's go too. Chu Qingyan and the others retreated. In the depths of the void, Li Fuchen brandished his sword to sever the gray hands. Finally, the two of them arrived at the cursed temple. Before long, Chu Qingyan and the others also came out. Seeing that Li Fuchen had really rescued the incantation martial emperor, the five were very impressed. Chu Qingyan said, "The curse law on his body is too intense. If it isn't neutralized, he will still turn into a cursed warrior, but the transformation speed will be slower." The incantation martial emperor nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect to be cursed by the evil curse martial emperor. His curse originated from the cursed temple. Even if I escaped to the ends of the world, I would still walk into the cursed temple if I lost control of my mind." Back then, the evil incantation martial emperor didn't manage to catch up to Li Fuchen, but the evil incantation martial emperor actually used a trace of Qi presence to transfer the curse onto the evil incantation martial emperor. After enduring for so many years, the evil incantation martial emperor still wasn't able to resist it. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the evil incantation martial emperor would probably cease to exist in this world. How do I remove it? Li Fuchen asked. The incantation martial emperor said, "If I can control my consciousness, I have a 50% chance of removing it. After all, he is only using his aura to curse me." After he was cursed, his thoughts became unfocused and his mind gradually became lax. "Leave that to me." Li Fuchen's incantation Dao was already confident that it wasn't inferior to the incantation martial emperor. If he executed the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation once a day, he should be able to maintain the incantation martial emperor's consciousness. Alright. The incantation martial emperor also knew that Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. As he was worried that the incantation martial emperor's curse would be transmitted to others, Li Fuchen arranged for the incantation martial emperor to stay on a desolate mountain. The surroundings of the desolate mountain were uninhabited. Days passed by and Li Fuchen's star's law was gradually getting stronger. But he was still quite a distance away from comprehending the hand of star. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. Only 2 years had passed of the 10 years and there was enough time for him to increase his strength. 1 year, 2 years, cultivation knew no time and there were no cycles of 60 years in the mountains. 3 years was like a white steed that flashed by. I am finally at the 5th level of Law Phase Realm. In addition to the past few years, Li Fuchen used over 6 years to break through from the 3rd level of Law Phase Realm to the 5th level of Law Phase Realm. This was also because of the peak-grade Spirit Stone. Without the remaining 30% Spirit Qi in the peak-grade Spirit Stone, Li Fuchen's cultivation would probably be stuck at the later stage of the 4th level of Law Phase Realm and wouldn't be able to reach the 5th level. 2 levels in over 6 years. This was rather unbelievable for Li Fuchen's previous progress. But Li Fuchen knew that this speed was already at the extremity. In the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, the most elite prodigies at the Law Phase Realm would need at least over a dozen years to break through one level. In order to cultivate from the 1st level of Law Phase Realm to the 9th level of Law Phase Realm, It would be impossible without at least 100 to 200 years. Only Li Fuchen was an anomaly that was able to break through 2 levels in over 6 years, even with the peak-grade Spirit Stone. The reason why Li Fuchen could progress so quickly was mainly because his Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was already at the Heaven Class high tier. If it was the Heaven Class mid-tier Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be able to break through 1 level in over 6 years. But after 3 years, Li Fuchen was depressed that the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique still wasn't able to break through to the 42nd rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was related to the Blazing Flame Dao Heart. Back then, he was able to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword World because he condensed the Void Dao Heart. Right now, if he wanted to break through to the 42nd rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, he would probably need to condense the Blazing Flame Dao Heart. But to be honest, Li Fuchen didn't wish for his sword energy to be mixed with other attributes. He planned to remove the Blazing Flame attribute and turn his cultivation technique into a pure Sword Dao cultivation technique, not a Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. He already had a feeling that when using the Divine Flame Sword energy to execute Void Dao Sword Arts or Wind Dao Sword Arts, it would be a little awkward and unnatural. This was because the attributes weren't compatible. Li Fuchen immediately started to remove the Blazing Flame attribute. This was an extremely arduous path, because from the very beginning, he had cultivated a Fire Path cultivation technique, and later on, he had added the Sword Path attribute. Now, he had to remove the Fire Path attribute, which was the most important at the beginning, and it was almost equivalent to creating a complete heaven-level high-rank cultivation technique. In order to make the process smoother, Li Fuchen first searched the continent for Sword Dao cultivation techniques. Only with enough Sword Dao cultivation techniques, he would be able to learn from others and use the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique as a foundation to create a Sword Dao cultivation technique that belonged to him. In addition, Li Fuchen had also paid a price to exchange for some Sword Dao cultivation techniques from the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. As for the Sword Dao cultivation techniques from the Red Moon Emperor's treasury, they had already been plundered by Li Fuchen. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had over 100 Sword Dao cultivation techniques. These Sword Dao cultivation techniques ranged from the Earth class to the Heaven class. There was everything, and it could be said to be from shallow to profound. There is still close to 5 more years. It should be about time. Just like that, apart from comprehending the star's law, Li Fuchen would use the rest of his time to dissect and research Sword Dao cultivation techniques. As he dissected and researched Sword Dao cultivation techniques, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Dao foundation was much broader. The achievement of Sword Dao didn't just require height, it also required width. In the past, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao achievement had reached a certain height. But the width wasn't enough. Right now, the width was being replenished. Chapter 723. There are actually so many styles of Sword Dao. Different Sword Dao cultivation techniques allowed Li Fuchen to see different Sword Dao styles. Some were tyrannical, some were feminine, some were nimble, some were simple, some were courageous, some were self-sacrificing. What is the Sword Dao style that I want? Li Fuchen started to think about his Sword Dao. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, there were only 2 years left before the 10 years were up. During this period of time, Li Fuchen wasn't the only one with rapid progress. Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast were also progressing very quickly. Yan Qingwu had already cultivated to the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. The reason why she was progressing so quickly was mainly because she had already cultivated to the peak level of the 9th level of Law Phase Realm in her previous life. Her cultivation and mental state were sufficient, and she was just lacking heaven and earth chi absorption. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if she had enough peak-grade spirit stones, her cultivation would probably surpass Li Fuchen. As for the Thunder Beast, he had already become a mid-tier demonic beast ruler. As a overlord beast, the Thunder Beast might only be a mid-tier demonic beast ruler, but his combat strength was superior to regular mid-tier demonic beast rulers. Even high-tier and peak-tier demonic beast rulers were inferior to him. He could almost contest with demonic beast great rulers and was only inferior to half-overlords. But speaking of which, Yan Qingwu was exaggerating when she said that the Thunder Beast could progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. There might be no bottleneck for overlords to progress, but the resources required weren't a small amount. Not only did it require a massive amount of high-grade spirit stones, but it also required precious herbs that could stimulate the bloodline potential. If it was only the former, the Thunder Beast would at most be a low-tier demonic beast ruler. Even though he was still far from becoming a demonic beast overlord, the Thunder Beast didn't blame Yan Qingwu for deceiving him and was still very happy. He reckoned that he would need another 10 years to progress to a high-tier demonic beast ruler. After that, it would be half overlords and overlords. As for peak-tier demonic beast rulers and demonic beast great rulers, it was mainly about strength and had nothing to do with the demonic beasts class. It was just like high-level emperors, some were normal high-level emperors, some were peak-tier emperors, and some were great emperors. The Thunder Beast didn't know that Yan Qingwu wasn't intentionally deceiving him. If he was on the Saint Spirit continent, the Thunder Beast might really progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. That place didn't just have perfect heaven and earth laws, the resources were also 1,000 times more than the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent. If one hadn't been to a high-ranked continent, one wouldn't know how prosperous a high-ranked continent was. Compared to high-grade continents, mid-grade continents were just a corner. As for low-grade continents, they couldn't even be considered continents at all. They could only be considered as small islands. Even if there were 100 million or a billion of such islands, they still couldn't compare to the tip of an iceberg of a high-grade continent. Only those who had been to a high-tier continent would know what the world of martial arts was. There were tens of thousands of Daos contending for supremacy, and every Dao path had countless cultivators walking on it. Even the Soul Dao was a relatively special Dao path in the high-ranked continents, and there were many cultivators walking on it. My Dao of the Sword is eternal, all-conquering, indomitable, and piercingly cold and fierce. After researching Sword Dao cultivation techniques every day, Li Fuchen's aura was getting purer and more fearsome. It was like a piece of steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. After being tempered 1,000 times, all the impurities had been removed, and what was left was the best of the best. It's about time to remove the fire path attribute. Li Fuchen didn't have enough time to create a new Sword Dao cultivation technique. If he was given 10 or 20 years, he was confident he could create a new Sword Dao cultivation technique. After all, creating a cultivation technique involved too many aspects. It needed to be constantly perfected and strengthened. Not even saints could create a perfect cultivation technique in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Fuchen could only use the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique as the foundation to modify the cultivation technique. After several years of research, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was extremely deep and it was simply a burst of accumulation. In just 1 month, Li Fuchen had modified the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique to the 24th rank. 3 months later, it was at the 33rd rank. The 33rd rank represented the Earth class peak tier. But this wasn't enough, it was far from enough. According to Li Fuchen's thoughts, he had to modify it to at least the 40th rank. Only then, his combat strength wouldn't decrease and would increase instead. If it was only the 39th rank, it would only be a heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Half a year later, it was at the 36th rank. 1 year later, it was at the 39th rank. The further one went, the longer the time required. Because the further one went, the more severe the exhaustion of the Sword Dao foundation. It wasn't like the start where the accumulation was sufficient. Big brother, I am already at the Heaven Dipper realm. Every few days, Li Fuchen would gather with his family and friends. He didn't know if he would survive this trip to the Cursed Temple. If he succeeded, he probably wouldn't be able to return from the Saint Spirit continent within a short period of time. According to Yan Qingwu, the Saint Spirit continent was a cultivation sacred land and also a prison. In normal situations, it was impossible to leave the Saint Spirit continent before reaching the Soul Unity realm. It also meant that if special factors were excluded, when Li Fuchen returned, he would already be a Soul Unity realm saint. It was unknown how many years had passed by then. Li Fuchen revealed a doting expression while looking at his childish younger sister, Li Fuxiang. Li Fuxiang was only 14 years old and had already reached the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. Without a doubt, it was extremely fast in the entire Emperor Sky continent. In terms of cultivation speed, she was definitely a top-class prodigy. However, Li Fuxiang was no longer a 5-star bone frame. After consuming a Heaven-class low-tier herb, the Star Call herb, and a Heaven-class mid-tier, the 7-star life-changing herb, Li Fuxiang's bone frame had already reached the 7-star level. With the combination of the best resources, it was normal for her to reach the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't find the Heaven-class high-tier Destiny herb in the Anger Axe Abyss. It was a top-class herb that could upgrade the 7-star bone frame to the 8-star bone frame. Of course, one stock of Destiny herb wasn't enough to be distributed as he was still stuck at the 7-star bone frame. Cultivate well. 1 year later, I will leave the Emperor Sky continent for a period of time. When I return, I hope you will have reached the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen rubbed Li Fuxiang's head and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I will not embarrass you." The little fellow had already heard about Li Fuchen's achievements from many people. Right now, she admired her big brother the most. The curse on the incantation Martial Emperor was already much lighter and Li Fuchen didn't need to execute the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation every day. After withdrawing, Li Fuchen's eyes turned sharp. He was about to leave and was truly worried about the safety of his family and friends. After all, there were still plenty of threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sift Union, the Soul Emperor, the Zombie Great Emperor, and the Skull Great Emperor were all threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sift Union, the Soul Emperor, and the others had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen mobilized the entire continent's resources and couldn't find any traces. But according to what Li Fuchen knew, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Skull Great Emperor were still in his lair. Right now, the duo was apprehensive of Li Fuchen, but once he left, who knew what would happen? After arriving at the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the Zombie Great Emperor's Zombie Guild. In one of the Zombie Guild's hidden domains, the Zombie Great Emperor was cultivating. This hidden domain imprisoned thousands of Battle Spirit Realm body refinement masters and hundreds of body refinement monarchs. Every once in a while, the Zombie Great Emperor would use these people to cultivate and absorb their chi blood essences. Too slow. If there are a few body refinement emperors, my strength will be able to improve further. By then, so what if the Sword Emperor is here? He still won't be able to break my defense. The Zombie Great Emperor frowned. These body refinement martial artists were nurtured by the Zombie Guild. The Zombie Guild disseminated body refinement techniques everywhere. It wasn't just in the zombie region, it was also in other regions. The entire Heaven Pillar continent had a massive population. Even if 1 in 10,000 people cultivated body refinement techniques, it was still a terrifying number. As such, the Zombie Guild would have an endless supply of cultivation resources. Unless the Heaven Pillar continent's population was wiped out, the Zombie Guild would only continue to grow stronger. But the only problem was that this method wasn't able to nurture body refinement emperors. Once they became body refinement emperors, they would join other sections. Normally, these sects wouldn't bother about them, but once they overstepped their boundaries, it would be hard to say. The Zombie Great Emperor had thought of allowing these people to break through in the Zombie Guild's environment, but he realized that these people would only be able to break through a small level in the Zombie Guild's environment. It was hard for them to break through a major realm. In his opinion, to break through a major realm, resources, mental state, and tempering were all indispensable. After letting out a forceful breath, the Zombie Great Emperor grabbed a body refinement monarch and was planning to continue cultivating. Zombie Great Emperor, how have you been? Right at this moment, in the hidden domain, the void distorted and a figure appeared in front of the Zombie Great Emperor. Sword Emperor, how did you enter? The Zombie Great Emperor was shocked. Apart from him, no one else was able to enter this hidden domain. Li Fuchen scanned the hidden domain with his spiritual awareness and his expression gradually turned cold. The Yin Qi here was too dense and it was unknown how many people had died here. Sword Emperor, we have minded our own business. Why are you looking for trouble with me? Do you think that I, the zombie Great Emperor, is so easy to bully? The zombie Great Emperor was already thinking of a way to escape. Die! Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of the zombie Great Emperor. He then tapped on the zombie Great Emperor's forehead. PFFF. Chapter 724. Right now, Li Fuchen's strength was too formidable and wasn't just 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation technique, but he had also grasped the Tao Heart of Void and mastered the Void Heaven Sword Realm. That finger attack seemed ordinary, but in reality, the force of the finger had seeped into the zombie emperor's brain, turning it into nothingness. Putting aside the fact that the zombie Great Emperor had not improved at all, even if the zombie Great Emperor's strength had been doubled, he would still have no chance of survival against this finger at 0 distance. With a wave of his hand, the zombie Great Emperor's storage bag appeared in his hand. Li Fuchen opened it and revealed a smile. The zombie Great Emperor was indeed a great emperor. Putting aside the other artifacts, just the high-grade spirit stones alone were around 6 million. Li Fuchen only had slightly over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skull Mountain Range was enveloped by a peak level 8 formation, the Scarlet Sky Formation. Under normal circumstances, even a great emperor would not be able to blast it open in a day or two. Skull Mountain, the mountain peak where the Skull Great Emperor resided. The White Bone Saint Crown has already been refined to 80%. I still need 20% more before I can completely master it. Killing intent flashed in the Skull Great Emperor's eyes. Once the White Bone Saint Crown was completely refined, it would be the time for the Sword Emperor Li Fuchen to perish. By then, no matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon. Withdrawing his killing intent, the Skull Great Emperor closed his eyes and prepared to continue refining the White Bone Saint Crown. Just as he closed his eyes, the Skull Emperor opened them again. The void distorted, and a figure appeared. Sword Emperor, I didn't look for you, but you actually dared to look for me. The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent erupted as he roared in a low voice. He believed that if he didn't find trouble with Li Fuchen should be grateful. Otherwise, with the might of the Holy White Bone Crown, how could the other party block it? Li Fuchen said, Skull Great Emperor, it seems like you have improved greatly. More than enough to kill you. The Skull Great Emperor stood up and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen blocked the Skull Great Emperor's palm art. What? The Skull Great Emperor paled. Back when the White Bone Saint Crown was refined to 50%, he was already able to suppress Li Fuchen. Now that the White Bone Saint Crown was refined to 80%, he was actually unable to suppress Li Fuchen. What was going on? I have indeed improved a lot. Li Fuchen understood. Die! Frenziedly activating the White Bone Saint Crown's power, the Skull Great Emperor blasted palm after palm at Li Fuchen, vowing to blast Li Fuchen into scraps. But no matter how the Skull Great Emperor attacked, he couldn't break Li Fuchen's sword art. It felt as though it wasn't a sword art that was obstructing him, but a void. Impossible! Impossible! The Skull Great Emperor couldn't believe what he was seeing. Nothing is impossible. Skull Great Emperor, rest in peace. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance as he executed the Void Heaven Sword World. The sword light was like water, and the Skull Great Emperor's movements were much slower. Even the blink of an eye took a lot of effort. One could see with the naked eye that the White Bone Saint Crown's defensive layer was sliced apart by layers of sword light. In the next instant, the surging sword light engulfed the Skull Great Emperor's body. From the point of view of the outside world, one could only see a flash of sword light, and the Skull Great Emperor turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. With a suction force, the Skull Great Emperor's White Bone Saint Crown and storage bag landed in Li Fuchen's hand. The White Bone Saint Crown was a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact and had immense value. In the future, when Li Fuchen went to the Saint Spirit continent, he might be able to auction it off. Li Fuchen opened up the storage bag and couldn't help grinning. The Skull Great Emperor's wealth was much more abundant than the Zombie Great Emperor. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone were already 12 million high-grade spirit stones. With the addition of other artifacts and resources, the Skull Great Emperor's total wealth was obviously over 20 million high-grade spirit stones. The Saint Spirit continent is filled with emperors. It might not be possible to see saints, but according to Yan Qingguo, there are plenty of them. If I can obtain more high-grade spirit stones, it will be easier to make a living there. I might be able to purchase some precious resources that can't be found on the Emperor's Sky continent. Li Fuchen wouldn't despise having too many high-grade spirit stones, he would only feel that it was too little. Right now, he really wanted to find the Soul Emperor and the others. As long as he killed them, his high-grade spirit stones would easily exceed 100 million. After eliminating the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, Li Fuchen immediately left. The entire Heaven Pillar continent didn't know that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult had been eliminated. 1 month later, the news of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult's destruction had spread throughout the Heaven Pillar continent and caused a huge commotion. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace, which were also part of the 4 Evil Dao factions, were in a state of panic. It was truly too strange that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult were eliminated just like that. However, everyone had a suspicion in their hearts, and that was the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. The Evil Emperor and the Poison Dragon Great Emperor had heard of the news of Li Fuchen defeating the Soul Emperor twice in a row on the Emperor's Sky continent. They truly couldn't imagine that apart from the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, who else could eliminate the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult. At the same time, the two of them were silently rejoicing that they didn't offend Li Fuchen. Otherwise, the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult would be a lesson for them. It might be due to the destruction of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, or the decline of the Evil Dao. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace started to restrain themselves and weren't as arrogant as before. Only 2 out of the 4 Evil Dao factions were left, while the Righteous Dao still had 6 major factions. If they were too arrogant, they might be surrounded by the 6 major factions, and it wasn't something that the Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace wanted to see. I am finally at the 40th rank. When there was only half a year left before the 10-year deadline, Li Fuchen finally modified the cultivation technique to the 40th rank. It might only be the 40th rank, but Li Fuchen was confident that it wasn't inferior to the 41st rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique and might even be superior. Right now, Li Fuchen was emitting an extreme Sword Dao Qi presence inside and out. This extreme Sword Dao Qi presence had allowed his sword heart to be penetrated, and it felt as though he could see a higher Sword Dao level. Everything is worth it. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had spent a lot of time modifying the cultivation technique. If he had spent the time on other aspects, he might be stronger than now. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it, as he was already strong enough. To him, the most important thing was to purify himself and to clarify his own path. It would allow him to take fewer detours in the future. This Sword Dao cultivation technique is extremely pure. I shall call it the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme meant the source of all things, and the primary extreme sword technique meant the source of the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and burst out with a biting cold sword qi. When Li Fuchen drew with his finger, the void was split open. After withdrawing the sword qi, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I have already cultivated the primary extreme sword technique. I have to think of a way to solve the problem of my bone frame. Li Fuchen was a little regretful, as he didn't allow his bone frame to be tainted with the Fire Dao attribute. He didn't wish for his bone frame to turn into the Sword Dao attribute, but he wanted it to be in an elemental state. As such, he would be able to utilize his Sword Dao strength to the greatest extent. Forget it, I will think of a way after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent. That place is vast with abundant resources. There must be herbs that can change the bone frame's attribute. Chapter 725. The creation of the primary extreme sword technique might have exhausted most of Li Fuchen's energy, but Li Fuchen's remaining energy was still focused on comprehending the Hand of Star. On this day, Li Fuchen finally sensed the core essence of the star's law in the sky. The core essence of the star's law was naturally the gravity law. Without gravity, stars wouldn't be able to form. It was because of gravity, stars would be able to bloom with their own radiance in the dark and empty universe. Previously, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the star's law was already extremely profound, but it was because he lacked the gravity law that he couldn't truly cultivate the Hand of Star. Once the gravity law was formed, a horrific gravity was produced from Li Fuchen's body. Under the effects of this horrific gravity, Li Fuchen's Hand of Force's chi power was constantly collapsing and transforming. Rumble. Bolts of horrific heaven thunder blasted at Li Fuchen. In the past, Li Fuchen could only use his own defense to resist. But this time, the heaven thunder was actually absorbed into his body. In a split moment, Li Fuchen's body burst out with thunder radiance, and it was as dazzling as a star descending. In the sky above the Emperor's sky continent, everyone saw a star. This star was so dazzling that it caused panic. They thought that the star was descending and was going to destroy the world. But soon enough, the star vanished and the panic dispersed. What was left was a topic of idle conversation. At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. This is the Hand of Stars level. Li Fuchen could feel the unparalleled power, the power to dominate the universe. He knew that this was a misconception due to the sudden increase in power, but it was imaginable how powerful and horrifying the Hand of Star was if it was able to give him such a misconception. After sensing a little, Li Fuchen knew that his body refinement had reached the completion level of Law Phase realm. The Hand of Force's energy had transformed into the Hand of Star's energy. In addition to absorbing the power of countless heavenly lightning bolts and using the heavenly lightning to temper and strengthen his body tempering cultivation had stepped into the Transcendence realm's greater success realm. After drawing the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen almost subconsciously circulated the Void Heaven Sword world's power and blasted at himself. Clang! Sparks burst out, but Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. This time, Li Fuchen didn't even circulate the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent. He purely used the law field and his own defense to resist the sword. In the end, he was unscathed. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if his sword Dao strength was doubled, he wouldn't be injured at all. What kind of defense was this? Star Immortal Body. Li Fuchen understood that he had already cultivated the Star Immortal Body. The Star Immortal Body was a derivative ability of the Hand of Star realm. Once one succeeded in cultivating the Astral Undying Body, not only would they be undying, but their lifespan would also be extremely long. According to the introduction of God's Hand, the lifespan of the Astral Undying Body was impossible to calculate. It would at least be over 100,000 years. It also meant that Li Fuchen might not be a saint yet, but his lifespan was already longer than regular saints. Most probably, even the Master of God's Hands wouldn't have expected that after countless years, there would be someone who managed to master the Star Hand within such a short period of time. After all, the God's Hand was a body refinement art. It was a fusion of body refinement arts and body refinement martial arts. If one wanted to master the God's Hand, the difficulty was several times or even 10 times higher compared to cultivating a heaven-tier high-tier martial art. But right now, the Star Immortal Body was only at the primary rank. After mastering the Hand of Moon, the Star Immortal Body would reach the mid-rank. After mastering the Hand of Sun, it would reach the high rank. After mastering the Hand of Calamity, the Star Immortal Body would transform again and turn into the Calamity Immortal Body. It meant to be undefeatable and indestructible. Of course, in Li Fuchen's opinion, the so-called Calamity Immortal Body probably wasn't truly indestructible. Otherwise, why would the Master of the Hand of God die? Too powerful. Li Fuchen was already unable to sense how powerful his body refinement strength was. He reckoned that it was at least 10 times stronger than his sword Dao strength. With a flash, Li Fuchen rushed to the heat layer above the thunderbolt layer. The heat layer's heat energy gathered the heat energy of the entire plane. This plane was of a much higher class than the stars. The law field on the surface of Li Fuchen's body distorted and he felt the hand of Star's chi power was being consumed violently. Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer and descended out of the heat layer. Immediately after, he returned to the Emperor Sky continent. This was a desolate and silent mountain range that was around 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. When the hand of Star's chi power was circulated, a horrific gravitational force was produced and instantly acted on the void where the mountain range was. Crackle! The mountain range that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size was instantly attracted by the gravitational force around Li Fuchen. It created a solid sphere that was a few thousand miles in size and a bottomless abyss that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. Inside the solid sphere, Li Fuchen continued to circulate the hand of Star's chi power. At the same time, the solid sphere that was wrapped around him continued to shrink. A horrific heat energy was emitting from the surface of the solid sphere. It looked dark and was just like a solid metal sphere. But right at this moment, there was a ripple of destruction and the solid sphere immediately collapsed. Li Fuchen, who was inside, felt his chi and blood boiling as he suffered a slight injury. Continent willpower? Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't expect for his current body refinement strength to actually draw out the continent willpower. He had a premonition that if he continued to circulate the hand of Star's chi power without restraint, he would draw out the continent willpower's destructive power. It seems like my body refinement strength has reached the critical point of the Emperor Sky continent. In the past, Li Fuchen thought that only his cultivation level would draw out the continent willpower's warning. From the looks of it now, when his strength reached a certain level, it would also draw out the continent willpower's warning. Time elapsed, and when there were only 3 months left before the 10 years were up, Li Fuchen received a piece of information. The Blood Sift Union headquarters had been discovered. It was the vacant Mountain Emperor who discovered the Blood Sift Union headquarters. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one else was superior to him in terms of void law proficiency. Originally, with the vacant Mountain Emperor's strength, it should be easy to eliminate the Blood Sift Union. But no one would have expected for the Blood Sift Union leader to be a great emperor and an extremely elite great emperor. After exchanging moves, the vacant Mountain Emperor wasn't a match. After receiving the information, Li Fuchen immediately headed for the Blood Sift Union headquarters. From far away, Li Fuchen could already sense a shocking chi wave. The battle was much more intense than he imagined. The void distorted and Li Fuchen appeared on the battlefield. Sword Emperor. The Blood Sift Union leader was a man wearing a blood-colored mask. He had an extremely terrifying chi presence as though he walked out from the blood-colored hell. On the opposite side, the vacant Mountain Emperor was already injured and his chi presence was rather dispirited. Another evil Dao cultivator. Li Fuchen sized up the Blood Sift Union leader and saw countless blood souls on the Blood Sift Union leader. It was obvious that the Blood Sift Union leader was the same as the Skull Cult and the Zombie Guild. They used living beings to cultivate, and after a long period of time, they would be tainted with resentment chi. As the resentment chi increased, they would gradually form blood souls. Elderly, you are here. The vacant Mountain Emperor revealed a delighted expression. He alone wasn't a match for the Blood Sift Union leader. But with Li Fuchen around, let alone a single Blood Sift Union leader, even 10 Blood Sift Union leaders wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Blood Sift Union leader for now. Blood Emperor. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed the Blood Emperor who was hiding in the Blood Sift Union headquarters. Li Fuchen extended his hand and a suction force burst out. The Blood Emperor was involuntarily pulled out, and even the Blood Sift Union's array couldn't isolate this suction force. Seeing the situation, the Blood Sift Union leader's eyes contracted. He had already overestimated Li Fuchen and believed that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. But he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be much stronger and more vast than he imagined. Union leader, save me. The Blood Emperor was terrified. Save you? No one in this world will be able to save you. Li Fuchen reached out and clenched his fist, causing the Blood Emperor to explode. Sword Emperor, you have already killed him. My Blood Sift Union will mind our own business, and I hope this will be the last time. The Blood Sift Union leader had a gloomy expression as he spoke slowly. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Li Fuchen looked at the Blood Sift Union leader. The Blood Sift Union leader didn't have any grudges with Li Fuchen, but the Blood Sift Union had plenty of blood debts. Shangguan Yu's Black Emperor Guild was also nearly killed. How could Li Fuchen spare them? Sword Emperor, do you really think you are invincible? The Blood Sift Union leader's battle intent burst out. He, the Blood Sift Great Emperor, was ranked 5,500th on the Saint Spirit Continent's Great Emperor rankings. If the Vacant Mountain Emperor wasn't proficient in Void Law, he would have died in the Blood Sift Union leader's hands. Furthermore, the Blood Sift Union leader hadn't executed his kill move to deal with the Vacant Mountain Emperor. If the Blood Sift Union leader burst out with his full strength, even if he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen would still have to pay a price in order to defeat him. Oh? It seems like your strength isn't limited to this. Li Fuchen said, bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Sword Emperor, I shall let you witness the Blood Sift Great Emperor's, Blood Web World. The Blood Sift Union leader, who was also the Blood Sift Great Emperor, made his move. His hands were like a net that burst out with boundless blood Dao Law. They weaved into a net and enveloped Li Fuchen. This Blood Web World was the kill move of kill moves, and he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could deal with it easily. In the past, the Blood Sift Great Emperor used this move to turn a Great Emperor into a pool of blood. Elderly, be careful. When the Vacant Mountain Emperor saw that Li Fuchen was enveloped by the blood web, he was shocked. With his eyesight, how could he not see that this move was specifically targeted at shifting techniques? If he was enveloped, he would be in danger. Blood Dao Field. Li Fuchen understood. This move was indeed incredible and was a field kill move. But to the Vacant Mountain Emperor, it was still too weak. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Hand of Star, even if he didn't, killing the Blood Sift Great Emperor was still an easy task. When the blood web enveloped Li Fuchen, the Blood Sift Great Emperor felt as though he could already see Li Fuchen turning into a pool of blood. But in the next moment, the Blood Sift Great Emperor and the Vacant Mountain Emperor were stunned. When the blood web landed on Li Fuchen's body, it was like a cotton web that landed on a burning hot iron. It was instantly turned into ashes and didn't even have any reaction. This is your kill move? Too weak. It is time for me to make my move. Li Fuchen extended his hand and made a suction force. Just like the Blood Emperor, the Blood Sift Great Emperor flew towards Li Fuchen involuntarily. Sword Emperor, hurry up and let go of me. My master is the Heaven Sift Saint. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. The Blood Sift Great Emperor roared. Impatient.